Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and everybody else, to a beautiful day 4 here at the ROSSLYN Park National School Sevens. We've got a packed schedule for you here, with action from the under-16 and under-18 competitions in the men's across the day, starting off, of course, with the under-16 cup competition. We're through to day 2 of the under-16 competition, a cutthroat competition really, which has seen only undefeated group-winning sides come through to this second day. And up first is King's Taunton against St George's College, Weybridge. Alongside me for the first time, welcome to ROSSLYN Park, Will Roberts.
Hi, Wilf. Yeah, good to be here. Always really enjoy doing these last final 2 days of ROSSLYN Park. I know you've been here for the full stint, and I mean, that is very commendable. But here, enjoying the rugby today. So many people out here to watch, spectate, and compete. It's really when this tournament comes into its own over the next sort of 48 hours, and I think this under-16s cup will certainly be a good way to set the tone for what will be a very competitive day of rugby.
So in this group, we're in Cup Group A. It's Caterham School, who we saw in action across the day yesterday on the live stream. They looked very impressive. St George's Weybridge, who are in the white on the left of your screens. Harrow School in action on RE2 against the aforementioned Caterham. And King's College Taunton in the red as the sides swap over. Now, King's College Taunton undefeated so far in this group. They beat Mill Hill, Glen Armand and the Stephen Pearce Foundation yesterday in their group before knocking St Joseph's College out of the competition from an elimination game, which is a shame. They're a very talented under-16 side who I had a good time catching up with towards the end of the game. But yes, out of the competition. So King's College Taunton in commendable form.
Both these sides have pretty much been spotless, you'd say, over their ROSSLYN Park tournament so far. So when it comes to sort of a mental struggle and battle between these two sides, it would certainly be a test of will to see which team can actually keep that form going.
Well, we're off, and a perfect start for King's College Taunton, who are very lucky to have missed the mark there, because House Infield, one of a pair of twins playing today for King's College, has kicked the ball miles off the mark and lost possession. But what a great turnover from him. Sinfield, Warsnip. Lovely footwork to tie some players up on the inside, out the back from Matt Travers. That's James Matravers. Into the wide channels they go now. The other Sinfield, Bennett. Oh, just spilled. Big collision that is between Weybridge and King's College Taunton, but they're still in possession. Patient play on the 22, and now they take it to the line, pass through the contact, but only forward. Well, that was great sevens from Victor Warsnip, but just a forward pass, very unlucky there.
It's good phase play there from King's College Taunton. It's something that is arguably one of the more difficult parts of rugby sevens, is keeping possession continually and managing to stay patient and stay calm, and that's exactly what King's College Taunton did there. Just a slight inaccuracy. Got to remember, we're still playing rugby at 10 o'clock in the morning. It's unusual for both these sides, and they're going to have to try and adjust to that.
Please could they register?
Well, away come St George's Weybridge with their first attack of the afternoon, not releasing King's College Taunton, so under a bit of pressure now. Weybridge take it to the line, big physical collision, and another. But an excellent steal on the floor by Matravers, and King's College look to counter in the wide channels here. Away goes Bennett. Good offload to keep the ball alive. Warsnip once more. Look very physical in these opening stages. Matravers all the way wide to Sinfield. Aribo.
Crossing there. It's unfortunate because don't think they were necessarily expecting that, but the King's College Taunton attacker just came in front of the ball and blocked the man from getting there. It's another let off defensively for Weybridge.
Because King's College Taunton looked very impressive in defence and in the breakdown, but so quickly that can change. Huge tackle from Sinfield, all the way back to the 5 metres. Gray Sinfield with a huge contact there. And the wind is just busting there. Stripped in the tackle. Score. Warsnip King's College Taunton draw first blood here on day 4 at the ROSSLYN Park Sevens. What a massive defensive set that was at King's College.
It seemed almost inevitable. King's College Taunton just firing them back every single opportunity. Weybridge had very little to sort of counter of that, and it's all about transitions in the game of sevens, and that's exactly what was utilised here.
All started with that huge hit from Sinfield, and they just didn't stop. Excellent line speed.
You just can't be pondering with the ball and travelling so horizontally on your own line in the game of sevens. You've got to have that commitment to try and get a few more yards behind your 5-metre line. Weybridge didn't do that, and they paid the ultimate price of 5 points.
That's a fantastic kickoff as well from King's College Taunton, just teetering on the 10-metre line, and a huge contact by Weybridge's number 8, but a knock on there. First from Weybridge will give King's College Taunton progression, and some great field progression. It is right on the 15-metre line.
Well, an interesting point to discuss, obviously, is that sort of those kickoffs which proved so vital within this game of sevens. It's managing to try and retain possession after you've just scored, potentially getting that double blow. It can almost put a game to bed within the opening few minutes.
Well, Bennett looks to take it to an edge off first phase, but a huge tackle in there from Weybridge.
We have 2 and 2 now, line outs.
Means it will be a line out only.
Red, that's your mark, please.
Don't know about you, Wolf, but these boys don't look under 16. Some of them are absolutely massive.
Yeah, there's some great size, some great physicality. We saw that yesterday from Caterham's Abel, who stood at 6'7" at the age of 15.
Ugh.
So easy line out ball for them. Lovely hard line from Weybridge off the line out. This is their first real attacking set of the game. And they go to the boots, charge down, but well gathered. Weybridge could be away here. Lovely last-ditch tackling from Sinfield. Now they're in the wide channels, teasing footwork. But a great chop from Saunders. Still they play. And Weybridge look to put the hammer down. Fantastic tackle, only backwards by Bennett. Bennett could be away here. Well, it'll be another score for King's College Taunton, and once again, it's their defensive acumen that secured them the try.
Just playing in transition, they seem to be doing that oh so well at the moment. As you've said there, Wolf, such defensive resilience, and it translates into 7 points this time, a 12-point lead. It must be absolutely gutting for Weybridge after actually getting themselves back into the game over the last 2 minutes or so with a good little bits of attacking play. Managed to get past the halfway line, but yeah, I mean, it's Nick Tompkins-esque, isn't that? Wales against Australia last year, that reminds me of. Potentially a little bit controversial with the fact whether that went forwards, backwards, whatever. The referee deemed it to go backwards, and it's another 7 points, and Taunton's lead grows. That kickoff, just those extra few blades of grass, different, and he's actually been given a yellow card for his ill discipline. That could be a massive change in the game for Taunton.
Just wait.
Well, a big moment there for King's College Taunton, who look to get their Under-16s Cup Phase 2 group stage underway.
Away now, tackler!
Second attacking set in the game now for Weybridge, who this time pick and go, but we've seen how strong King's College Taunton have been over the breakdown.
Weybridge have got that man advantage now with the player in the bin, so potentially they can try and use that to their advantage and maybe get a score here or there. It could happen now.
Excellent show and go, but a huge tackle once more by King's College Taunton, and just wonderful defensive work from them. It was a good line picked by Weybridge, but King's College Taunton have managed to disrupt again. A huge tackle on the Weybridge number 10, and the offload not going to hand.
What a tackle that was. I mean, in these sort of conditions, it would have been very reasonable for potentially him to just have a go at shoelaces and tap a few, and but no, he managed to get it down well, and not only that, but keep him down and resist the temptation for Weybridge to be able to get the offload away.
Well, they're under pressure here following the loose ruck, and Weybridge have turned it over. They'll tap on the 5 metre and dart for the line. An easy score. But that was a real mess that King's College Taunton almost cleaned up themselves before being turned over the breakdown.
Back into it now, and I think that's going to take us into the half. And from what I heard from the referee, that Taunton will be replenished to their full complement after the whistle. So it will take us into a 7-point game at the break. After dominance from Taunton, it looks like we could have an interesting final 7 on our hands.
Well, that's half-time here on the first game of the day in the early hours of the morning here at the ROSSLYN Park National School Sevens. Action from the Under-16 Cup continues after the break. And here is the try for Weybridge, a lovely turnover. And then from there, I don't think you're stopping a physical specimen like Weybridge's number 8 through 2 defenders. Well, a great score. We'll be back very shortly for the second half here, where King's College Taunton currently lead by 12 points to 5 in the first Under-16 Cup Group game of the day. Well, we're back underway here in the second half. It was a Weybridge kickoff that was almost excellently well taken in the wide channels, but instead Taunton come away with it. But another penalty in the breakdown. It's the same penalty that initially got them going, and now Sinfield is in the bin.
It's again just silly penalties to concede for King's College Taunton. A little bit of chat back, and again they're down to 6 men, and that's what conceded the yellow card, and they've done it again. And now
once again Weybridge take it to the line. Amazing turnover, a huge moment, a big intervention from Hal Sinfield. His twin Gray was in the bin, but Hal has made up for that mistake and turned it over excellently well. And it's a great kick as well from Victor Warsnip. Warsnip finds touch, and it will be a line out for King's College Taunton. A great exit, a really huge moment considering how much pressure they were under there from the penalty set piece.
Good to see the Taunton group out in full support, the girls there as well, who will be playing later on today, I'm pretty sure. So it's good to see that they've got a large amount of support all the way down from Taunton. I mean, that is some trek, isn't it, Wolf?
Yeah, absolutely. There is so much rugby elsewhere. Of course, the under-18 girls starts today, as does the under-18 Cup for the boys. King's College Taunton take it to an edge right away, and it's the second try scorer, Bennett, dragged down excellently well and off feet in the breakdown. So it would be another card here for kicking the ball away. It's the same offence that Sinfield was sent off for just moments ago, and now both sides are down to 6.
It's just silly. It's really silly, naive penalties to give away. I mean, both sides will now be fully aware of the referee's intent if he sees some form of gamesmanship like that ahead, and yet they've gone and done it, and potentially that could be Weymouth sort of game done and dusted there, now that they're evened up on the pitch.
Sinfield, Aribo takes on 2. Flicks it up to Sinfield. They've got a penalty advantage to play with. Great ball out to Matravers, and that ball is loose. So they're playing with advantage.
7 whites high. 12-5. Where you are is good, thank you.
12-5 for Taunton. A huge moment here as they tap from the penalty. Sinfield, Matravers, Warsnip. Bennett's on the overlap. It's a dart to the corner, but Tom Bennett will be caught by the number 8, and it's been knocked on. It's playing advantage here.
You've come in the side there, so we'll play the knock on.
Well, it was actually a penalty given away there by the team in white, of course, coming in at the side. King's College Taunton now back to 7.
Yeah, and it's going to be a really tricky attacking scrum on the 5-metre line for Weybridge. They're going to be certainly under the cosh here, especially with the numbers disadvantage. It really exposes itself as scrum time because you have 3 committed to that set piece.
Just 3 minutes to go here, and Weybridge are under a whole world of pressure. But they look to be breaking out from the line excellently well. It's a wonderful tackle from Bennett in the end, and a good counter-ruck by King's College Taunton, who look to disrupt, and they have done. Chienya takes it to the line, a lovely offload all the way wide. And James Matravers might have just sealed the game.
Yeah, that was it there. It was all down to the numbers advantage that Taunton had. It was a good little break from Weybridge to potentially get themselves out of trouble, but that counter-up was fierce from Taunton, and then they just had the numbers to pick the players off and move things on.
Well, that was a huge score in what is a very testing group that also includes Caterham, who we've seen are a very talented side yesterday, so a win here would be vital. And it's a great counter-ruck by Warsnip, who's been everywhere today for King's College Taunton. Great off-road from Chienya as well. Drew in 2 defenders, and then it was just easy hands from Saunders to put Matravers into the corner. Well, from the kickoff, it's been knocked on by Weybridge, and with 2 minutes to go, things are very quickly slipping away from the side in white.
Compound errors. Those are the real differences in the game of sevens, and we saw one there. It's frustrating for Weybridge, who at the half-time whistle could have potentially thought that they may be onto something here.
Well, it's a clean scrum ball, and King's College Taunton are slipping through the tackles. Canfield. What a take that is from Warsnip. Well, Canfield just popped it into the air, and it was anyone's ball. But it's that man again, Victor Warsnip, who claimed the possession from the air and has scored yet another. A perfect sevens try, really. Textbook stuff, hitting the line well. And a great offload from Canfield.
Conversion to come with it too. He certainly warmed up into this game, Victor Warsnip. Let's have a look at this here. Just the hold up of possession, excellent initial break, and just keeping the ball alive so well. It's that intuition to keep things alive, and it's a great take under pressure, and to have the wherewithal to dot it down in the same movement as well. Perfect execution of the game of sevens there.
Well, Victor Warsnip has really driven his side into a commanding lead here with under a minute to go. Travels with a big tackle, and Weybridge are under loads of pressure. Huge hit out of the line from Chienya. And Chienya's with the counter-ruck as well. Eventually spat out the back of that breakdown. Weybridge have some work to do to get out of their 22 from here. There's Mack with the tackle once more. King's College Taunton just being put under loads of pressure here, but they could escape in this wide channel. It's a lovely ball out wide, a great fend. Chienya's on the chase, but Weybridge might go all the way here for their second try. A consolation in the end, but right at the end of the first and right at the end of the second, Weybridge have gotten on the score sheet. And it's a lovely solo finish.
A commendable effort, not giving up right until the clock heads into the red. It's good work from Weybridge, but too little too late, really.
and the added extras, which means our final score here may well be 24-12.
I think we will have a restart. Referee's seen a little bit extra time on his watch.
And that's fine by us here, as we want all the sevens in the world to continue. Especially with this King's College Taunton side performing the way they are. But Weybridge have shown that they don't need very much to carve out a attacking opportunity. And once again, they're in possession inside the King's College Taunton half, taking it to an edge. Lovely ball out wide, and Weybridge could skip away here. Great covering tackle by Senfield, but it won't be enough. And again, a great solo finish in the wide channels show that Weybridge certainly have something to bring to this group. They will not lie down and take any scoreline. And with this conversion, it will be a very commendable 24-17 defeat. Well, King's College Taunton did get the job done with 4 minutes to go here in this second half with some lovely rugby, just really opportunistic stuff. Despite a late St George's College Weybridge fight back, King's College Taunton claimed the first win of the day here on RE2. Don't go anywhere, of course, because up next, it's a big game. Still in the under-16 boys competition from Cup Group E. Haileybury up against Bromsgrove School. Two famous old names in the game of sevens in a group that also includes Trinity School and the Lees from Cambridge. So we'll be back right there on RE2 on your screens for another iteration of the under-16 Cup competition next at the ROSSLYN Park National School Sevens.
You're gonna get carded.
To wait for the whistle. I need to start the time. Time your runs, gents. Time's on. Leave the ball. Back to the 10. Keep going. There's your mark.
Well, we're back in action here. Really fast start to this game. Bromsgrove against Haileybury, and it's Haileybury, and it's Bromsgrove in possession from that free kick they won in the early stages. Kickoff not going the way of Haileybury, and Bromsgrove are away here in the wide channels.
Yeah, regathered.
Regathering the contact, lovely out the back ball, that from Ingram. Parsons get the ball away to Ingram once more, and the final pass goes loose. So it will be a quick line out by Haileybury. They have reclaimed possession well. Could be on in the wide channels here, just skipping and teasing the Bromsgrove defence.
Yeah, on. All on.
And they've nudged it into the wide channels here, and it will be taken by Grimberg. And Haileybury will have the opening score. What a wonderful finish that was. And this Bromsgrove side that haven't conceded a single point in this tournament so far, can you believe it? Have just conceded their first 5, and what a beauty it was. And Haileybury have drawn first blood here in Cup Group E. Can't add the extras, so 5-0 they'll lead, but this is great work. Great opportunism from Rawlins. Spots this gap. even with a player in the backfield. Grimberg was always the first there. A lovely finish. A great try. Well, claimed well off the kickoff by Bromsgrove. Good little offload inside. And now they take it to the line. They could have numbers up. Haileybury struggling to fill the wide channels. Huge shot eventually from line. But Bromsgrove do well to keep the ball alive. Wood. Little show and go from Ingram once more. Wood picks up the offload.
Yeah, fine.
Lovely a pass from him. Bromsgrove are battling all the way up to the halfway.
Yeah, stripped in the tackle.
Stripped in contact though.
20, you got to get 2 feet first.
And not releasing. And Haileybury will waste no time in getting the game underway. Elliott. Still going Elliott. Oh, great offload into the wide channels. But unfortunately, Grimberg just knocked it on. Haileybury's try scorer.
Here we come, Mike, let's go.
Well, it will be a scrum down for Bromsgrove.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
And joining me for the race in this game, it's Will Stace. Welcome to Roslyn Park, Will.
Thank you very much, Will. Pleasure to be here. First time I've been for this week, and I'll be here across Thursday and Summer Friday to bring you some brilliant content here on Next Gen on Pitch RE2.
Well, it was good footwork from Hornton, but eventually dragged down.
Knock on, screw advantage.
And knock on there in the breakdown was great work from Haileybury, but now they'll come to the short side, and number 14, Josh Horton, will have another go. Parsons, Wood. Through the hands they go. Excellent shot out of the line from right. Still backwards though for Bromsgrove. There's a great contest in the ruck there, and big fend. Little show and go. This is great work. A lovely offload from Gilbert. And skipping away here could be Parsons, who's hunted down by Sofalue.
Roll!
Sofalue again involved in the tackle. Wood gets it away. Gilbert. Hill all the way wide. They've gone to Ingram. Ingram on the outside.
Lock on!
And it's been offloaded inside and just unfortunately knocked on. Nothing illegal about it from Haileybury, who are very close to intercepting, and well, what an exciting bit of attacking play from Bromsgrove as they trail, Will.
What a brilliant bit of play. Looking at Parsons, that initial carry. Some of those hands have been so accurate in the last couple of minutes. Bromsgrove really giving a good go at this one.
Well, this is a very difficult group, of course, with the glaring name of Trinity School also in it. The Lees from Cambridge have had a very impressive tournament as well so far to make it to Cup E.
Well, for a lot of these teams, these first games of the day will be necessary to win, to put themselves in that good position, to try and have a chance to stay in the competition and get further down the line.
Parsons for those of loads of pressure, but he gets it away to Ingram. And away goes Harry Ingram through the tackle once more. A great score.
Excellent score from Bromsgrove, going down in the early minutes and got one back straight away and converted. What a great piece of play here, straight from the scrum. Not a missed fumble, but no issue for Bromsgrove.
Lovely ball from Wood across the face. Little show and go to beat the first man, and then just the pace to get round the second.
Let's go, White, speed
I
up.
think for a lot of these teams, the under-16s, they'll be looking at the professionalism of this tournament. A second day after playing almost 4 games of rugby yesterday. A lot of these lads will be knackered, worn out, tired, and they've got to find everything in their energy to get through this day.
Well, it is Ingram who'll get us underway once more, the try scorer. Claimed excellently well by Haileybury. Rawlins with a darting run all the way up to the halfway go Rawlins and Haileybury. They've retained possession well.
Roll, White.
Once again, they take it to the line. This time it's lifted off the floor. Great out the back to free up possession as Haileybury run under some pressure here, and now they'll take it to the edge. Lovely cut inside by Wright. Wright cuts in again. Wright's got just Wood to beat. It could be Matthew Wright all the way for Haileybury.
Yeah,
That Bromsgrove lead didn't last long at all.
Well, that's some way to come back from Haileybury. Special bit of play inside, in the middle of the field, and one way to get through onto the try line, put themselves back in front at the half-time whistle.
Well, Haileybury's director of rugby, Michael Owen, former Wales captain and British and Irish Lion, will be happy with how his side is performing so far. 2 great scores from this under-16 side, either side of a Bromsgrove fight back, and this was some textbook sevens really, drawing in the players, getting the offload away, and then some lovely solo running, great footwork and great pace.
He's had his eyes on that defence, knew where he could explode some of that pace and get through. Brilliant work from Haileybury.
Well, it's a great score that leads the half-time score to being 12-5 in the favour of Haileybury over Bromsgrove School. We'll be back very shortly for the second half here in this thrilling encounter in the Under-16 Boys Cup competition, second phase group stage. Well, Bromsgrove got us underway from the kickoff, and Haileybury have possession. They're building well from inside their own half. Lovely driving run forward once more. Wrapped up just short of the 15. James Hobbs, the captain for Bromsgrove, was in there fishing for some ball from the breakdown, but here is the try scorer, Wright. Great offload into the wide channels by Wright, and once again it's a race to the line. Bromsgrove have cover. Ingram with a huge tackle. Great run from Rawlins. And Bromsgroves do get it away quickly. Here is Wood. The Haileybury line is a little bit disjointed. Wood around the wraparound. Parsons. Patient build-up. Lovely offload from Horton. Another great offload from Bromsgrove. They're building nicely here. Ingram with the show and go, and he's behind the defensive line. And Ingram could just pin his ear back here. Harry Ingram. Great covering tackle by Haileybury. But no release from the tackle, so it will be a penalty. Ingram will tap and go to the far side. One-on-one from Gilbert. Inside. But unfortunately just knocked forward in the contest there. So a good defensive set from Haileybury, who have escaped unscathed.
Yeah, brilliant piece of play there. I've got to say, in this under-16 competition, the main factor in winning and losing games is those small mistakes, those little moments of losing the ball, knocking it on, not doing the right decision. So a big chance here for both teams to try and get through to the next stage and put themselves further up on the group stage.
Good morning. A call now for the 10.
Haileybury with the feed from this scrum.
The first matches in the under-18s Cup.
Under loads of pressure though.
On
great work from Parsons, and Haileybury won the penalty.
On RE2,
Hobbs gets us underway as quickly as he can. Here's Woods. Through the hands they go. Just behind the defender, but knock on is called. Ingram's unlucky there, and once again Haileybury escape. Surely this time they must exit.
They've got to exit now. They've got time on the clock to make their lead even bigger. But they're having some big pressure from this Bromsgrove side. Wilf, you've been here all week. What's the biggest factor in winning games?
Well, at the moment it just seems that sometimes teams just run away from it and the game is over there and then. But oh, that's lovely in the breakdown. But if you let your head drop, suddenly the opposition run away with it with 2 tries at the start of the break and it's game over. But if you keep in the fight till the last, in the game of sevens, there's always an equaliser on the horizon, and that's what Bromsgrove are looking for. A great finish by Parsons. And if you keep in the fight, then tries are always on their way. There's always opportunities. There'll always be a mistake, especially at this non-professional level of the game. And Bromsgrove have levelled it with just under 3.5 minutes to go.
Well, considering 2 knock-ons in the process of that attacking play.
Well, what a conversion that is. Right from the wide channels. Huge from the scorer of the first try, Harry Ingram. And Bromsgrove take the lead.
Well,
but you were saying, well, yeah, it's all about the mistakes made from Haileybury in defence.
Yeah, just not strong enough, didn't keep them out. They had their chances to get away and get a hand on the ball, but Bromsgrove, that relentless pressure, gets them in front. Just a few minutes to go now.
A very testing kick-off, and Bromsgrove have claimed it. It's Hobbs who claimed it in the air excellently well. Hill gets it away once more to Ingram. Ingram takes it to the line. He's through the first tackle. Offload out the back door to Horton. Ingram back down the short side, battling one-on-one. Draws 2 defenders, frees up the hand. Good yard from Parsons, but a huge turnover. A massive intervention from Hailsbury's number 6, Eddie Elliott.
Well done, stay there,
and he's carried well from the penalty as well. So Haileybury build from inside their 22. They've not had the run of things so far in this second half. They went into the break in front. They currently trail by 2. But great leg drive up to the 15. Good counter-ruck by Bromsgrove. He looked a little offside there, a bit slow to get back in line, but Haileybury continue with their attack. Switch inside. Lovely line from Elliott.
This is exactly what Haileybury needed. Bit of time on the ball, get it through the hands and try and build some attacking play.
Patience from Rawlins. Line. Skips away from Wood. Still going line, very controlled in his progression of the ball. Sanu knocked on in the tackle, unfortunately. Sanu's back up to his feet to wrap up Parsons. Wood, great line speed, but he gets the ball away.
Accuracy in the hands is excellent.
Bromsgrove look to break from inside their own half. Out the back door from Gilbert. Hobbs, the captain. Oh, and it's just swung into touch there.
Leave the ball, White.
A really powerful tackle. And that's a big moment for Hailsbury, whose defence have looked very strong. They, of course, forced that first try with just their defensive work.
Big chance there, big platform for them to work from. Now just a minute left on the clock.
White, this is your mark.
Well, it'll be a line out. And a proper line out too, the referee's calling it. And Hailsbury trail by 2 points. This would be a huge win for either side in a tough group, with both these teams having Trinity School left to play. Who are, of course, a very impressive sevens side.
Well, they are a scary side to face.
Overthrown at the line out, Bromsgrove come away with it through Hobbs, the captain, once more. And that's not the sort of mistake that Hailsbury can make. They have just 30 seconds to turn the ball back over, but Horton could be hunting for a winner here for Bromsgrove. Bit of space in the wide channels if they want to use it. Hobbs comes back along the short side, gets the offload away to Hill. Lovely fend. And here's Wood. A great fend to beat one more.
Yeah, keep playing.
Little show and go from Ingram. Back inside to Horton. Lovely hands. Parsons is the show and go, and he could be away here. And Bromsgrove could be sealing off the game. And Henry Parsons has done just that.
Time's dead.
Time is dead, calls the referee. So all the time in the world to add these extras. What a huge win this is for Bromsgrove School, who have come from behind to finish off this game 21-12. Victorious, and it means an awful lot to them. What a great start to the day for Bromsgrove.
What a way to win it. Absolute pure heart in their fitness. They were much better in that second half, and they got the better of Haileybury, and they see them go 21-12. What a result, and what a way to finish it off. A lovely try.
Well, this was a great finish, really, just as Haileybury were desperate to get a winner. It was just really clever hands. Nothing wrong from this defending by Haileybury. but once Parson smelt blood, he went flying through the hole. A great result. But up next, we start our under-18s coverage here. It's Harrogate Grammar School against Mount Kelly. Two big names, and it will be a fascinating encounter here from the first group, Group A of many groups in the Under-18 Boys Cup. Harrogate Grammar School up against Mount Kelly School. Up next here on RE2 Live with Next Gen.
Backwards, play on!
So a great kickoff by Mount Kelly, who are putting the pressure under, and Mount Kelly have won the penalty as well. This is a tough group that also includes Wellington College, Gosforth Academy and Finborough School. Finborough have had a fantastic 15 season, but it's Mount Kelly who'll get us underway here. Patient play from Griffith and others in this line as Peachy, Ailing, the captain. Lovely offload to Deacon. Great patient play from Mount Kelly so far. Good line speed from Harrogate as they look to eat up the space, and Mount Kelly are back to the halfway, but they're not panicking so far, and now they take it to the line.
Yeah,
The ball might be out there. Swept up by Harrogate Grammar School, who take it down the short side. Lovely offload. And another out the back door. And that offload just one too many, but they could be on in this wide channels here. It's a 2-on-1. It will be a race to the line. Away go Harrogate Grammar School for the opening score. Well, that's a top start for Harrogate Grammar School. A lovely finish. Great counter-attacking sevens. They barely had a sniff in that opening stage. As soon as the ball was turned over, they lit up. They're very progressive in the defensive line. This is two great offloads. That one just doesn't go to hand, but swept up really well. Well, it will be the try scorers, Harrogate Grammar School, get us underway. A lovely testing kickoff, but just spilled at the last. So unlucky there. Well, a very exciting start to our under-18s competition. There are so many groups here at ROSSLYN Park 7, so there's an awful lot of rugby, 5 teams in each group as well. So there's so much rugby played. Mount Kelly come away with it from the breakdown. Lovely footwork and a great offload. Summers gets it away only in Year 11, the number 12. They've got plenty of Year 11s in this side, which is very impressive from them. Could be swung away here. That is one of their number 11s. Year 11, sorry, at Summers at 12. Great pace to take it to the line, this time from Griffith, another Year 11 student. And Mount Kelly dart down the blind side this time. Will Status with me once more. Mount Kelly in their attacking set as they look to build, but it's just wonderful line speed by Harrogate Grammar School. Their line speed's been fantastic all day.
They're a fierce side. They'll be a strong one in this competition. But a great start from them, but Mount Kelly looking to find a way through.
Here is Griffith building patiently. Ayling. Griffith on the loop around. Lovely tackle there. And a great counter-ruck by Harrogate Grammar School, and they've put them under pressure. And the try scorer for Harrogate Grammar School has come away with it. Lovely offload, and it could be so simple. For Harrogate Grammar School, once again, it's only taken 1-2 phases, and they're in once more. So Harrogate Grammar School, clearly their defence is so strong. Their line speed is great, and then they pounce on any mistakes. It's a great way to play sevens when you know you've got so much rugby ahead of you.
When the defensive setup is excellent, you know when you're up front, you can get more from your game. And what a brilliant try for that number 9 to get a second, and Harrogate Grammar to get into a 2-try lead.
Well, there's so much rugby on offer all day. There's action from Pool D. Up next, Whitgift School. Huge side against Berkhamsted. That'll be a great watch here on RE2 Live with Next Gen. Our coverage today sponsored by Ealing Trailfinders Rugby Club, as we're in their tent, safe and warm all day. They've been wonderful hosts. We're so lucky to have them hosting us, and of course, come down to the Ealing Trailfinders tent if you are here today at the ROSSLYN Park Sevens. Talk to them about a future in the game, if that's what you want, as I'm sure many of these players do.
There's some very important people in this tent, so definitely do get down. And we'll be hearing from some of them later on today in our coverage.
That's once again a lovely kickoff. But too deep to be contested this time, and away come Mount Kelly. Great work to take it to the line by Bassett, and turned over at the breakdown. A huge shot out of the line, exactly what was needed from Mount Kelly, but a lofted pass wide, and they could be in trouble again here. Lovely footwork, just unfortunately knocks on there at the last. But every time they turn it over, Harrogate Grammar School looks so dangerous.
They do look lethal, and this could get bad to worse for Mount Kelly if they don't tighten up in that defence. Harrogate Grammar seem to be finding gaps all over the place.
But it will be a Mount Kelly scrum as they ring in a couple of changes. Perhaps some fresh legs will
Crouch! Bind!
give them a bit more stability in possession. Well, it's a great scrum by Harrogate. Just about Bassett gets it away. Warren takes contact, and Warren breaks the contact, and away goes John Warren. Well, that was a huge physical collision at first receiver, and this will be a wonderful score for Mount Kelly.
Well, that's the way to get back into it. Brilliant break through the line and goes all the way. Does that man from Mount Kelly.
A great finish by Warren. Only year 11 as well. There's a couple of them in this side. But
Year 11's playing at this level on the second day. First day of their competition.
lovely step. Bassett does so well to get the ball away. It's a great step to beat the first man. And that's a classic. Bit of I want it more from John Warren. Sees off his opposite defender. A lovely finish. Now Kelly well and truly back in the game.
Not 10.
It was claimed well off the kickoff by Ayling, the captain, but not 10. So, as we've seen so far, perhaps Harrogate can punish some mistakes.
No advantage, not 10.
Not 10 is the call. That's really poor from Mount Kelly. You can't be affording to make errors like that, as we've already seen how impressive this Harrogate side are. And that was surely a try away to the right-hand side, but instead it will be half-time here, and a breathless encounter between Mount Kelly and Harrogate Grammar School. Harrogate have pounced on every mistake to lead 12-7 at the break, but Mount Kelly, through John Warren, have been given a little bit of momentum going into half-time. We'll be back very shortly for the second half here, live on Next Gen 15 at the National ROSSLYN Park School Sevens. Well, we're back here for the second half. Some live action for you on RE2. And it was a lovely kick-off from Harrogate Grammar School, who have turned it over and away here. They're inside Mount Kelly's half. They've looked very dangerous every time they've had an attacking set. A couple of knock-ons is all that's been able to contain them, as well as some lovely defending. There's a great counter-ruck by Mount Kelly. And Mount Kelly have pounced upon it. Great work in defence. And a penalty as well for not releasing. Really fast start for this second half, Will.
Yeah, very good stuff from both teams. Energetic first half, and that's continuing on into the second.
Well, powerful drive to take it to the line once more from Mount Kelly. They're very physical in attack, as we've seen already. They pick and go from the base. Big fend to draw in two defenders. Could be a turnover, though, from Harrogate Grammar School. A lovely... And they'll tap from their 15. No rest for any side in this game. They're defending ferociously. Harrogate have found an edge, and this could be their third try. They will go steaming away unopposed. A breathless start to the second half follows a breathless first 7 minutes. And Harrogate Grammar School have scored their third try of the game so far.
Oh, clever trick there, running down the clock. Harrogate Grammar, no, they want to win this one. And 3 tries up to the 1 of Mount Kelly. They've been excellent in defence, and their attack has been more of the same. Brilliant try from them, 19-7.
It was really simple sevens. Great hands across the face, and then lovely pace to finish. And Harrogate Grammar School will get us back underway.
When you're ready. Touch. Like now. We've got 2 in from both sides. It's not quick. 2 in from them. Not quick. Mark here. Black, man in the channel. Man in the channel.
Well, the action never stops here on RE2. It'll be a line out for Mount Kelly. This is a huge moment in this game for them. Just over 4 minutes to go. They've claimed the line out just about. The bouncing ball could go anywhere. But it's good power in the drive from Mount Kelly once more. Excellent leg drive this from Ayling, the captain. He's still going.
Not held, play on.
Well, what a drive that is from Ayling, almost up to the 15 from that line out. Pick and go at the base once more. Warren once again, this time takes it to ground smartly. They've retained possession. Summers just knocked on in the wide channel. But that was an exciting attacking play from Mount Kelly. Looked like a very impressive side.
Crouch! Bind! Set!
Scrum time for Harrogate Grammar School, and they take it to the line. Interception was almost on there from Bart Granger, but Harrogate Grammar School come away from it as it was spilled. Still play on by the calls the referee, and they've got numbers up on this right side. Lovely offload inside.
Come back, forward.
But forward is the call. Harrogate Grammar School went steaming away there. It was lovely football to keep the attacking set alive.
Just waiting for the ball, guys. Okay, come in. Crouch! Bind! Set!
Scrum for Mount Kelly. Crucial for them once more. Warren slings it in midfield. And Mount Kelly looks to take it to the line. Lovely offload to Granger. Granger gets the offload through the contact once again. Warren with the fend, dragged down just outside the 22. Still playing though, Mount Kelly, as they swing it to the edge. Patient play from them. Very physical Harrogate side, aren't going to let the tackle slip off in this stage of the game. Lovely huge contact, but not held this time. Vatellia Pierce, and that might just be another knock-on.
In touch. Flat line out.
And Mount Kelly can't really afford mistakes like that in this stage of the game.
That's your mark. Man channel, please.
Line out for the Harrogate Grammar School.
Step off, give space. In the channel, please.
Well, it will be Harrogate Grammar School who come away with it. Lovely little jinxing footwork inside. Clean ball at the ruck, picked from the base. Lovely line spool from Mount Kelly, but they could find an edge once more. And this is game over with just a minute to go. It's the second try of the game for Harrogate Grammar School's number 8. They go racing away. A lovely finish.
Ruthless stuff from Harrogate Grammar. They are setting the tone for how they want to play today. And what a way to get their 4th try of the game. Excellent pacey work on this wing. It seems the better sides of the day have the fitness into these last few moments in the 14 minutes. Harrogate Grammar's number 8 showing his energy and burst of pace. 4 tries to 1. Looks like Harrogate Grammar will be going through.
And crucially, Harrogate Grammar get a rest after this game as well. Mount Kelly are back in action against Wellington College. So the hard tasks don't stop. Lovely hands into the wide channel though, and Granger could be away. Great pace from Granger. And Bart Granger might go all the way here. A lovely score. Too little, too late for Mount Kelly, perhaps. But some textbook 7s from them. They've certainly got more to show us here on RE2.
Well, they're playing with heart. It's the way you go through the games. Keep going to that final moment, in which they have full-time whistle from the referee.
This is a lovely score for the kickoff. Really simple hands. Great support line, and then some great pace to finish. Well, that will bring us to the end of this game. Final score, 27-14 in the favour of Harrogate Grammar School, who've laid down a marker in their opening cup game. But the action doesn't stop here on RE2. 24-14 the final score. Up next for action from Pool D, Whitgift, who go into every tournament with an eye for nothing other than a big victory. Up against Berkhamsted. That's live here on RE2 with Next Gen 15 from the ROSSLYN Park National School 7s. More under 18 action to bring you here from the ROSSLYN Park National School Sevens. Whitgift School against Berkhamsted School in frighteningly similar kits. Now Whitgift School are on the white shoulders and navy underneath. Berkhamsted School, who are kicking us off here, are navy on top with the white trim towards the bottom of the shirt. So Berkhamsted School are on the right of your screens, Whitgift on the left. This is another tantalising group, which also includes Bedford School, Bishop's Burton College, Stourport High School. No, sorry, it's the under 16 competition. We'll get you the rest of the group as things continue here. But flinging across the face of the game go Whitgift right at the very start. They look to take it to an edge. Aggressive play from Whitgift.
These are two heavyweights of the schoolboy game, and they'll
Turned
want to...
over from Berkhamsted though straight away, and then number 7 will go streaming under the post. What a perfect start.
Well, that's some way to start this fixture. Berkhamsted straight through under the posts. As I said, two heavyweights at the schoolboy rugby game. This will be a tasty affair for all those watching at home.
Yeah, that was a really fantastic start to the game. Bishop's Burton College is taking on Bedford on RE1. But here on RE2, Berkhamsted have scored their first try of the day. So simple in the end. Whitgift will be in need of a response. It'll be Berkhamsted to get us underway once more. Nudged high and wide and well taken this time by Harry Fitzgerald. But there's loads of pressure under in the scrum, eventually swung away by Taylor Stewart Paisley. And they go to the wide channels off first phase once again, skipping through the contact. That's a lovely run, Fitzgerald. And Whitgift come back towards the edge this time. They're well set in this attack. Hard running from the 17, Hammond. Stripped in the turnover once more though at the breakdown. Berkhamsted have come away with it once again. They scored only 2 phases in from the last turnover. And they go attacking once more.
High.
That's a high tackle as well, so advantage Berkhamsted. Little show and go in the midfield, but eventually they do go wide. Lovely fend, great offload through the contact, little hitch kick to get away from his man. Lovely fend, beautiful score. Berkhamsted have doubled their advantage in these opening stages, just 2 minutes in to this group game. That was a lovely finish in the wide channels. Great offload to draw 2 defenders. Little hitch kick through the gap. Lovely score.
Well, they've really taken the advantage here of some early Whitgift nerves. Berkhamsted inside 3 minutes, taking 2 tries to the good. And what a way to start your tournament here on RE2 for Berkhamsted. Setting the stone for how they want to play for the rest of the day, as all the other teams will. Whitgift with questions to answer.
Bit of a mountain to climb in this opening half, 14 points down. The conversions are so crucial, Will. They really do compound these scores. If you can knock over, I'll tell you about a game I saw in the earlier on in the competition. It was Marlborough who've lost 20 points to 21 in one of their early group games. So they scored more tries but lost the game. So these conversions really are important.
Very much crucial. We saw one just before, on the game before, Mount Kelly. Ridiculous conversion, but that's the difference in between some of these sides. They need to be on it from the moment it starts.
Whitgift are retaining possession much better in this phase. Stewart Paisley takes contact, great leg drive. Tyler Stewart Paisley. Advantage for Whitgift, so they'll tap and go. Will Van Pedelen. Switch play inside, lovely footwork from Hammond to create a bit of space. Flicked out the back, well taken by Fitzgerald. Ethan Fitzgerald in this team as well as number 7 Harry Fitzgerald.
Keep rocking, balls out!
The ball was out there. Dived on by Whitgift, but turned over by Berkhamsted. Just outside their own 22, and now they'll play from deep in their own half. They've been really impressive at the breakdown. It's been the difference between these two sides. Bit of space has opened up perhaps in the wide channels. Huge tackle by Ethan Fitzgerald. Berkhamsted just played across the face. their dangerous number 7 once more.
They're really not letting Whitgift get a hold of this game. Berkhamsted being ruthless in their possession on the ball, and their hands are doing very well. Just need to find that opening and try and get that third.
Now the big runner takes his line, isolated, however, turnover for Whitgift. That's a crucial moment in this first half.
Thank you, guys. 2 minutes to play.
2 minutes to go. Sam Line in possession. Changes direction, so they will go to where the numbers are. Fitzgerald all the way wide to Stuart Paisley, does so well to keep the ball in field. And that was a knock on there from Berkhamsted, but it's not been seen by our match official, I believe. Looked like a knock on at least, but Berkhamsted will play away from it. They've defended well. Switch inside now, there could be numbers through the centre for Berkhamsted. Lovely footwork to break the tackle, and now it's a race to the line here. A race that Berkhamsted might win. They get the offload away. And they'll stroll in for another. Whitgift can feel a little bit unlucky there, given their very impressive attacking build-up play.
Yeah, they might feel unlucky, but Berkhamsted have rode the waves, and they have been controlled, patient in everything they're doing, and only 5 minutes on the clock. But getting 3 tries on the board is impressive versus a very strong side. A note to make, Whitgift have had their lack of sevens experience this year. No sevens tournaments going into ROSSLYN Park. A few issues with cancellations of the Surrey Sevens saw them have no games before ROSSLYN Park. So this will be their first chance to play some sevens rugby, and they just need to find a way through and get themselves on the board and get some confidence built into that team.
Time off while the ball's away.
Well, a bit of time then for Whitgift to regather themselves. There's just under a minute to go in this first
40
half.
seconds.
And it will be
Whitgift, 40
Berkhamsted
seconds
once
to play
again
this
to
half.
get us underway.
Time on.
40 seconds to play, 40 seconds to take something away in this first half. They're now 19-0, they trail. And what a take off the kickoff from Berkhamsted. And they could be away once more. There's hands in the ruck there for Whitgift. Huge turnover. Well, what a grab by Berkhamsted's number 2 from the kickoff.
What a take, must have some basketball experience.
But once again, Whitgift goes straight to the edge. And they're cutting inside with pace. Away goes Holland. Holland's got one defender to beat. Lovely pace. Luca Holland will stroll in. The perfect way for Whitgift to end this first half that hasn't gone in their direction at all, really. But with the added extras, we hope, it's game on. But just off the bar, so unfortunate from line. So 19-5, Whitgift will go in at the break. A not unassailable scoreline at all.
No, they did make it tough themselves, but that's exactly what they needed. They've given themselves a chance in that second half, and with some coaches' notes and half-time oranges, maybe Whitgift have a chance to get back into this one. It's Berkhamsted who lead at the half-time break. An impressive performance from them, 19-5.
Weybridge. RE5 Wellington versus Sedbergh. RE6 Brighton versus RGS Wycombe. RE7 Wigan Wakefield versus Woodhouse Road. Those matches get underway at 11:20.
Well, we're back here on RE2. Some great results to read in following the first round of fixtures. We saw Harrogate beat Mount Kelly here in the first game. Finborough School also beat Wellington College. We've got Wellington College against Harrogate later on in what might be a huge game for the makeup of Group A.
I mean, last year's under-18s winners in that cup competition, Wellington, losing their first game to semi-finalist Finborough in the Schools Cup. So that is a big result for you. So today won't be predictable. Today will be unpredictable. So make sure you're sat back and enjoying some incredible display of under-18s Cup 7s rugby here at ROSSLYN Park.
It's a lovely start from Berkhamsted, who might break the line straight away, and they have done. One man to beat. Great covering tackle by Ethan Fitzgerald, but to the edge go Berkhamsted. Dragged down again just in the 22. It's a great defensive set from Whitgift. Knock-on advantage goes Berkhamsted's way. They find a hole in the centre once more. Last-ditch defending by Wilval Paddlesden, but it's a penalty advantage for Berkhamsted just inside the 22. What a fantastic start this is in this second half for Berkhamsted.
I mean, that ball retention is absolutely incredible. They find a way to keep a hold of possession. And they're torturing this Whitgift side.
Lovely switch towards the short side and just knocked on. What a ferocious defensive set overall then from Whitgift.
Well, they have survived some Berkhamsted pressure. I said they gave themselves that chance to get back in it with getting that try at the end of the first half. But here at the start of the second half, some brilliant defensive work to make sure they stay in this fixture.
Got some other big results to tell you about. In Group B, Dulwich College, who are in action RE2 later, lost 26-10 to John Fisher School. That's a great result for John Fisher. Seaford College also beat Oakland by a point, 29-28. So there's some amazing games of rugby around. Clifton College got their tournament off to a great start against Coleg Cigar, who we'll see later, 38-10. That's in Group C. So plenty of rugby happening all around us, with lots more to come here on RE2.
Okay, back we go. Back we go here.
There's a lovely tantalising group as well, but we'll see some action from later. Ipswich School are playing on RE2 in the group that includes Trinity's under-18 side, Woodhouse Grove, Hurstpit Point, and Sweden under-18s. Free kick
bit of
finally.
international rugby for you.
Free kick finally for Whitgift, who will tap from that free kick and break away from their own 22. Lovely running to the line. Great offload in the wide channels, and Luca Holland, the try scorer, could have been away, but knocked on. A great exit, however, by Whitgift, who are all the way up to their 15.
Well, Whitgift, we've seen their improvement grow throughout this game, and they're doing well. They just need to find that extra gap and keep a hold of the ball, and they'll get themselves through.
One side I'm looking forward to see is Federacion Rugby Cumunidad Valencia, who are in action in the group, who had a rest in their first game, but they'll be in action at 12 o'clock against Seaford College before they're here on RE2 at 20-3 against Dulwich. That'll be a huge game in that group.
Well, that's the beauty of ROSSLYN Park. You play teams that not are usually in your fixture sector. Welsh teams all across the UK, as well as some international sides. Really is something to feast your eyes on. So stay tuned. I have some brilliant rugby here on RE2.
Berkhamsted have possession on halfway. They switched play with a number of players in support. That's a hint of a forward pass there. So some good line speed from Whitgift, and they'll have possession again. Now both these sides look so dangerous in attack as they ring in the changes onto the field for Whitgift.
All teams are in the under-18s A competition, have to bring 12 players. Some people use bench players, so these can't play in the games unless there is an injury. So 12 players. There's a lot of rotation to be made, a lot of choices to be made, and changes in that starting 7. So lots of work for the coaches and team captains to do.
Whitgift have lost their own scrum inside their own half. You can't make mistakes like that against teams like Berkhamsted, who could go flying away here to perhaps seal off this game. Despite all the best efforts of Tyler Stewart-Paisley in that wide channel, it was a wonderful finish, and Berkhamsted have perhaps put this opening group game to bed.
Wow, it's been absolutely incredible to watch. They've not let Whitgift have any of the ball outside of their own half. They've tortured that defence multiple times in this game, and they get their 4th of the game, 24-5. with the conversion awaiting.
And that's a great effort from the conversion as well. So 26-5, Berkhamsted lead. Turnover at the scrum, unable to retain possession of their own ball. A great fend. Powerful stuff from Berkhamsted. They deserve a try from all the pressure they've been piling on. Kick-off from Berkhamsted once more. Very contestable, claimed by Berkhamsted. They are so ruthless so far in this game. And now they just look to go wide. Testing Whitgift, ball up on the inside. Great leg drive in the contact. But a huge turnover from Dom Wade. And Whitgift have possession as they look to finish this game with a flurry and take something positive into their next group game.
Hands off blue, hands off blue.
Swung away by Hammond once more. Lovely little step from Will Van Pamplin, and he's offloaded it too.
No leave, what? No leave.
Penalty Whitgift. Great drive from Will Van Pamplin.
Although it's still going late into this game, even when the game's beyond them, still giving it their all. That's
Rocker.
what Whitgift is about.
Swung the ball inside. There's still plenty more rugby to play for. One loss doesn't mean your tournament's over. Not by the slightest, with so much rugby still left to be played.
Good.
Dug out by Fitzgerald. Back to the short side they go, but the pass is forward.
30 seconds to play.
And
Just blue.
some fatigue perhaps after a very long 14 minutes of rugby. Well, up next here on RE2, I'll be leaving for a while and we'll hand you over to another member of our competent commentary team. It's Dulwich College against Tonbridge. A huge game.
Back into the under-16s competition. That's really hotting up. We'll see more of that group stage and their pools going ahead. So looking forward to that one. Stay tuned. Dulwich College, Tonbridge, and then we'll go to Churches College and RGS Guildford. And then we'll be back to the under-18s Cup at 12 o'clock. Oaklands College versus Dulwich, and then the under-18 Cup game, Group E, Ipswich School taking on Woodhouse Grove.
Well, this Dulwich v Tonbridge game that's up next, both those sides undefeated. As Berkhamsted goes skipping away, a lovely last-ditch tackle from Whitgift.
See how he came off
Might call an end to the game here, and it will. Well, Whitgift have been defeated 26-5 by a very talented Berkhamsted school. And up next for you here on RE2, it's action from Cup Group E in the under-16 competition. The undefeated Dulwich College and Tonbridge, a repeat of a recent under-16 sevens final themselves. Huge game here on RE2, live with Next Gen 15 at the ROSSLYN Park National School Sevens.
Tonbridge.
good morning, and it's a real pleasure to be with you all wherever you're tuning in from for day 4 of the ROSSLYN Park National School Sevens competition. It's slightly muddy, slightly overcast, but no shortage of excitement and enjoyment here. The biggest schools competition in the world. Lots of excited spectators knowing they'll see perhaps a star of the future here on RE2, one of our show courts, or show pitches, I should say, today. Lucky enough to be joined by Angus Sinclair, one of the oracles of school rugby. What do you make of this game today?
Yeah, I'm very excited about this one. Dulwich College and Tonbridge, two of the biggest names historically in the world of schools rugby. So it's going to be fascinating to see how this one goes.
Dulwich in the blue and black, Tonbridge in their traditional red and white, and quite a scrappy start to this first half. And an early penalty for Dulwich. Tonbridge just holding on.
Yeah, Dulwich doing a good job there of making it into quite a physical contest for Tonbridge and getting the penalty off the back of it. Let's see if they try and ease away from that physicality in possession.
Strong handiwork from Dulwich. No shirt numbers today for either side. Bit of a commentator's nightmare, but we'll do the best to bring you to credit the fantastic play we see right in front of us today. Good bright start from Dulwich. Nice and patient with the ball.
Move white!
Dulwich have had a good start to the day, beat St Peter's from York 35-10 earlier in the day. Can they continue that winning run against Tonbridge, who, again, unbeaten? So expecting a real close contest. Ooh, slight handling error there from Dulwich, but it's gone backwards. And Dulwich will take full advantage. Got players on the outside. Oh, some dogged defence there from Tonbridge just to stop that Dulwich offensive move in its tracks. Nice low tackle there. But Dulwich have numbers, and they make the most of their early possession and the first points of this encounter. Brilliant try there from Dulwich.
Yeah, lovely score. Good patient build-up play. Worked it out to that far side, found a bit of space in the middle and got the pace and the skill just to spot the gap and fly through it. And that's a fantastic start from Dulwich College. Aggressive in defence to earn the penalty to get the possession, and then fantastic in it just to keep control of the ball, take it into contact a couple of times. But what they've done by doing so is just drawing in those Tonbridge players, and then it's simple handling. And well, that gap is big enough for even me to get through.
Some nimble footwork. And conversion successful, so 7 points to 0. 3 minutes into this first half. Real blustery conditions here. What impact will that have on the players?
Back off,
yeah,
white.
It's been quite interesting. Kickoffs are where it's going to be a real nightmare. First of all, in ensuring that the ball does actually go 10 when you're kicking into the wind. And then when you're kicking with the wind behind you, trying to just make sure that you don't overrun it and let the ball go dead. Free kick, obviously, if that happens. So the teams have got to be controlled.
And Dulwich take advantage of a handling error from Tonbridge, making good ground here. And could this be their second try of the match? Such composure on the ball. It's a strong tackle. Some real big hits today. One of the great things about Sevens, not just the physicality, but we see some great tackles as well. Speaking of which, another
first man.
Great one, and turnover from Tonbridge. Tonbridge trying to build something from within their own 22. Some very nice handiwork and attack down this near side wing. Has he offloaded it just in time? No. It's in touch.
It's really good defence that from Dulwich College.
Blue line out.
Allowing Tonbridge just to play with the ball and think that there might be a space on that outside edge, but Dulwich all the while knowing that they've got the cover, they've got the drift, they don't mind about territory in this game of sevens because you can change the territory in an instant, just allowing Tonbridge to work themselves into that space and then use the touchline as the extra defender. Fantastic defensive play.
Dulwich gain possession from the line out. Some really promising attacks down both wings and absolutely unstoppable. And it looks like this could be, well, I was going to say, looks like it could be the second try. Can they gather? Still somehow keep possession. And here we are, wing to wing, and this time it's successful, and he even gets it down under the post for the easier conversion.
Yeah, again, Dulwich just showing some real strong play right throughout this one. Very, very impressive.
One of the decorated names of rugby sevens, if you look through previous champions, previous runners-up. Always see Dulwich up there. Well, good indication of the conditions there. That should have been quite a straightforward conversion, blowing around.
They've done really well to stay in field there, and then we just watch. It's just simple hands, really. That big old looping pass. He does really well just to delay and delay, turn. As soon as you see that defender's shoulders turn, you know you can give that ball, and there's just no way the coverage can get across. Very good patience with the ball in hand there.
So we're in the dying embers of this first half. Difficult half for Tonbridge, but still a way back. Ooh, a real bruising collision knocked on in the process. And Tonbridge end this first half with a flourish. It's a brilliant run. And it makes it look so easy, and he'll just slowly meander. He's got time and space to put it down with comfort. And Tonbridge, well, surely the end of the first half, and a successful one for them.
Yeah, what a way to finish the half. It was looking like there could be a long way back, but just some searing pace down that right-hand touchline to finish off the half in absolute style. It was almost chaos off the kickoff, but 2 passes do it. First, just to get reordered, and second, just to release the gas man on the right-hand side. And, well, there was just nothing stopping him as soon as he got the ball in his hands. Crucial score that for Dulwich, for Tonbridge.
Angus, you've been lucky enough to be here over the course of the week. What's the kind of atmosphere as you walk around and see the many matches that are part of ROSSLYN Sevens?
Oh, it's just an incredible week. It's the greatest week on the school's rugby calendar. Dare I say it, on the entire school sports calendar. You know, there's 1,000 teams here over the course of the week, and every single one of them absolutely loving it. Yeah, we saw it right at the start of the week with under 14 girls. You know, the girls there that had never played rugby before, coming out and just enjoying it. That's what this is all about. And here, as we get through the older age groups, you know, we've got the under 18s cup going on today as well. You know, some serious rugby being played. You know, we've got England under 18 internationals on show. We've got plenty of academy players on show playing a really top end level of rugby. So we've got that whole range, and the atmosphere around it reflects that. It's just excitement and pure anticipation just to see what everyone can do and to enjoy themselves. You know, for the vast majority of teams, this is a pure enjoyment thing. Yeah, we've seen in some of the more unwieldy tournaments, you've got over 200 teams in the tournament, and by the end of the day, they're whittled down to just 28. Most people are here to enjoy the occasion, the experience, and to play a bit of sevens. And I'll tell you what, we've been seeing all of those things in abundance.
And that camera angle just shows the sheer scale of the setup here. Pitches as far as the eye can see, and brilliant week of high quality rugby and of potential England and elsewhere players of the future. We've got a few international teams here as well.
No, you pulled away.
And Tonbridge start their second half in the same way they finished the first, and this is a blistering run once again. Dulwich defence left for dead, and that's a brilliant score from Tonbridge. And After early domination from Dulwich, the gap is closing. And we've got a real competition on our hands here. One of the brilliant things about sevens, the pendulum can swing so quickly. Tonbridge from the back foot to very much the front foot, especially if they score this conversion, which they do. And we're all square early in the second half.
Yeah, what a turnaround from Tonbridge. Tries either side of the break and absolutely flying.
Truly built from within their own 22, and the blistering pace. Absolutely no chance of stopping that one. It's a free kick on the halfway line. Oh, real speed and guile from the Dulwich lad, and we talked about the pendulum swinging. Dulwich back in business. Straight through the middle of the pitch. They managed to break through that defensive line of red and white. 19-14. What a match this is shaping up to be. And then the kick. I believe that's Will Davies converting for the blue and black of Dulwich. And here's a replay of that fantastic score. Real pace. No chance of stopping that one.
The old finger wag after the try as well. He's happy with that one. You don't want to be celebrating too early, though, in these situations. You don't want to be celebrating too early.
We've seen a few end badly, but some stylish celebrations as well as stylish scores. That is Will Davis getting us back underway. All good hands, especially in these conditions. Tonbridge able to retain possession, although they are up against it in their own 22. Oh, fantastic patience, waiting for the tackle, evaded it. Now he's got the try line in his sights. We've got a foot race here.
Sprint off, isn't it?
A brilliant feat of athleticism. And right from his own 22, just absolute composure, shrugged off the incoming Dulwich tackle, and brilliant bit of pace to get the score. And once again, Tonbridge could be level here.
Oh, you don't see many of those, do you? A flat-out foot race, and I'll tell you what, neither player was giving an inch there in terms of distance and pace. Just look at this.
Especially at the end of towards the end of the match, legs are tiring, but brilliant athleticism.
Look at the running technique as well, fantastic. But just look at this, that is gas, gas, gas all the way. They're doing well not to let the lactic acid spread too far there.
Yeah, can be a busy old day of sevens, matches coming thick and fast, and need real fitness to compete.
Blue line out.
Especially the high quality of competition we've seen in this match. Some brilliant sevens on show. Looks like Will Davis get the ball back into play. Dulwich retain possession from their own line out. Well, they had numbers out there, but pass slightly wayward, and Dulwich under the cosh. No mercy there, real bruiser of a tackle, but
Playing the 9.
it was illegal, off his feet.
Playing the 9.
Playing the scrum half there, it's always so difficult to avoid sometimes, because you see the player there, and particularly in sevens context, the decision making as to whether that's someone entering the ruck or whether they're a scrum half is not always entirely obvious. Sometimes best just to be patient.
Looks like we have a foot race once again. Dulwich do have numbers out wide. They make the most of it, but this time defence catches up.
It's good sevens.
And we approach the last minute. It's 21-21, really is anyone's game. And Dulwich with a decisive run, that finger wag once again. And once again, we see Dulwich touching down, eating up a few seconds and securing a conversion right under the posts.
Yeah, that's very good, and it's very good sevens all round. Finishing off there, I mean, obviously the finish and the try, but eating those few seconds, knowing that they're about to go into the lead. I'm sure they'll take plenty of time over the conversion as well, just to eat away a few more. But also the composure. When tackled out wide there, they looked as though they could get counter-rucked, but the player on the deck just popping the ball backwards towards the scrum half, who then just moves the ball. It doesn't really matter where it goes because you know there's going to be space out there, and then it's just a bit of footwork, a bit of a fend, and then away to the try line, but all created by avoiding getting turned over on that far side, by just having that little bit of sevens intelligence to understand that you got to move the ball away from that contact when contact looks threatening.
Celebration again, might be a trademark of this week, who knows?
Can you get your restart right? That's what this game is all about now.
Yeah, we're surely into the red now, so these critical final phases. Tonbridge's last chance to even up the match. It's good hands. This little dummy. But the pass needs a bit of work to collect. And Tonbridge pinned back. Oh, and it's a penalty. That's surely the end of it. Just pinned down on the floor. Wasn't able to release in time, and Dulwich have the penalty, which surely they'll kick into touch. And they do.
They certainly do, and that's a just reward actually for, particularly as under-16s, avoiding the temptation there. That bouncing ball, so easy to just fly up and try and get on the ball, and you can create a bit of a dog leg and allow the opposition that chance to score. They were so good at just standing off, waiting, understanding that the defensive structure was more important than going for the ball, and then that allows them to just go for that turnover, get the penalty. And what a fantastic game of sevens, a brilliant victory for Dulwich College. But I'll tell you what, we've been treated to a game there.
It really did. It swung from one side to the other, but some fantastic athleticism, some great hits, and a really tense finale as well. Brilliant game here, ROSSLYN Park Sevens. It's Dulwich College 28, Tonbridge 21. Welcome back. Just had a fantastic match on the show court at RE2. Another mouth-watering one. Churches College against RGS Guildford. The match is coming thick and fast. No shortage of quality across the multiple pitches. Lots of stripes.
Played.
But Churches in the slightly more navy. And an early attack down one of the wings. I'm lucky enough to be joined by Will. You've just been around savouring the atmosphere. How's it shaping up?
Oh, it's special every single year. I was a bit worried about seeing the weather forecast, but as like last year, we brought some of the summer sunshine into spring. Very excited for ROSSLYN Park. Over the next couple of days, see the under-18s and under-16 competition come to a close and see some of the best in the country crowned.
Judging by the mud going around, there's been clearly a bit of rain this week, but conditions great today, great for sevens. And having just seen a fantastic match, really swung from end to end. Looking forward to seeing what this one has on offer.
Who won between Dulwich and Tonbridge?
It was Dulwich right at the last minute. Really good. It swung from end to end. Some really pacey wingers. It was some fantastic athleticism on show. And yeah, it was one of those. Could have been anybody's right up until the final exchanges. RGS Guildford, they've got men on the outside. That's a good tackle there. Got him low and looks like a turnover from Churches.
Good work in the breakdown there.
And what can Churches produce from within their own 22? That's a good hit. We've seen some great tackles today already.
Good work, thank you, Guildford.
I mean, with the growth of social media, a lot of these big shots and big trials will be on TikTok later on today. And I hope if they're listening back to this, they're enjoying rewatching their game. But if you're here live, hopefully you're enjoying some incredible rugby on display in the under-16s competition.
Oh, it's an early score. And RGS Guildford, the first points of this pool match.
Well, they've been knocking on the door, haven't they? RGS Guildford make sure they use their advantage with their attacking phase. And they get their conversion through the posts. 7-0 to start off this one. Early try within 3 minutes. Very good stuff from Guildford.
Brilliant start. No shirt numbers for Guildford. Slightly difficult for us commentators, but we'll try and credit the fantastic play the best we can. Really good offload. Really nimble hands and powers his way through Church's defence.
That's a point to make there. If you want to hear some of your favourite names, do message your schools, do get in contact with us, send us your team sheets. We want to give every single player the respect they deserve and the highlighting they deserve as well.
So what can Churches do there? Early deficit, but as we've seen, matches can go from end to end. Slight knock on there.
Advantage over for the knock on.
Advantage over, but they've got a real advantage in terms of possession here. That's a brilliant tackle, and question whether he was in touch or not, but the...
No lino, so that will be a bit of a debate in the half-time team talk.
There was a spectator putting his hand up, but I don't think that quite counts.
Which shirt is he wearing? That's the issue.
Exactly. Got to give a shout out to the refs. Been fantastic all week, and there's almost about 300 of them over the course of the week. So
they've got some nice treatment going on. They've got a little tent there, physio tent, got some massages and physiotherapy. So they are kept very well here at ROSSLYN Park.
Where's the commentator's massage tent? But anyway, we have another attack from Guildford. Oh, that's fantastic defensive work, but he's still going and he gets it down.
Held there, that was fine. Try scored.
It's try scored.
We didn't quite keep a hold of the player, so he's able to rumble on and get over the line. There's a little bit of miscommunication from Churches,
What have you dropped
but
for the kick? The rest
a
clear
brilliant
the area,
try from Guildford, and the referee still arguing his case. He is correct on that one. We will see the replay, but a big chance for this team to get another few points on the board. Conversion from a distance. We've seen some slot through. That one isn't good, but they have been good themselves.
Churches think there was a bit of kind of double movement here. To think he was pinned down. I guess we'll see on this replay here.
We will watch the replay. Needs to be full held contact during the tackle. That's brilliant
footwork
collision
there.
work, yeah. He's held him there, he's let go, and he's driving forward. So that is a try, that is completely legal.
Advantage was over.
The rucking over did not happen in the phase of play. Tried to get in just too late, and he's already up on his feet and going over the try line. Referee doing very well there.
Yeah, the TMO approves the referee's decision.
Well, we have the pleasure here on RE2 to get that sort of replay and confirm the beliefs, but across all the pitches, I think there might be a few debates to be had later on in the day.
Exactly, all part of the fun of these big tournaments.
Let's have some space, okay? Crouch.
We're here in the Ealing Trailfinders tent, so if you are here across the week, not across the next few days, do come and see Ealing Trailfinders. Some brilliant people here to tell you about career pathways within rugby. And some famous faces also for a few of you. We'll be entering the tent and we'll be delivering some co-coms for you.
Church has a chance to attack. I think it was a free kick given there. The tap for a scrum infringement, and Church is trying to make the most of it. Well, that's a slightly wayward pass, and it was forward. So it'll be another chance for RGS to extend their lead.
So is this your first ROSSLYN Park tournament you've been to?
It is.
How have you found it?
I was amazed by the absolute scale of it, arriving on the site this morning, not just because it took me ages to find where I needed to be, but yeah, just the sheer scale of it. I think I read it's the biggest schools competition in the world, and it's just pitches as far as you can see. It's fantastic.
Rugby everywhere, and the atmosphere is absolutely brilliant. There's a great point to make. Zach Zorab, one of the commentators yesterday, he made a very clear point in his Instagram story, seeing that there was no mess left. And no mess left from this Guildford side. They are cleaning up this Church's side.
Brilliant score there, right in the corner from Guildford. It really is a wonderful festival. Great atmosphere around. You've got players, coaches, parents. It brings together teams from far and wide. I think a few international teams here over the course of the week.
Yeah, we've got Sweden boys. We've got Valencia coming over from Spain as well. And we'll have a few other sides to feast your eyes on across the next couple of days. And that will be the half-time whistle.
Not quite Valencian weather here, but it'll be interesting to see. I think they're on this pitch later on, actually. It'll be interesting to see how they get on. Playing Dulwich, actually, who were fantastic earlier in the day.
And the Dulwich fans have got a lot of content here on RE2. They've got their under-16s and their first team, but we're in the here and now. And what a way for RGS Guildford to set the stone on this game. 19-0 up at half-time. Very impressed with that side.
What are you looking forward to over the course of today and the week?
Well, this under-18s competition is the highlight of the week here at ROSSLYN Park. We've seen some brilliant games happen already. We've seen last year's winners, Wellington, get turned over by Finborough, the new lads to the Saracens lads in their setup, so they're an interesting one to watch. We'll have Ipswich on in just a few moments. That will be after Oaklands and Dulwich, but there'll be some brilliant teams that you can feast your eyes on here across the next couple of hours, the hours in the day, and tomorrow, where the under-18s competition finishes, and we see more of the women's, the under-14s and the under-16s today comes to a close. So plenty of difference in rugby and opportunities for all. So very excited to see how it goes.
And what for you makes sevens such a special kind of form of the game?
You have to be on it for every single moment in that 14 minutes. No hiding in these games, especially when you're on the stream, because you can watch back your mistakes and it can be heartbreaking for some teams. But every single moment in these games, you need to be on it. You need to be concentrated. And this RGS Guildford side is showing us just how to do that.
Are you speaking from experience there, seeing your mistakes back on the stream?
Not a rugby player, me. We've got plenty of rugby knowledge. Made some mistakes in commentary in my time, that's for sure.
Try not to watch those back. That's a good take.
Guys, we'll stop for safety. Got a man down.
Good refereeing there. Looked like player took a bit of a knock, and just in these days of concussion protocols, good that the ref stopped the game nice and early.
Yeah, good stuff. Obviously, return to play. Brilliant at this sort of stuff. The referees will be well trained and coached, and all physios. We've got plenty of medics across the pitches today, so everyone will be catered for and cared after, so nothing will go missing. But
Looks like he's back on his feet, although I think he's just having a little breather on the side. Hope he's all right.
Yeah, his concussion check, and hopefully he'll be all good, because once that player's out for the day, they are out for the day. It can be heartbreaking for players. This is the pinnacle of schoolboy rugby for them. But as under 16s, they'll have more opportunities to come here. Some of those under 18s, when the concussion comes through, it can be heartbreaking.
Wait for the ball.
That was turnover at the scrum. Guildford looking so dominant in all areas, really, in the pack, and out here with some great attacking play. Oh, lovely fancy footwork. Oh, and he's brought into touch by the Church's number 8.
That's a huge shot from the Church's number 8. Brilliant cover tackle, but excellent work from RGS Guildford getting that ball out wide. Good accuracy in their hands, and they're moving the ball about like it's nothing. Church's, this is the moment where they need to get up the pitch and try and get themselves back into this one.
Church's retain possession deep in their own 22. We've seen how quickly defence can turn into attack, and brilliant run pursued by 2 or 3 Guildford players. He's held on to it.
Got back to your feet.
Too long, and it's a quick turnover.
10 advantage.
No room for a breather.
Not 10.
Not 10 metres, and they'll have another go, RGS Guildford.
Big platform for them now to work from. Great opportunity for them to get into the try line, which they're going to aim to do.
Real patience, just waiting for their opportunity, and here it is, right in the corner. And Guildford extend their lead once more.
Well, he drew the man in, knew there was space on the outside for their winger to get over. Put a 4 for this game, 24-0 as it stands. Conversion awaiting. Bit of a fire on this, but Guildford, ruthless, dominant. They've been absolutely excellent in this half.
Let's hope Church's can get a consolation, get some points on the board. But in the meantime, that conversion just short. And it remains 24-0. Another look at that try. Just real patience, waiting for that opportunity, and just that player out on the wing, able to get it down. Lovely offload there, and
excellent timing.
Knew he had the man on the outside, and great execution as well to get the ball in the corner.
Ball's not out, leave it.
Church's doing well, staying motivated, creating opportunities, and this could be the chance to get points on the board. And the first points of the match for Church's, and I'm sure neutrals watching at home will be pleased to see that, and wasting no time with the conversion. And in a kind of roundabout way, gets over the bar.
I don't know how that one worked. Our camera didn't capture it all, but what a way to get themselves back into the game. Is there enough time for them? I'm not sure, but what a way. Great grubber through from their number 6, and their number 5's there to in support to collect possession once again. Enough pace to get over, and lovely stuff from Church's, never giving up. And Guildford deep into their own half, trying to play out now.
And I guess in these group stages, even if you're behind, oh, knock on, was it deliberate knock on?
We'll see this. The referee might.
It's given us a penalty, I think. So
just a penalty. We've seen some referees be harsh today. A few yellows have been handed out already on RE2 in the under-16s competition. Had a game with 3 yellow cards for repeated offences, kicking the ball out.
Turnover's good.
Wow.
Penalty goes the other way, and Church's here. Great platform for them to work with.
And I guess in these group stages, even if you're behind on the scoreboard, every point counts in case there's a tie or...
Well, so many teams have gone out from points differences in the under-16 Colts. The under-14s have been a lot of sides when they're packed out groups. Something needs to separate them, and that is points difference. Every moment matters. So playing until that 14th minute, it does count, it does matter. So a lot of these teams will be relying on that later today in both competitions.
Slightly scrappy phase of play. Guildford really pinned back, and they've held on for it for too long, so great opportunity for Church's here.
You've taken the penalty here, here's your mark.
Referee quite harsh there, making sure it's taken from the right spot, but they do deliver it out wide, go back inside. Great platform to get a try, and they do.
Another try from Churches, and they keep closing that gap. After a first half where they're really up against it.
Well, this game is getting interesting, isn't it?
Just 10 points between the two sides. Still a decent amount of time left to play. We've seen bigger deficits be closed in shorter time, so really enticing end to this second half.
Have you done any people spotting? Have you seen any famous faces? I believe the rugby guys here. I'm not sure which professional rugby player we have today. I believe we've got Header for here at ROSSLYN Park a few years back, got a scholarship and got the opportunity to play for that side. So it really is about showing themselves, showing what they can do, and getting opportunities elsewhere, and also putting their name up in lights as well for the schools.
And I'm sure
tackler away, leave it now.
The live coverage we've got here gives a brilliant opportunity for people to reach a wider audience. And speaking of which, Churches going in for the line. He's trying to make possession. Did he get that down? The referee says yes. Church has closed the gap once again. I think he would have liked it a bit further in. The ease of conversion, but not quite able to do so.
Our clock may go red just before they have the chance to get another. Let's see what the referee says. It might be full time here. Don't know. But Churches have really made a game out of this, and they've made that deficit much smaller. Their points difference will be thankful. Conversion going in, not going to go over. And the referee may call for full time, or he might give another minute here.
Once we get the ball back.
I believe he is. So another chance for Churches to try and go over, or not.
Well, brilliant match. Churches never gave up. They were really up against it in that first half, but they kept closing and closing the gap.
Round of fixtures in the Cup Under-18 competition. On pitch 1, Cleveland College versus Valenciana. On pitch 2, Oaklands College versus Dulwich College. On RE3, Wellington College.
Thank you very much for joining us, wherever you're tuning in from. It's been a brilliant, brilliant day. ROSSLYN Park, sun's starting to come out, and some nice bright sevens on display as well. So we see Dulwich once again, been perennial on stream during this day 4. It's the under-18s Oakland College against Dulwich. We saw the under-16s earlier today here on RE2. They were successful in a brilliant, brilliant match, and can the 18s replicate that success?
Roll 2.
A lot of blue on display. Hopefully you can identify between the two teams, and that's just a knock on there. Oh, in fact, penalty for offside, and Oakland will have possession.
Yeah, again, we've got no team sheets for either of these sides, which is slightly frustrating, but we're going to play with what we've got. A few players that seem to recognise that could have an impact in this game. We've got the Oaklands being the ace college of Saracens, a few regulars in there. Dulwich have had a relatively mild season in their terms on the 15s pitch. Wonder if they can potentially try and rectify some of that form in the sevens format this morning.
And Dulwich build an attack from their own 22. Well, that's a slight handling error there, and it looks like it'll be a turnover, which it is. Chance for Oaklands to get some early points on the board.
Crucial moment here off set piece. You look at who Oakland have got at their disposal, and I can see that Oscar Wilson is actually pushing out really wide here for Oakland, so potentially going to try and use the pace of him, usually a burly sort of big ball carrying inside centre, but in sevens translating into more of a fast-paced winger.
A real tussle, and the ball emerges, and it's a turnover. Dulwich able to attack from their defensive line, and a handling error again. Quite a scrappy start to this first half.
Certainly has been. Dulwich just trying to get themselves comfortable in possession, and something that they've struggled with not only this game but in tournaments previous.
Not quite taken from the mark, so have to have another go. Will, you sound quite well acquainted with these sides. What are you expecting today?
Oh well, look, I think these are two teams that will be looking to fight really hard. They've got a difficult group, and nearly over the line here. Yes, they are.
Brilliant offload, and Oakland's able to get the score right under the sticks. Should be a nice, easy conversion. And the first points of this game go to Oaklands. Really quick offload off the ground. Can't hang on for it for too long in sevens, and made good use of their possession. Just finding a way through that Dulwich defensive line.
Yeah, it's a tricky group. This is Group B that we're watching at the moment. Obviously Dulwich, Oakland's participating as we see now, but Seaford College in there as well. Will fancy themselves in the sevens format. John Fisher School, as well as a bit more of an unknown quantity in the Spanish side, Valenciana. So certainly a mix in quality over the course of Group B.
A real foot race here, and Dulwich make it count. The two number 10s, one chasing down the other, and Dulwich waste no time. And surely restoring the equilibrium, 7 apiece. Some real pace and agility on show, and we'll see here how quickly defence turns into attack.
Yeah, it's just that little individual spark which has caused that there, and the pace to keep in possession and to evade the tackling. It's extremely well played by Dulwich, who, as you've mentioned, just cancel out that Oakland score and leave us back as we were.
Once again, you saw with the previous restart, just the conditions here, quite blustery. Nearly didn't make it 10 just because of the sheer force of the wind. Be quite tricky conditions. It's a bit of a scrap on the floor, but Dulwich emerge with possession, and they have players on the outside. They bring it infield and go for the other wing. Oh, well, it was a good steal, but illegally. Looks like offside called.
Just Oakland's getting a little bit too over-eager, and Dulwich, I think, will look to capitalise now with this penalty.
Nice handiwork. Dulwich just biding their time.
Tackle roll away.
Waiting for an opportunity to emerge. Oh. Slightly bruising tackle there, just spun him around by the shirt.
Get 10, get 10.
And it's a turnover. Oaklands now have the chance to restore their lead. Just 1 minute left of this first half. A really crucial passage of play. Oh, it's a brilliant tackle.
Backwards, blue.
Oakland's 15 had the try line in his sights. It's just hauled back by the Dulwich defence. Just knock forward in contact. And Oakland's with what will probably be the last
Know what you want.
passage of play of this first half. Can they make it count?
Crouch. Bind. Set.
Oakland's passing out to that far touchline. Trying to find a way through before the half-time whistle.
Great defence there from Dulwich, just slowing the ball down, meaning that Oaklands can't use that numbers advantage as they did have out wide. Now
And
they can.
Opportunity here for Oaklands. Oh, brilliant run. He tries to bring it infield for the easy conversion. That's a brilliant end to the first half for Oaklands.
Yeah, a real statement score just before the half. Mentally, that's a very draining score for Dulwich to concede, and Oaklands will head into the break with momentum and with a points advantage.
This will surely be the last moment of the first half. And the conversion's good, and it's a very good first half here. Two very evenly matched teams, and lots of great sevens on display.
Yeah, here it was just Dulwich did well initially to just hold up play, but just potentially overcommitting on that outside edge and caught defensively napping, and meant that Oaklands could just pick up the numbers really well, and will go into the second half with that slender lead.
After a very short breather, we're back with the second half. Brilliant first half, really still hard to call. Just as in the best sevens encounters, it swung one way to the other. And here are Oakland's under a bit of pressure in their own 22. Can they find the gap? And brilliant handiwork here with one hand in contact. Real skill to that.
That was great work there, 15, Oscar Wilson. On the few names and faces that I've been able to recognise from this Oakland side, but showing his skill and pizzazz, and managed to create this opportunity now for Oaklands.
And Oaklands have the chance to extend their lead. Makes it look so easy. Pursued by the Dulwich number 4, but that'll be another Oakland score, and perhaps at this point Oakland just looking too strong. Oh, slightly scuffed conversion there. He won't be happy looking back at that one, but still commanding lead from Oaklands, and Get another chance to look at that try. Some real agility and speed on pace on display this week. That was no exception.
Oakland really in the ascendancy now. 2 scores either side of half-time. Probably the best times to get some scores on the board. And now Dulwich have a 12-point deficit to try and recover.
Try to extend their lead, but a slight knock on. And it'll be a much-needed breather for Dulwich. Chance to regroup. Chance to think about how they can try and restore the equilibrium that they had earlier in the first half.
Crouch. Line. Set. Hold that push.
It's tidy handiwork and good defensive work just to bring him down. Oh, that was a bruising tackle. We've seen some great hits over the course of this week, and we're going back for an early infringement.
Dulwich now going to have to try and create something from their own half here. They've certainly been put on the back foot by Oaklands, but a score here, if they can create something, could provide us with a grandstand finish.
And a brilliant pass out, and number 11 will make good that opportunity. And you said they needed something a bit special, and some brilliant hands under pressure from Dulwich, and maybe we wrote Dulwich off too soon. Still at least 4 minutes left of this match, and just 5 points the deficit.
About 4 minutes.
Brilliant thing about this live coverage we're able to bring you, we can take a second look at those tries. Some really good hands just at the right moment.
It's good manipulation in the midfield. They didn't have many options available there, Dulwich, but just using that fake cut in behind, just stretching Oakland's defenders, and it ended up being quite fruitful.
Tackle.
Flat pass, and there's numbers on the outside. Number 15, who's been so quick and so nimble all match, and once again breaks through the Dulwich defence, and he will take his time in dotting that ball down. And Oakland surge ahead once more.
Yeah, arguably the star player of this Oakland side. Wilson just using his pace and ability in abundance there, and just that instant reply when Dulwich potentially thought that they might be getting themselves back into this game. The door slams shut back in their face from Oaklands. If they get the conversion here, they won't. It's a 10-point deficit. They'll need 2 scores to get themselves back into the mix inside the next 2 minutes. And all comes just in transition here. Dulwich pondering with the ball, and just that little bit of a inaccuracy. But this was the try from Dulwich to separate things. Oakland scoring straight off the bat means there's little difference now.
Good afternoon, the 12-20 round of fixtures here on
I gather you're an oracle of schools youth rugby knowledge. What are your kind of expectations for the day and the rest of the week?
It's a tough one to try and pick out. I mean, with the sheer amount and volume of sevens that these boys have to play, it's really difficult to potentially provide any form of sort of vision as to what may happen. A lot of boys missing out with international duty over the course of this week, which potentially evens up the playing field for teams like Oakland, who don't have any internationals represented. They could very well come out of this group quite strong and end up going into day 2 with some fine advantages. But I think it's certainly one of the tighter ROSSLYN parks that we've seen over the last few years.
Shows the quality of some of these sides, that members being picked for England and other countries as well. And so many international careers have started here at ROSSLYN Park. Really is the place to be for elite youth talent.
Bear in mind, no, despite having a game against Wales on Saturday, a few boys have actually still chosen to come play here. I know I've spotted Ben Redshaw of Sedbergh and Junior Kapoku of Finborough are also here with their schools. So there are a few here and there that are still looking to represent. That's how much this tournament means to these players.
The world's biggest school competition, and really is a fantastic one. Well, eventually, number 15 gets over the line. Perhaps talk of a double movement, but the referee saying it was part of the same movement.
I think either way, Oaklands are going to walk away with this. So it's just a matter of 5 points, which could very well be 7, which could very well take us into the end of this game.
And the kick, whoa. Nearly hit us, that one. It was nearly hit our commentary tent, but Oaklands, I think, just too strong over the course of this match. Real determination, real grit from Dulwich, and at one stage they were on level terms, but that number 15 has been really fantastic for Oaklands.
Oscar Wilson, yeah, he's created a strong partnership Saracens with Lance Kruger usually in the midfield so far this campaign for Prem Rugby, but showing his skills individually today.
Hands is fine, no hands.
Surely the last play of this really entertaining pool encounter. And can Dulwich end with some consolation points? Every point counts in the group stage, so every reason to really go at it. And what can Dulwich do? So going back for a Dulwich penalty.
On the 10, good now. Forward.
And the pass slightly wayward, it's been called as forward, and that surely is the end. Well, a brilliant match. Some really elite sevens on display. Despite a gutsy fight back from Dulwich, in the end, Oaklands College just too strong. Final score here at ROSSLYN Park Sevens, Oaklands 29, Dulwich 14.
Hello and welcome back to the ROSSLYN Park National School Sevens. My name is Will Stace. I'm joined alongside by Will Roberts. And we are ready for this one. Ipswich School taking on Woodhouse Grove in the second game of their group stage in the Under-18 Cup competition. Connor Holcroft is ready to get this one underway. Both sides well known in the 15 sector. Now strutting their stuff on the 7 stage. Will Roberts, what do you make of this fixture?
Yeah, it's a tough game. Ipswich have proved their worth over the past few years, especially when it comes to the game of 7s and 10s when they've been given the opportunity to do so. Woodhouse Grove, you'd argue the underdogs, but you look at that game from Sedbergh against Wellington that we saw a few moments ago in RE1. Anything can happen at ROSSLYN Park National School 7s, so that's the sort of beauty of it.
Well, Ipswich get an early penalty and look to go over straight away, and which they do. Well, it's only taken 25 seconds, but Ipswich School get their first of the game. And Rory Hollis will add the extras, and he does. Straight away pressure, kick goes long. Woodhouse Grove tested their number 11. Big shot in there. Van der Veen. And it was the Italian Tadaro who got them over the line. Experienced fullback in the 15s, and he's one of the best in their side for the 7s.
Number 10 offside.
Brilliant start for Ipswich.
Really has been, but Woodhouse Grove looking to reply ever so well.
Offload just didn't find its accuracy.
That's fine, that's fine, that's fine.
Woodhouse Grove with some competitive handling. Still on the ball now, looking to find a way through. Offload is good this time. Referee does say it's forward. Unlucky for Woodhouse Grove.
The conditions just picking up slightly, which means that some of those passes that may be deemed to be flat in normal circumstances are in fact just helped by the breeze and end up going forward. There's a lot of wind going on. I mean, we feel as though the house is about to blow down in a second.
Fine.
Scrum down here.
Thank you.
Ipswich School with the input. Go the other way. Go the blind side. Grubber through. Woodhouse Grove are there ahead of Ipswich. Held by his feet, couldn't get away. Now going through the hands, going through each man. The referee will bring it back for an early penalty.
Offside, Ipswich just slightly too over-eager, and it's cost them here. Woodhouse Grove are looking excellent on that first phase, but just failing to keep possession in places.
For a lot of these teams, the big difference is those small mistakes in these games. Those little handling errors can massively change the way today will go for all of these teams. Ipswich, they do have sights set on hopefully lifting the under-18s cup competition. How far do you think they can go?
Well, they were successful in their first game on RE3, beating Hurstpur Point College 33-12. Woodhouse Grove were also coming off the back of a defeat against Trinity, which is another side that will certainly look to cause trouble. But I think with Sweden boys being the unknown entity as well in this group, Ipswich have a very strong chance of definitely qualifying for day 2, especially with skills like that from the likes of Rory Hollis.
Rory Hollis goes through to get the second of the game. And he looks to go from a different angle. Not quite accurate with the conversion, but what a way for Ipswich to get their second try of the game. Holcroft in here, support with the Italian Tadaro.
Just real good examples of keeping the ball alive and well, and just buying time and possession, and a little dummy there from Hollis. Woodhouse Grove defenders just overshotting Ipswich back on the score sheet.
I told you, stay on side, please.
Referee mean with where the kickoff was taken.
I don't think we've seen that yet today, have we? I think it was about the fact that the Ipswich players were in front of the kicker when the ball was kicked. Not necessarily something that always gets refereed, so good to see that law being implemented.
Woodhouse Grove, only the second time in the game, getting into the Ipswich half. It's not gone their way. Still handling, not releasing, and Ipswich will be given 10 as well. That'll be Tadaro to get this one back underway. Looks for the grubber all the way through. Woodhouse Grove jump over it.
Release, boss. I need a clear release. And the clear release.
No clear release in the tackle from Ipswich means Woodhouse Grove have another opportunity to build a play of attack.
That's fine.
Oh, stolen by Ipswich. Fine, says the referee. Ollie Saddleton, brilliant work in there. Physical, evades all of the Woodhouse Grove side.
Strong work from Saddleton. Don't be deceived by the number on his back. Usually inside centre, partnering up with Harry Simpson for both Ipswich and Northampton Saints this season alike, and showing his power and strength there to bust through the middle. Ipswich taking full command and control of this game. I can't see any other outcome really now other than an Ipswich win. 17 points on the board with a few seconds left of this first half.
Bit of special play, no tackle really landing. Never brought him down to the ground. And it was easy for Simpson, Saddleton to run away with that one. Well, they are without Simpson. He's out with injury. He's on the bench as waiting to get that injury callback. So he won't be in action for Ipswich today. So that means Victor Tocker, number 15, takes his place. Fortunately, we don't have a Woodhouse Grove team sheet for you today, but they do have some time and space on the ball, trying to evade. Number 2 running hard.
Tackle!
Tackle finally made from Ipswich. And Woodgrove looked to get it in, ball to hands, space and time out wide. Looks to go himself, the number 14, still going. And what a try that is. Well, you think they're down and out, but with 10 seconds left of this half, Woodhouse Grove get one on the score sheet.
Good movement of ball there from Woodhouse Grove, going width to width, which can usually unlock defences really well in this format of the game, and does so just then.
And they will look to add the extras here to make it 19-7. And which they do. Good work from them, and that will be the half. Ipswich School dominant, ruthless as always, but Woodhouse Grove showing what they can do in the final moments of that first half. We'll end this half with Ipswich 19, Woodhouse Grove 7. Well, we are back underway for this one. Ipswich School, ball in hand. Woodhouse Grove took the restart.
Tackle! Release!
Bruce Bolton taking that one in.
Coming from side.
Dodaro looks to get it out wide. Nisbet Hadaway. Prop for Northampton Saints and Ipswich, now making his way into the 7th side. But time and space for Ipswich to work with. Rory Hollis once again looking towards the line. And it'll be Nisbet Hadaway who offloads it towards Holcroft, trying to go over the line, and he does. The 4th try of the game comes in the form of Connor Holcroft. ever so pacey, but he managed to hold up some brilliant defensive work. But they weren't strong enough to hold out Holcroft. What a way to start the second half for Ipswich.
Good kick.
It all came through here. Will Lamprell into Hollis. Hollis gave it to Nisbet Hadaway. It was then Holcroft held off and went over.
Tackle! Roll away, please. Downside, Black. Downside. Thank you.
Woodhouse Grove. Offload is almost good, not goes accurate, but still collected. Another offload, and they will be through underneath the posts. Well, Woodhouse Grove, stuff to say about them. A lot of heart in that team. And they are up against it, but 4 tries to 2 now. Conversion is good.
12:40 is a return to the
It's number 10 who offloaded outside to the winger. Brilliant pacey moves, trying to beat Saddleton.
Pitch 1, Brighton College versus Woodhouse Grove. Pitch 2, Queen Elizabeth Grammar Wakefield versus Royal Grammar School High Wycombe.
Brilliant work from these sides, creating a very, very good game here.
RE3, Wellington College versus Ellesmere College. RE4, Harrow versus King's College Taunton. RE5, Caterham
Woodhouse Grove will look to get this one underway.
Weybridge.
Waiting the referee to come back on field. Short stop in play here.
RE6, St Peter's York versus Tonbridge. And RE7, Dulwich versus Harrogate.
Some treatment being received on field.
Yeah, it's always a difficult to see player going off like that. It's not a pretty sight. We wish him all the best, of course, and hope that it's not too serious.
Well, back underway now. More rugby to be watched. Ipswich, ball in hand.
Watch your tackle, please. One touch, one tackle.
Nisbet Hadaway. Hollis. Saddleton. Still going, striving forwards. Lamprell managed to give it to Hollis and Nisbet Hadaway. Now, through going.
Release, roll away. You must release.
Penalty goes the way of Ipswich.
You guys offside, you're all offside.
All offside, calls the referee. Excellent work once again from Ipswich, and it'll be Bruce Bolton who will get their 5th try of the game. Bolton applies more pressure on Woodhouse Grove. What a try that is from Ipswich.
Really good movement there from Ipswich again, just utilising that penalty to their advantage, taking the quick tap, which means that Woodhouse Grove are always on the back foot, and another bit of capitalisation from Ipswich, who are looking increasingly strong. I mean, a 31-14 game is rare to see in sevens, especially at ROSSLYN Park National School Sevens for that matter. And I've just looked up the next game at 3 o'clock.
We've still got a few minutes to go in this one as well.
Obviously, of course, but Trinity on RE3. Frustratingly, not one that we're able to bring you. But, I mean, you look at that game and I think you'd be licking your lips as to seeing who might prevail out of that one.
Yeah, some very big games coming up here on RE2 as well as RE1 stream, live on England Rugby and ROSSLYN Park. Get involved, join the stream, let us know where you're watching from. We want to hear from you. But Woodhouse Grove They're never going to stop, are they? Their number 14 goes towards the try line. Great offload inside and managed to get another try on the board. I mean, they just aren't giving up. Points difference can be huge, and for a side like Woodhouse Grove, they will be competitive in this group. And if it goes well for them, they might have a chance to get through second. But Ipswich, they look in the driving seat. Woodhouse Grove, they're not letting go from the restart. Great work from their number 5 and a brilliant offload. Some pacey moves. It's Woodhouse Grove through for their third.
Can you guys bring him out so we can continue the game? Yeah, time off. Score.
Another slight break in play here. Gives me a chance to ask you, Will Roberts. Obviously, the Under-18s Cup competition is one of the highlights of this tournament. What's your early prediction this year?
Well, that is a nightmare question. Well, I think you'd ask that question and probably come up with a name like Millfield, who obviously did extremely well last year. Wellington, but they lost to Finborough in their first game, and it just shows you cannot predict this sort of occasion. I think we may see a few dark horses. I am of great opinion, and I think that Ipswich will certainly be one of them. So it'll be interesting to see as we head into day 2, which is obviously the more important day, and to figure out who will be taking the crown. I've dodged that quite nicely, I think.
Yeah, that's one way to avoid it. I'm going to go for Sedbergh. That'll be my prediction. And I'll be screen recording this.
Yeah.
And hopefully I'm proved correct. But there's so many great sides on offer.
Just say loads of schools now, and then we'll cut it up and edit it, and you get the right one.
Well, we can make the difference in that, but this game is not changing. Ipswich still dominant. Woodhouse Grove trying everything, not releasing.
You must release.
Ipswich in the tackle. And Woodhouse Grove, an opportunity to get a forfeit. Our clock has now gone red, so this might be the last chance to get something from the game. But it's not been clean and easy from Ipswich.
No, it hasn't. Woodhouse Grove have provided some issues in places. We'll have a scrum. It will be last play. Ipswich, though, proved dominant where they need to be, really clinical, I'd say, as well. Not a lot of phase play. It's usually been once they've got past the halfway line into the 22, it's they're scoring. So that's a sign of a team that's extremely well drilled and affluent in terms of attack.
Coach, bind.
A good win versus Hurstbeer Points, and in their last play now, hopefully a good win for Ipswich School in their second game of the group. Woodhouse Grove still have ball in hand. This final play still going, and they have time and space out wide. Doesn't choose to use the width available. Goes back inside.
That's fine, that's fine.
Woodhouse Grove now still going through the phases, aiming to reduce that point deficit, which could be important later on today. An orthodox pass to get it out wide, and kicked out well by Ipswich. And that's going to be the end of this one. Ipswich School, one of the favourites for the Under-18s Cup competition, proved their worth on the RE2 stage. Woodhouse Grove didn't make it easy. They have got something to say about their rugby in this sevens competition. But Ipswich, once again, ruthless, dominant, and they finish this one up. Ipswich School 31, Woodhouse Grove 19.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another wonderful game here at the National School Sevens here at ROSSLYN Park. We return to the under-16 boys competition, the second phase of the cup round. It's Quegs Wakefield up against RGS High Wycombe, and these groups are shaping up to be rather interesting. This, of course, is the third round of fixtures in these 4-team pools. And Quegs Wakefield are certainly still in their pool. You must top these groups to head through to the cup round. So Brighton College are currently undefeated. They go into their last game against Woodhouse Grove School, who are on 3 points. Quegs Wakefield on 3 points, behind only on points difference, against this RGS High Wycombe side, who are yet to record a win here. So a big win for Quegs Wakefield, with results going their way elsewhere, could propel them into first place, or they will take second place with a win here if Brighton College can see off Woodhouse Grove School. That's what's on the line here at this under-16 cup competition. Dan is alongside me. You've watched plenty of rugby already today. How are you finding the ROSSLYN Park School Sevens?
I'm having a great time. It's actually my first ever time here, and I was just blown away by the sheer scale of it, the festival atmosphere, the sheer number of pitches, the sheer number of fantastic games. But no, had a fantastic day here on RE2. Really enjoyed both my games involving Dulwich. Some really great sevens on display, and yeah, it's lots of games ahead. Excited to see what's in store.
Yeah, I've had a wander around RE, which is the area you can see on your screens in the background there. I was chatting to Ollie Slim, the club manager of Bristol University Rugby Club, who's here to support his son playing for Clifton. But also just here to chat about university rugby, as our E-League and Trailfinders are sponsors on stream today, which is where we're based. High Wycombe will get us underway. Quegs taking off the kickoff, of course, in need of a big win here to ensure that they can progress through to the latter stage of the cup, but not the perfect start for Quegs Wakefield.
No, got it all to play for today. My first time encountering both these sides, so looking forward. Let's hope for an evenly matched affair. Some big hits, some great runs.
Quegs Wakefield certainly bring a level of physicality to the game. RGS High Wycombe, no wins so far today. They did absolutely well yesterday to get through to this stage, of course, but that powerful counter scrum. Offside, however, is the call as the 9 came running around the corner, and now High Wycombe have a great opportunity. There's a 3-on-1 on the short side. Good 2-player tackle by Quegs Wakefield. High Wycombe take contact again. Wakefield are over the ball. Huge turnover.
Looks like Quegs' match today. They've both lost 17-12 and won 17-12, so interesting scoreline for them.
That's true. They saw off Woodhouse Grove but fell to Brighton College. Woodhouse Grove beat RGS High Wycombe 21-10 as this clearance from Wakefield has put High Wycombe under loads of pressure, and Hunter goes after the ball but is unsuccessful. Good little shove on from Quegs. Cleared away now. And just touched on from High Wycombe, but given as a knock-on in the end.
It's unfortunate. Imaginative footwork from High Wycombe, but just wasn't quite able to handle it cleanly.
A really interesting option from the penalty, just to boot it as far down the field as you can. But see, they've gained great progression from that attacking play. Now they have a lovely option, a scrum here just inside the High Wycombe half. As we said, the rugby doesn't stop. After this, we have more under-16 action. That's a big game between Epsom College and King Edwards of Bath. Turnover at scrum time, but it's come loose, and Quegs will come away with it. Lovely, fancy footwork. All the way out to Evans. Evans back against the grain. Great stepping from Evans to find Hunter. Hunter beats 1. Hunter skips away from 2. Quegs Wakefield could score here. Lovely finish.
It was beautiful footwork and handiwork from Hunter. Just such confidence with the ball. He evaded several tackles, and yeah, combination of pace and agility. Really very impressive.
Quegs Wakefield draw first blood in this their first game on RE2 today. Lovely footwork, patient play from Wakefield. Then Evans put the hammer down, really brought the intensity. A lovely offload. skips away from 2. Great score from Quegs Wakefield. And they are slightly in the hands of Brighton and Woodhouse Grove in this game. They would need a surprising Woodhouse Grove victory by a narrow margin to then overtake them on points difference. It's a big ask, but ROSSLYN Park is a big ask for any team.
Back work, play on.
High Wycombe under plenty of pressure. Lovely turn to break the first tackle. And a good offload too. Another lovely offload through the contact, and High Wycombe finds some space in behind the defence. Turnover from Story. Great work from Quegs Wakefield, and once again they go to the boot. Should be gathered cleanly by High Wycombe, and is. There was a shove on a High Wycombe player off the ball there. Chester goes over it, but he's off his feet. Well, that was a shove off the ball there that was quite interesting to see. A little show and go from High Wycombe, but yeah, really interesting that the referees let that run. Great offload in the contact.
No touch judges here, just us and TMO in the booth, but went undetected.
I'm sure they'll call on us one day. That's a lovely tackle from Mountain to cause that spillage.
It's been interesting for me just seeing how the conditions really affect play. It was quite blustery earlier today and had some real handling errors and tricky kicks, but sun maybe starting to come out a bit now.
It was a beautiful day as I was wandering around RE2, chasing those team sheets. If you are playing on RE2 later and you're at ROSSLYN Park and you'd like us to have your names to hand, then do come and find us in the Ealing Trail Finders tent. Very kind of them to put us up. And yeah, safe from the wind in here. As Hunter will feed this scrum, the try scorer for Quegs Wakefield. It's a competitive scrum in there that High Wycombe may have turned over. That's great work from the set piece. And now they'll play with ball in hand, breaking into the Quegs Wakefield half. Lovely work to shift off the first tackler. There's a real fight in this High Wycombe side. Great footwork.
Play on.
And now they may have numbers up on this right-hand side. But High Wycombe put the hammer down themselves. Quegs Wakefield put in a big tackle there. Great work from Story. That's another turnover from the number 2.
Brilliant defensive work. Real bruising tackle and led to High Wycombe losing possession.
They haven't really used that big 4-player overlap they had on the right-hand side. That's a shame. That was a good attacking set from High Wycombe. Currently sit on 0 points in this pool from 2 losses. Such is the state of rugby, the ROSSLYN Park Sevens, is you can go undefeated in your first day and then get piled into a group like this, which is so talented. Very physical Quegs Wakefield side. Woodhouse Grove always brings some talented sides to this school and this tournament. And Brighton College, of course, who have a little have to overcome Woodhouse Grove School over on RE1 to progress as top of this group. Scrum time there, the ball comes out High Wycombe's way. Could be a bit of space on the overlap there. Big fend to see off the defender, a lovely score. And RGS High Wycombe are spoiling Quegs Wakefield's potential cup comeback with a lovely finish.
Oh, really brilliant finishing. They needed something special right before the break. And brilliant to see High Wycombe getting some points on the board.
Yeah.
Well, plenty of time for them to add the extras. As we are on half-time. Just short from the conversion attempt, so we'll go in at half-time with a scoreline of 7-5 in favour of Quegs Wakefield, who are looking to register their second win and perhaps overtake Woodhouse Grove to take second place in this group. And this is a really great finish. They had a support player outside, but did well to shrug off Evans and go alone. Half-time here on RE2 at the ROSSLYN Park National School Sevens. Currently Quegs Wakefield lead RGS High Wycombe by a scoreline of 7-5. We'll be back very shortly for the second half here in the Under-16 Cup competition. Well, we're back here for the second half of this under-16s cup competition. RGS High Wycombe against Quegs Wakefield. RGS High Wycombe trail by 2 following that score on the break, but they might have the momentum coming into this second half. Great running in between the defence and just unfortunately spilled at the last there. Promising start for High Wycombe.
Yeah, that was a real shame. Really lively, promising forward run from High Wycombe, but just spilled it forward, and chance for Wakefield to perhaps extend their lead.
Well, this under-16 cup competition is looking really bright. We won't see any of the plate action, but we do have the plate final here on RE2 at 5 o'clock. That's the final game of the day. The plate is happening in the same format as the cup in these groups, but we'll have that later on, I believe. But for now, RGS High Wycombe are fighting their way back into this game well against Quegs Wakefield, who, following their early morning defeat to Brighton College, are desperate for a win here. Turnover the scrum, and it'll be High Wycombe who come away with it once more. Turnover the breakdown, however, very important work, but not releasing is the call from the referee, so High Wycombe will play with it once more. Back down the short side they go. Lovely out the back offload to keep the ball alive. Lifted off the floor this time. Simple hands. And now they look to attack a sea of yellow. High tackle. So Quegs Wakefield discipline is really letting them down, and High Wycombe have numbers up on this right-hand side. That's another penalty.
Slight ill discipline here from Wakefield, giving High Wycombe lots of opportunities.
And once again, they go to the short side, 2-on-1. That could be a card here. That's a really dangerous bit of play, and it will be a card. And it's the try scorer, Hunter, who will see the bin. That's just a repeat of offensive, really, and High Wycombe will tap and go with the man advantage. Just slap, big physical contact there between High Wycombe and Quegs Wakefield. Little show and go, great finish right under the post. Well, it was Quegs Wakefield discipline that just marched them back, and High Wycombe were always going to score if they were afforded so many opportunities.
Yeah, High Wycombe making good use of their one-man advantage. It's always a risky move when you try and grab it with one hand. If it doesn't come off, you're heading for the bin, and High Wycombe making good use of their extra man.
Simple enough, really, in the end. They know they have the numbers out wide, so the defence was stretched thin. And a good finish in the end. Just a huge fend there. The draw in the defenders. Little show and go through 2 players. A great finish.
Really nice little feint there. Thought they were heading for the outside, but able to get that ball down fairly near to the sticks and managed to get the conversion as well.
So RGS High Wycombe have taken the lead, and they could be on for their first win of the tournament here. It's been nudged through as well by High Wycombe. From the kickoff, it was spilled and it's come back RGS's way, but just spat out of the breakdown, and now Quegs Wakefield look to break. Really messy in there. I think the knock-on that the referee will be giving came from a RGS High Wycombe hand. Scrappy at this, as we come to the closing stages of a game that both players must be incredibly fatigued in, having played so much rugby over the 2 days.
Definitely, it hasn't quite been one of the high-scoring encounters that we've seen on this pitch today, but no less interesting. Like scrappy, determined, and 2 fairly evenly matched sides.
Well, High Wycombe have put in a great performance. They did well in their first game against Woodhouse Grove, but 3 tries to 2, they lost that encounter. And now Wakefield have an opportunity to break away and perhaps find an equaliser or a winner. 7-12, they trail. Excellent turnover at the base, and lovely hands from High Wycombe as they counter. They're inside the Quegs Wakefield 22. They have a number up on the right-hand side, perhaps. Lovely covering tackle by Quegs. Pick from the base. Big physical carry. Great leg drive. And RGS High Wycombe have scored.
That was incredible strength. Thought for all my money he was going to be held up, but powered his way over the line. Really good offensive play, and now Wakefield back to full strength, but High Wycombe certainly made the most of that 2 minutes.
Well, the game may now be on Quegs Wakefield, who have just 2 minutes to go here. And it's a great effort from the conversion. So the extras added as well. That's very difficult for Wakefield to take. They now need 2 scores, one of which converted, just to level the game. And it's a great turnover from the breakdown, but you can't be giving turnover ball away in your own 22 and expect not to concede. In this fashion, however, will be particularly pleasing for High Wycombe, especially that player there with a huge physical run.
Great physical battle, shrugged off 2 players in short succession.
Great effort by Zada, but just not enough for Quegs Wakefield. RGS High Wycombe will get us underway. Just over a minute to go here. And they're desperate for a score. Here's Hunter back on the field for Quegs. Flung wide once more. Good line speed from High Wycombe, and they affect the turnover, and that certainly is game over, as RGS High Wycombe will come away here not 10. So Quegs' discipline, as we saw in the beginning of this second half, is costing them here. Just backwards from there, so High Wycombe will continue to play. Lovely tackle there from Evans. But RGS High Wycombe is still playing with possession, not releasing. So let's see if Quegs Wakefield can finish this game with a flurry. They want to take something positive into what could well be their final game here at ROSSLYN Park. Patient play inside their 22. And now they look to go wide, and Evans shrugs off the defender, but great covering tackle. Offloaded off the floor. That's a hint of a high tackle there on Mountain, and it is given as a high tackle, so Mountain will get us underway from the tap penalty. Back to the short side. Go Wakefield. Evans takes on the defender and beats them, and now Mountain shrugs off another man. Mountain, from a standing start here, is looking to go the full length, gets another handoff in. Tackled by the last defender and just turned over from High Wycombe, who will clear their lines. And they found plenty of green grass to run into, and it's a foot race here that will be won by Evans with lots of tired legs, and Evans says no more. A huge win for RGS High Wycombe, who have recovered what's been a very tough morning for them from their 2 losses from the first 2 games. Quegs Wakefield couldn't keep their hopes of Cup rugby alive, as depending on results elsewhere, Woodhouse Grove School or Brighton College will top this group. A deserved win for RGS High Wycombe. Well, don't go anywhere here on RE2, as we've got more action from the under-16 competition next. Action from Cup Group G, as Epsom College, currently level on points at the top of this group, face King Edward's Bath, still looking for their first win of the competition here on day 2. Well, good afternoon, ladies, gentlemen, everybody else. It's a beautiful afternoon here at the ROSSLYN Park National School Sevens. The sun is out, and what a wonderful picture that is on your screens. Just endless, endless Sevens rugby. And it doesn't stop here, live with Next Gen. here on RE2. A huge game, Epsom College versus King Edward's Bath. Now let me tell you about this group. Epsom College will kick us off in the black and white to the red and white of King Edward's School Bath. Claimed off the kick-off well by King Edward's, who are looking to attack right from first phase. They've injected some pace into the line.
Release blue.
Really aggressive carrying from Arendt. Lovely footwork. And Dermot just frees up the hands there, and away goes Frankie Foster up to halfway. This is a lovely start for King Edward's Bath. Hitting the line well.
Backwards.
That offload's just gone loose, but only backwards. Back into the man's who threw it eventually there. Freddie Seston Moore, lovely footwork. Seston Moore could be away here. The offload's inside, well gathered by Dermot. And just tackled at the last and then intercepted by Luke Lawson-Smith coming back for Epsom. What a breathless start to this game. Huge tackle there coming in on Epsom. Once more, penalty for not rolling, and Epsom won't waste any time here. Well, that was a great attacking set from King Edward's School Bath. No offside line as no ruck was formed, and now Epsom can break here on this short side. Away they go. This is great running from Noah Murray. Murray's being haired after by Baker, but Murray will beat him. And finally, we can all take a breath here on RE2 as Epsom lead. Well, again, a really excellent group we have here. Eton, Epsom, Bedford and King Edward's Bath, a stacked cup group in Cup G. Eton College started their morning with a win over King Edward's Bath, while Epsom drew with Bedford. Epsom then went on to beat Eton College 24-21. An incredible game that has meant Epsom and Bedford now share top spot going into the last game. Now, every team from this group other than King Edward's Bath can still top it. Epsom and Bedford both on 4 points. If Epsom win here, then they will go to the top of the group. They currently trail on points difference by just 4 to Bedford School. So if you're confused back home, don't worry, it's very complicated here in Cup Group G. The point is, if Epsom College win and Eton College beat Bedford, then Epsom College go through top with 7 points. If Bedford School can get a result on RE1 against Eton, Epsom must beat this talented King Edward's Bath side by a really big scoreline to overturn that points difference. But it's King Edward's School Bath in possession, battling inside their own 22.
Tackle, release.
Luke Lawson-Smith's just wrapping up his opposite man. Great counter ruck as well. But King Edward's School come away with it with Comer, Murray. Great work from Al Jawabra, but a forward pass from Ali Al Jawabra. Unlucky there because battered his way through the contact excellently well. Scrum then for Epsom, who are looking to extend their 5-point advantage. They need a win here, and they need Bedford to lose on RE1 to see them definitely go top. But a huge win here against King Edward's School Bath is what their mind is on at the moment. Picked at the base of the scrum excellently well. Garfield can go darting into the corner, and Garfield will score. Great chase from Cade Comer, but Arthur Garfield has doubled Epsom's advantage 3 minutes into this game. Ollie War will look to add the extras, but a lovely finish by Garfield. I'm glad he wasn't here on Monday. Enjoying Thursday much better. Day 2 of the Under-16 Cup competition. A simple enough score in the end. It was a good solid scrum from Epsom. And Garfield just spotted the space away from Noah Murray. Great chase from Comer, but not enough. And from the kickoff, Epsom have won it back in that wide channel, and they'll go darting to the short side once more. Epsom could go all the way here. It's Templey. and it's scored. And in the blink of an eye, Epsom have another. Well, we'll have to have another look at that kickoff. It did excellently well to claim it back. And then it just took one phase for Ben Templey to go screaming in for another.
Move away from the kick, guys.
Garfield will have the extras this time. Cleanly enough through the stick, 17-0 Epsom lead. This is exactly the result they needed. So it's a great kickoff from Garfield. Excellently well claimed in the wide channels. Templey spotted the gap down the short side, went darting over for a huge score. Epsom College are well on their way for exactly the result they need.
Ready now? Okay, time on.
Kickoff once again, very contestable from Epsom, but it's been backwards off red is the call, so King Edward's School Bath will play away from here. They've got a man over on the outside channel. Freddie Seston Moore takes contact. Good counter drive from Epsom. Counter ruck is fine, so Garfield comes away from it, and it's all Epsom right now. Barker, excellent tackle to disrupt, and that's high. So King Edward School Bath have another attacking set, another opportunity to get the game back on here on RE2. It's a lovely nudge through from the number 8, Henry Dermont.
Okay, touched. Thank you.
And now it will be Epsom ball from the line out.
No, it's been touched.
Great field progression.
This is your mark, Red.
From
come closer, please, Hooker. Thank you. Yes, you're fine.
Well, news for you over on pitch 1. Eton are currently leading against Bedford, so Epsom are on track to top the group here. Big news for them in the cup competition. That's a high tackle, is it, on the Epsom player, but away comes Flynn Roberts with a lovely offload. War, Garfield, Roberts gets the ball away to Garfield. Lovely play on the short side here. Garfield takes it to the line himself. High tackle penalty given.
Keep going, Red!
And Roberts will take it to the line and test them. He's won that penalty advantage. Little show and go from War. Garfield back to the short side. Roberts will take him on. Simple enough for War. Miss pass. Great line speed. But great evasion from Templey. Outside of the boot. What a lovely kick that is. And away comes Baker. Great offload to keep the ball alive. Lawson Smith draws in 2 men. Quinton cuts back and beats one. Quinton up to the 5 metre. Epsom can smell blood now. Great attacking set from then. Templey beats 2. Ingham turned it over amazingly well. A lifeline for Kes Bath, deep inside their own 5 metre. Excellent footwork. And away go Kes Bath now, steaming away towards the line. Will anyone catch Will Arendt? Or it's Henry Dermont even who's done all the hard work. Dermont deserves all the credit. And Kes Bath are on the score sheet right on half-time. A great effort, an individual effort, all the way from his 5 metre. That is the true definition of coast to coast here on RE2, live with Next Gen. On day 2 of the Under-16 Cup, day 4 of ROSSLYN Park. A beautiful day it is. Lovely score. It's a little show and go from the breakdown. Flew all the way, did well to see off the trailing Roberts. And at half-time here on RE2, in this Group G encounter in the Cup between Epsom and King Edward's Bath, Epsom College are doing all they need to do. 17-7 they currently lead, while Eton College retain their 1-try advantage on RE1. So at the moment, as things stands, Epsom College will top this group, but they've got work to do still in this second half if they want to see off King Edward's School's Bath, clearly with plenty of fight left in them. We'll be back very shortly for the second half.
Good afternoon. This is a call for referee Charles Bromley Gardner. You have a results slip, please, that we require in RE control. That's Charles Bromley Gardner, referee, please. We need your results slip as a matter of urgency.
And away we go for the second half here in this crucial cup encounter. A free kick will be given, I believe, for offside from the kickoff. So the perfect start for Epsom. Garfield will get us underway. Will Letert. Well, turnover there for King Edward School Bath. Great work defensively, and they'll take it down the short side where they might have numbers up here. Jasper Stevenson onto the field, battling in the ruck there. And once again they go to the boot. It's been profitable so far for King Edward School Bath. Roberts under loads of pressure, skips away from Murray. But King Edward School Bath are all over Epsom. A great turnover, lovely tap and go. Freddie Seston Moore, Murray, Comer, cut inside from Al Jawabra. Al Jawabra battling against Epsom players, there's plenty there. No release, so it will be a penalty and believe a card. Luke Lawson-Smith, yellow carded. So King Edward School Bath will have a player advantage. This is a real spanner in the works for Epsom.
Stay on the line. Yes.
Well, away goes Seston Moore. Back to the short side they come through Murray. Lovely ball out wide. Lovely footwork as well from Comer. Al Jawabra does well to retain possession. Great offload from Murray. Just needed someone else there on the shoulder. Ball goes backwards. But it should be on in the wide channels here for King Edward School Bath. A dart for the corner.
Time off. Come here. Captain, please. Epsom.
Well, I believe it may have been a high tackle.
Okay.
We could be seeing another card here.
Thank you. Okay, gents, let me explain.
Let's listen in.
With a high tackle immediately before the grounding, he's lost the ball on. Because of that fence, that's what's prevented the grounding, so it's a yellow card and penalty try. Not now. Even so, it's still a high tackle. The high tackle is the reason why the grounding is no good. It's a yellow card and penalty
try for King Edward School Bath then. 17-14 the score will be. And Epsom College, for at least another minute and a half, are down to 5. They still lead by 3 points, but that is the second yellow card in quick succession. It was good hands from King Edward School Bath. You thought the attack might be over there, but they cleaned up very well. Good ball from Dermont. And as Oscar Lowton goes diving for the line, it's clearly a high tackle there. Well, some good news at least for Epsom is that Eton have scored another on RE1. So Bedford are now trailing. But if King Edward School Bath can come from behind here and win, Epsom will top the group. A huge result for them, given their struggles so far this morning. Well, King Edward School Bath have got the wind in the sails now, but not enough to stop Luke Springett with a great offload. Epsom almost away here.
Backwards off blue!
There's a real contest there between Garfield and his opposite man, but away come Epsom once more, playing with just 5 men. So who knows where they'll find the breakthrough from. Luton is wrapped up, gets the offload away. Garfield with a fen goes down the short side here. Well, it's not Garfield now, it's Freddie Carty onto the field. And the 5-man of Epsom could be going all the way here. It will be Freddie Carty to score. What a moment. But there was nothing on. Carty came back down the short side after Will Lewittet was all wrapped up.
Yellow only.
And a great offload allowed Carty to go storming down this short side. Got the fend in. Lovely only. Score. 22-14. So Epsom are back to 6. Still with 1 man in the bin. But Luke Lawson-Smith can rejoin the field.
The second still has a minute.
Well, this is huge for Epsom. At the moment, they will top the group.
Just over 2 minutes.
Look at this from
30.
Carty. Little hitch kick, great fend, lovely speed to go all the way. A crucial try. With 5 players, Epsom have still managed to squeeze in a 5-yarder. 5-point score. Very contestable kickoff, but Kesbarth come away with it. Barnstorming run from them as they break into the wide channels now.
Release blue!
Break tackles fall from Epsom, but Kesbarth can go darting down the short side. The game is still very much alive here, and the 6 players of Epsom will concede. Freddie Seston-Moore spotted the gap well. Well, we'll have a look here. There's a very, very interesting tactical point to point out here. As the Epsom are now, after the try, return to a full complement. Kes looked to add the extras. It's a great effort, but it will fall short. Now, what's interesting to look at here from this try is once this ruck ball is cleared out, it's a lovely lofted pass into the wide channels. And then this is a huge clear out, completely takes Garfield out of the game, which is what allows Seston-Moore to dart down the short side. It's all legal, just great sevens. And Luke Springett can't chase down his opposite man. Kesbarth get us underway, the lead only 5 for Epsom. That kick does not go 10 metres. And
no intent to play the ball.
Epsom are in no rush to get this game back underway. To the short side they go. Springett sees off the first defender, skips through the tackle, and the offload doesn't go to hand, however.
No.
So it's Kesbarth line out. Great physicality from Springett.
Okay, Blue, this is your mark. 1 step behind the line.
Well, it's all over on RE1. So if Epsom can hang on here, what a moment that is. Baker steals the line out. If Epsom can hang on here, they will top this group. And Baker with another kick through.
Kick forward.
Well, Kesbarth in loads of pressure. Baker's done it all on his own. He's put Kesbarth under loads of pressure. Deep inside their 5 metre now. It's back to 7-on-7, of course. Nudge forward from that offload. What a lovely moment this will be. What a huge moment this can be. Kesbarth here could go under the sticks. Will Ralston go all the way? He will. And he's added the extras. And that's time. What a moment for the outcome of this pool. Bedford have been defeated on RE1. They finish on 4 points. King Edward's Bath with this huge win will have 3, leaving Epsom College on 4 points, but Eton have gone storming away. A huge win. They finish on 6 points. And they will progress through as the winners of Cup Group G. But a massive 26-24 win for King Edward's School Bath. They showed such fight and such determination. Both these sides did. This really has been one of the best games we've seen on RE2 across the whole 4 days of the competition. Heart and soul, and Epsom College are devastated, still not knowing that a win here would have seen them progress as top of the group. A heartbreak for Epsom College. King Edward's School Bath truly do deserve this huge win. A great result for them. But the rugby doesn't stop here. We return to some under-18 action. It's Coleg Cigar against SGS Filton up next here on RE2. We'll be back very shortly for that game. What was that? More 7s? Well, all right. That's what we've got for you here on RE2 Live with Next Gen 15. Here in Ealing Trailfinders' beautiful tent on the bottom end of this ground. We're very lucky to be here. They're housing us more than adequately. We're all very happy here for the Next Gen team in the Trailfinders tent. Do come and chat to them throughout the day if you're here at Roslyn Park about your future in rugby through either Team Brunel University, or the pathways. I'll tell you what, Ealing Trailfinders behind the scenes have got some very exciting developments going on in the world of rugby. I shan't say any more because I like having this job. But Coleg Sedbergh will get us underway here against South Gloucestershire and Stroud College, or SGS Filton. Well, a great group this is, with Clifton College and SGS both in the same one. Of course, the local rivals. They've yet to play each other. Clifton College are undefeated, 2 wins from 2. They beat Coleg Sedbergh earlier on in the day. And it'll be Coleg Sedbergh to get us underway. That's a really loose pass to start us off for SGS Filton, but they'll come away with it through Zach Tomlin. Penalty for a high tackle. So go storming away SGS. Great physicality and pace in their run. Great intensity. They've gone to the boot in the early stages. Ash Foster herring after it. It's still loose. Caden Harries could pick up here in the wide channels. What a pickup. What a score. SGS Filton go tearing away. And Coleg Sedbergh have no response. What a start that is for SGS Filton. A truly wonderful score. Well, as I was saying, it's very interesting to have Clifton and SGS in this group. That'll be a huge game later on. That will really decide this group if things stay the way they are. Newport High School and St Benedict School on 0 points so far. Still lots of rugby to be played. I wouldn't count them out, of course. But that's a wonderful score, isn't it? Such intensity and intent from SGS Filton. A lovely kick through. But it's all about the chase. That's how good a kick is. Great pressure from Foster and Harris, and this is a wonderful pickup under loads of pressure from Daffuel. Coleg Sedbergh and SGS both desperate for a win as they sit on 3 points apiece here.
No, release!
Clifton College are playing Newport High School elsewhere. First chance for Coleg Sedbergh to string together an attacking set. They did well to claim the kickoff, and they've won the penalty as well.
That's fine.
Evans gets the offload away to Finn Thomas. Thomas does well to draw in a couple of players there. Switch back in.
Watch out! No hands
Great
down.
work at the breakdown.
Down.
To the boot this time go Coleg Sedbergh. Doesn't bounce the way they want to, unfortunately, and away comes SGS Filton. The ball is out.
No, don't touch the ball. Yes,
picked up really well by Fraser Gregory. Lovely line. Gabe McKenzie will go under the sticks. What a game we have for you here on our RE2. That was a beautiful line picked out by McKenzie. And he will look to add the extras here. Oh no, though, he'll toss it off to some other player to add the extras here. I believe it's Stephen Evans who's added the 2. But this is really clever stuff from Fraser Gregory, the first to react, and then that's a beautiful line. As flat as you could like it, really, from Gabe McKenzie. Saunters under the post with ease. And that will make it 7-5 in the favour of Coleg Sedbergh, who will go second in this group. That's what this game is all about. Teeing themselves up for this afternoon's fixtures. The group deciders, which we'll have for you here live on Next Gen. After this, Gordon School take on Cranleigh in a big game there.
Nice free kick.
In Group F. Free kick from the kickoff, so neither kickoff for either side really going to plan here. This time, SGS Filton will have possession Oh, look at the lovely running lines that is from Foster. Only backwards is it called, so Tomlin.
That's fine.
Switched off to Pruitt. Pruitt, there's space in the wide channels. That ball's gone loose. It was nudged forward by SGS before leaving the field off a Coleg cigar boot. So SGS Filton will have the line out just shy of the 22. This is a huge opportunity for them. 4 minutes in, the game's been backwards and forwards so far. Very impressive ball rotation from both sides.
That's fine.
Overthrown from the line out, but it will be claimed excellently well by Foster once more. Back down the short side they go.
Keep going, boys.
And Pruitt's going herring away. He's got one-on-one. They lift it forward. And a try is scored. What an offload. Sonny Davis eventually goes over.
It's going back. No, the ball is going
Into
back.
a forward pass there, but the referee's happy, and so are SGS. A lovely try. Great option to go back down the short side. Drew in the last defender, did Pruitt, and lovely pickup from Sonny Davis to score. Great effort from the drop kick as well. But no points added, unfortunately. SGS will lead 7 points to 10. This is great work from Pruitt, herring away. Wonderful last-ditch defending from Coleg Cigar. But great offload. Davis goes over.
1 minute left.
And the lead changes hands once more. 1 minute to go in this opening half, where we've seen 3 tries already. That's a testing kickoff. Excellently well claimed by SGS, but not 10 is the call.
Back. Come on, boys. Back, boys.
By the finest of margins. So Coleg Cigar will have the final attacking set of the half. Here's Fraser Gregory. Lovely hands to tip it into the wide channel. Gregory loops round to the short side.
Watch out. Yeah.
Wrapped up by 2. The ball is stripped by Joachim Huller. So away come SGS now.
That's fine.
Pruitt.
That's
good offload inside. To the try scorer Davies, all the way wide.
That's fine. Keep going,
SGS
boys.
battling. Ball inside to Renico. Renico will go all the way in. And that's the perfect end to this first half for SGS Filton, who have looked very impressive. There's an absolute Goliath clash coming up later on between Clifton College and the side from Filton, who we see on our screens now, and they're teeing it up just perfectly. Well, they'll look to add the extras right before the break, but it will be half-time. Another great effort from the tee. And this time the extras have been added. Well, a huge moment for SGS. Well, that's a lovely offload back inside. Drew in the defenders. Renico goes under and scores. Huge try for SGS. So they will lead 15 points to 7 as we go into the break here on RE2 in an absolute blockbuster tie between 2 of the top sides in Group C. Coleg Cigar have it all to play for to keep their hopes of topping this group alive as Clifton College battle elsewhere. We return to action from the Under-18 Cup competition after this short half-time interval. Well, we're back here for the second half of this tantalising Cup group match here on Next Gen's 15's RE2 at the ROSSLYN Park National School Sevens. Lovely testing, teasing kickoff from SGS once more, but that's offside from the knock-on. We're seeing some great authority from this referee, Will Stace, alongside me. I'm really enjoying how this referee is being so communicative, but running the game.
Yeah, the referees here are excellent. They've been kept in good shape as well. Getting some great treatment here at ROSSLYN Park, and they are delivering some high-quality refereeing.
That with a huge tackle on Stefan Evans, and the ball's been turned over. And SGS might go herring away once more. It's their first try scorer, Caden Harris, who's looked very impressive. High tackle.
Coleg Cigar, one of the biggest teams in Wales. Rivals to Cardiff and Vale. Big size in the Welsh League.
But away goes Sonny Davis, who offloads once more, and that's a wonderful try there for SGS right at the beginning of this second half. A lovely finish. Not the start that Coleg Cigar would want at all.
No, it's not, but they've got time on the clock to get something back. But SGS Filton with some lovely bit of rugby here.
Well, from the penalty, it was simple enough, really. It was just really good hold-up play from Will Cook, new onto the field, putting Sonny Davis through a hole. Good from the conversion as well. So 22-7, they currently lead Coleg Cigar as Coleg Cigar ring in the changes. But penalty for a high tackle after a wonderful Caden Harris run. He's looked very impressive. Tomlin goes back to the short side. Sonny Davis, little hitch kick, little show and go, a great fend, and right through the hole. That last little step as well. The big Gabe McKenzie, Coleg Cigar's earlier try scorer.
Well, it's some lovely weather here now at ROSSLYN Park in West London. Wilf, you've had some time this week to soak up the atmosphere. Just how great is this competition?
This image here on screen is my favourite one. You look into the background, there's just endless rugby.
Yeah.
Which is exactly what we want to see. Now, SGS's kickoffs have been just wonderful. That one's a little too deep, so Max James will play away from it. And now they'll go to the edge, Coleg Cigar, who have looked very impressive with ball in hand, but they just haven't had enough possession. Down the short side, they shoot. What a tackle that is, though, from SGS Filton. Gabe McKenzie, the try scorer, was almost away, but just such aggressive, swinging tackle to dislodge the ball. And now SGS will play away with it again.
Yeah, Coleg Cigar, a very talented 15 side. Always make it to the late stages of the Welsh Schools Cup. Sevens, it's a different playing field. Trying their hardest. It's just not falling their way. SGS Filton, they'll be happy to get their hands back on this ball.
SGS, of course, with their ties to the Bristol Bears. That's where they get their barnstorming runs from, you could imagine. That's a great little work in the breakdown by Coleg Cigar, however. And they tap and go quickly. Not 10, obviously. They were far too close to young Ellis Payne. We might see a card here, and we will, for SGS. Number 12 leaving the field. That's unfortunate for the new man, Will Cook.
4 minutes left now for Coleg Cigar to return 3 tries. And if they get their conversions, we might see them go ahead with just the 3.
Well, that's certainly a big ask. But if anyone can do it, it's a side like Coleg Cigar. Alfie Rodaloda, great footwork. Alfie Rodaloda beats 3 and gets the offload away. And Coleg Cigar have got plenty of space in that wide channel if they wish to use it. But a forward pass. Penalty advantage, however, for Coleg Cigar.
I mean, Coleg Cigar getting every opportunity here. Is this another card? No.
No, I start the time.
Time is off.
Captain Blue, yeah? You? Yeah? Watch out for the tackle. Number 1, yeah? One more high tackle, all right? No more after this,
High tackle penalised Arthur Davis, and another high tackle, he'll go to the bin. So that's a bit of pressure because Max James stepping and gliding through, tries to get the offload away, but it's just to floor. Coleg Cigar scrappily trying to gather it, but it comes away from Zach Tomlin. And here's another substitute, Stratton. Advantage from the knock-on, so Coleg Cigar come away with it. Really loose ball, but they'll saunter in here. Ollie Rice. Too easy in the end for Coleg Cigar, just a bit scrappy on the floor there, but of course there's a real rush to get things back underway.
I say finally, they've made a real meal out of that attacking play. Just didn't go their way, but the referee's helping them out. And Coleg Cigar will be delighted to get another try on the score sheet. With 3 minutes left on our clock, we'll see what the referee's got left, as there has been some time off. But 2 tries to go for Coleg Cigar, with a team down to 6 men.
Well, this was loose from SGS Filton. And then scrappy play. When you're a man down, you can't afford to be as loose as that.
Roll away,
Try scored for Coleg Cigar.
Stay on.
SGS Filton retained possession from the kickoff.
Release, right, roll away, get back,
That's a great leg drive from SGS Filton's Ash Foster.
Release!
Turnover for Coleg Cigar and a key interval. What a great turnover that was as well from Kyle Rossiter. He's a big man to be playing sevens. Another yellow card for accumulation, I imagine. So SGS are back down to 6 before they could even return to 7. And that's just been thrown into touch.
Well, this game is absolutely mental. I don't quite know what I'm watching. But Coleg Cigar really need to take a hold of these opportunities they're being gifted.
They will play. They will play against 6 players for the remaining of this game. If you miss that there, then if you miss what went on there, it was knocked on in the contact into touch, so no penalty. The Coleg Cigar was certainly in if it did go to hand. And away Coleg Cigar come. We're against the 6 players of SGS Filton.
Watch out!
Well, great work from Gabe McKenzie once again. Swung wide by Thomas, but there's a knock on there. And that was perhaps Coleg Cigar's last opportunity of the game to take a win here.
Well, it might be. They aren't taking a hold of the opportunities they are getting. SGS Filton are getting away with some sloppy errors. And a bit of confusion as the man in the scrum that's usually there is not anymore due to that yellow.
Well, Clifton have racked up another big win in this group, so they will stay top on 9 points, 3 wins from 3. SGS Filton will go to 6 with a victory here. Coleg Cigar will stay on 3, and that is how the group will sit. Knock on. Wasteful stuff once again. Neither side here really retaining possession, but that's the end of the game. So SGS Filton will go on 6 points and continue their rise through this group. Clifton College remain top of Group C. Coleg Cigar have got a lot of work to do in their final fixtures. There's a huge game coming up later on then between South Gloucestershire and Stroud College and Clifton. See who tops this group. More cup action for you next. This time from Group F. We'll have Cranleigh School up against Gordon School. That'll be up next here on RE2, live with Next Gen here at the ROSSLYN Park National School Sevens.
School versus Sweden Boys. On RE5, Bishop Burton College versus Whitgift. On RE6, Bedford School versus Stour Point. Those games due off now at 13:40. Results now from the Colts under-16 8th round pool. The winners of Group A were Harrow. They will play the winners of Group B, Dulwich, on RE3 at 2:20. The winners of Group C were Brighton, who will play the winners of Group D, Sedbergh, on RE4 at 14:20. The winners of Group E were the Lees. They will play the winners of Group F, Whitgift, on RE5.
Well, we'll get it. Cranleigh School get us back underway here in Group F against Gordons. Kirkham currently top this group. This is only Cranleigh's second game as they go herring along the short side. But well claimed by Gordons, who will have possession from inside their 22.
The plate semi-final ball, runner-up.
Well, still in Gordon's as they tip it to the short side. There's Gabriel Adesohan. Good leg drive from Adesohan. Cranleigh go fishing in the breakdown. Popped up by Adesohan. Still Gordon's possession. Gordon's currently bottom of this group after 2 games. Cranleigh have only played 1, so a win here, they'll go level with Kirkham Grammar at the top of Group F.
This is a big group with some big names, so one of the death groups of the competition. That's what it's being called. Kirkham currently top, but both of these sides will want to try and get their way up the ladder.
Gordon's had a very good game last out against Ulster School. They only lost by 3 points in the end. And so they take contact once more. They're still inside their 22, but they still retain possession with Ben Webb. Handing the ball off now to Power.
Ruck form, leave it, White. Held out.
Cranleigh must leave that ball in the ruck. So still Gordon's possession, and now Webb goes to the boot. And Zuka Robb is herring after it, but it's a fantastic exit. Really beautiful kick that was to send Cranleigh all the way back.
Yeah, some beautiful kicking play in there. In the early minutes of these games, we've seen some explosive matches. But this one, starting off a little bit slower, and both teams trying to feel the way of each other and understand how each team is going to play. An orthodox line-out style here.
Cranleigh line-out. Over the top, away goes Power. Inside the 22, the unorthodox line-up didn't work, but Cranleigh may have stolen it from the breakdown, and they have. That's a lifeline.
Now.
They tap and go, and they take it to the short side, and there's an overlap here. Cranleigh go inside and out, break through the first tackle, lovely offload, cutting inside once more.
Tackle!
Good patient build-up play from Cranleigh. Dragged down just outside the 15. Gordons go hunting for it in the ruck. Cranleigh play away. Big fend, but dragged down once more. Is there a turnover here? It is for Gordons. Huge turnover, and they tap and go straight away. Well, this game is breathless so far, Will.
Yeah, Gordon's really putting their foot on the gas. And the wind is, as you can hear, testing both these teams and us in the commentary box.
Well, that was a great shot out the line from the captain, Zach Ansley, but not a legal turnover from his support player, Joe Taylor. Good work from Ansley to put the pressure on, but Gordons will tap and go. Here is Dodd, all the way wide to Adesohan. Adesohan breaks out of the first tackle. Lovely offload to Sisk. Dodd plays 9. Loose pass, but it will be picked up by Webb at first receiver. Lofted ball into the wide channels, can't be held by Robb. So it will be a knock-on, and away come Cranleigh.
Just not going their way, is it, for Gordons? Trying ever so hard, ball in hand, and a lot of possession. Just not finding the gaps in the Cranleigh defence. They're doing very well, and Cranleigh with a brilliant opportunity and platform to work with from the scrum.
Yeah, I watched a bit of Gordon's school playing Kirkham Grammar School. It was 50 points to 5 that game. Kirkham looked incredibly impressive, coached by Mr. Unsworth, of course. And we both know, former of St Joseph's College. He's doing a great job there with that Kirkham side. We've had a really top 15 season as well.
Scrum again, green
They're
ball.
such a strong side, one of the best in the country, and they may have felt that things didn't go their way this year. A few lads who haven't chosen to play in the Kirkham Sevens team, but they've got a very strong side. We're also in the here and now, watching 2 brilliant sides of schoolboy rugby.
Through the tunnel, out the tunnel.
Well, that scrum wasn't good enough for our match official, so Harrison Dodd will have another opportunity to feed for Gordons, who look to get their cup ambitions back on track here with 2 defeats so far. A very promising game in their opening game early at 11 o'clock against Ultra School, but it's come out Cranleigh's way from the scum, unfortunately. And now Cranleigh will play away. Lovely pace in that wide channel, skipping away. It's wonderful work. It's Jack Ansley, the captain. Jack Ansley will score for Cranleigh. A captain's intervention to open the scoring.
Well, it's taken 5 minutes for us to see the first points on the board, and Cranleigh have held out some brilliant attacking play from Gordon's throughout this game, but they get their own bit of attacking presence, get some points on the board.
Going on current form, this is actually an excellent performance from Gordon's school, because they lost narrowly to Olchfer School in Wales in the first game, but Olchfer School were beaten 47-5 by this Cranleigh side.
Well, the Quins winger gets his mark on the match.
Jack Anstey, one to watch for Cranleigh.
Ready, White.
And he will get us underway from the kickoff as well. A real talent for Cranleigh. Their captain of the Sevens team. Not 10, that kick. So a free kick for Gordons.
Probably the lowest scoring game I've seen all day. Seem to be both sides very much patient in their approaches.
Well, we've had some tight games on RE2 as Dodd taps and goes and takes it to the line. Patient play from Gordons. And now they put the hammer down and take contact once more. Away goes Webb, switching it inside to Saunders. Saunders is scragged down on the 15. The ball goes loose. Hands in the ruck is the call. Another penalty that goes Gordon's way. Tap by Dodd. Harrison Dodd takes it to the line. Lovely offload, but a big tackle there, so Joe Taylor can play away for Cranleigh. Taylor looks to go wide. What line speed from Rob, but a fantastic offload. And Cranleigh might go steaming away here. Nat Cotton's on the chase. Huge tackle. But the ball has been released by the number 18 of James Fortescue. And then it was another tackle. Flying in goes Zuka Rob. What desire from both these sides. Gordon's putting in a great defensive performance. Lovely line speed. But once again, Cranleigh could be away here. Will Simpson, another huge tackle, this time from Ada Sohan. We're in the final play of the first half. Cranleigh still in possession. Gordon's defending valiantly. What exciting sevens we have for you on RE2. They're once again in the wide channels. Lovely out the back. And Cranleigh look to put the hammer down here. They could go all the way. Joe Taylor will score.
What a try from Joe Taylor. I mean, Gordons have held out a lot of pressure, a brilliant defensive effort at the back end of this first half. But Joe Taylor of Cranleigh gets that second try of the game that they've been waiting for.
A play for the ages here at ROSSLYN Park. We need to be watching that back over and over. It was the huge shot out of the line from Zuka Rob, right back on the 5 metres. And then there was a great offload to send Cranleigh up that far side wing. And then there were some massive covering tackles. First by Gordons on the far side, then by Adu Yusohan on this short side. Finally, Cranleigh got their line in place, and eventually Joe Taylor goes skipping away with some great pace and footwork. Just wonderful stuff, wonderful sevens, exactly what you'd expect from the highest level of sevens you'll see at schoolboy rugby anywhere in the world here at ROSSLYN Park. At half-time, Cranleigh School lead Gordons 14-0 in this tantalising Group F encounter here on day 4 of the ROSSLYN Park National School Sevens. We've got one of the most exciting games of rugby we've seen all week here at the ROSSLYN Park Sevens on RE2. Wonderful kickoff from Gordons, and we're right back into the action. 14-0, Cranleigh currently lead.
It goes! Not how! You a tackle!
And that was a wonderful kickoff that was claimed excellently well in the wide channels. And back come Gordons, who trail by 14. And they fought really hard against this very talented Cranleigh side. Webber carries well. His whole shirt gets taken off there.
Inside the shirt.
Well,
start. Green ball going forward.
Max Webber's whole shirt was torn off in the contact there. That's how much both these sides want it. So the ball became completely unavailable as it was inside the shirt of the Gordons player. That's one way to retain possession. No more rolling on the floor. Just wrap it up in your jumper.
Bind. Set.
Well, scrum time now. Too much of a shove on from Cranleigh. And away come Gordons. Still attacking, looking for their first try. Great offload again by Harrison Dodd. And back to the short side they go. Just spilled by Joel Adeosun, the other Adeosun brother, well, Will, talk us about that as a knock-on in that crucial moment for Gordons, who strung together a great attacking set.
Well, it just feels it's not going Gordon's way today. They've been dealt the unfortunate card in this fixture. They just need to find that little ounce of luck. And hopefully they can get a try on the score sheet and push themselves back into this one. But Cranleigh have been ruthless in defence and in their pressure, causing all the errors.
Cranleigh now look to break away from inside their own half.
Cranleigh, ball in hand, trying to get out.
Well, this is a lovely breakaway here. It's really impressive stuff from Cranleigh. They're all the way up to the halfway.
It's out, it's out. That's it, play. Look on. Advantage, black. Nothing coming.
Well, here we are then. It was an initial knock-on by Cranleigh, no advantage coming, so once again Gordons will have another opportunity. They fought valiantly here in this opening stage of the second half.
And they're doing very well. It's exactly what they need to do. As I said, just need to pray for that luck and it might come their way. They're certainly putting themselves in a position to get something from this game.
Scrum time for Gordons. Cranleigh get the shove on, but it's quick ball. And they'll come steaming down this short side. Very physical tackling. But away come Gordons once more. There's Odgers with the ball wide. There could be a bit of space on here. Here's Adeosun. Webb, lofted pass out wide. Oh, lovely leg drive from Power. There was a Cranleigh hand in there, so advantage knock on, but they might not need it. Away goes Webber. Score for Gordons, well deserved. And they've got all the momentum in this second half.
What another try. Well, they've deserved it. It's been coming. Gordons on the score sheet. They were praying for that moment to just come their way, and it has. They're now back in this one. Just under 4 minutes left in this fixture. And it's a chance for Gordons to get themselves their first points of the day. Kick doesn't go their way. It will remain 14-5.
A great score. Lovely offload. And then just good awareness from here. It could have gone really messy. Could have been over here, but no. Great turn from Webber. Good turn of pace. Great score.
Ready, Green? Play when you like. Yes. That's fine.
Well, one in the air. Excellently well from Gordons. And here's the try scorer, Webber. Sees no option on the short side, so they'll open it up in midfield. Gordons have really come alive in this second half. And there's an excellent driving run from Webb. Off feet at the breakdown, so unfortunately a turnover.
Cranleigh now back into it. They need to get some ball on hand.
Okay, yeah, sure.
themselves further up the field, and they'll want to kill this game before Gordons have another sight in.
Tap from Cranleigh. Played away by Wilf Firelander. Look at this driving run from Pryor. Back inside come Cranleigh again. They take it to the short side. They've gone coast to coast there with their passing. Wonderful work to hold up possession, and back come Cranleigh with their patient play. Joe Taylor, the try scorer. They're going wide here. Once again, they've stretched this Gordon's defence. Gordon's defend a little bit too narrowly there, so there might be some space on in the wide channels. Big fend and a attempted flash pass across the face. But quick line out from Gordons, who are very much still in this game with just over a minute to go here. Here's Rob putting the hammer down. Great drive from Rob. But a penalty for off feet again. Cranleigh come away with it as they look to seal off this victory.
Heartbreak for Gordons, just has not gone their way in the 3 games they've had today. And Cranleigh will reap the rewards of this monumental effort they've made. It's been tough, they've been tested, but it will be a big win for them, and that will push them further into that 2nd spot.
They'll sit on 6 points, just behind on points difference from Kirkham, who have scored 95 points in 2 games, Will. Cranleigh break though. They could finish off this game with a flurry. It's a lovely run from the number and a great offload. Look at that from Gabe Hammond, who could be away to score. Well, I was going to say it was a great effort from Will Odgers on the chase, but then the offload came in. And that'll be game over, I believe. 21-5, the final score between Gordons and Cranleigh. A well-deserved win for this Cranleigh side, who remain undefeated here in the early stages of the first day here for them on the 4th day of ROSSLYN Park.
Well, the next game for both of them, Cranleigh versus Kirkham. Pitch RE1, that will be the decider of this group. Who goes top, who goes second, we will see. But what a fixture this was.
Well, we'll be back later on with some more action from the Under-18s Cup. We return briefly to the Under-16 competition with some plate action here on RE2 live with Next Gen at the ROSSLYN Park School Sevens.
Good afternoon, and thanks for joining us. ROSSLYN Park National School Sevens. Wherever in the UK or indeed around the world you're watching, hope you've enjoyed the high quality sevens here at the world's biggest schools tournament.
Bind, set. Come this side to come off.
You're with us for the Under-16 Plate Semifinal. RGS Guildford against Tonbridge. Oh, it's a brilliant early run from Guildford. And a fantastic tracking tackle too. Really lively start to this semi-final.
Channel. Channel. Yeah.
Not an abundance of shirt numbers on display. Makes it slightly difficult for us commentators, but we'll do the best to credit some of the fantastic play we're seeing. If you are with us here at ROSSLYN Park though, and if you do have a team sheet, then do bring it along to our commentary tent so we can make sure we give them the credit they deserve. Oh, twisting and turning from Tonbridge inside their own 22. And they do well to clear their lines, but still pinned back in their own in goal. This could be tricky. Oh, but brilliant piece of running there. And defence immediately turned into attack. And this could be the first score of this plate semi-final. Fantastic agility, athleticism, right from his own in goal. And he will take his time in putting that ball on the turf. And what a bright start from Tonbridge. They lead 5 points to 0. And they get the conversion too. 7-0. They couldn't have dreamed of a better start. Running literally from his own in goal. He had a player in pursuit, but shrugged him off. And that tackle was to no avail. And then he took his sweet time putting it down, just eating up a few seconds. What a semi-final we have underway. Oh, that's a loose pass and it's exploited by Tonbridge. But then a handling error of their own and it'll be a turnover ball. Slight knock on there from Tonbridge. Two brilliant rugby sides. Had the pleasure of seeing both of them on the pitch over the course of today.
Crouch. Bind.
And there's some real talent on display. What are you expecting today?
Yeah, well, it's getting into crunch time when it comes to under 16 level. These boys have now played 8-9 games so far of rugby over the last 2 days, so bodies are tiring. It means that mentally they're going to have to stay focused and switched on, and I imagine it'll be a case of who makes the least amount of mistakes, which is always a tough way to play your rugby.
That's called as a deliberate knock-on. Always risky going for it with one hand. Doesn't come off, you risk being sent to the bin, but just a penalty. Yeah, it's been noticeable as legs get tired. We've noticed a few mistakes creeping in. Only natural, the speed and pace and physicality of these sevens encounters. And now Tonbridge trying to build some momentum. Oh, lovely twisting, turning run. Brilliant offload. It could be another for Tonbridge.
It's a great challenge and tackle to prevent and slow the ball, and this could be a 14-pointer here.
Oh, how quickly the momentum can change in sevens, and oh, it's a brilliant tackle. Sent him sprawling on the deck. And Guildford, once again, just trying to find a gap, find an opportunity. Almost daring the tackle to come in. Oh, knock on. Tonbridge have possession. A real tussle for the ball, and it's been stolen. That's fantastic. Rip in the hands of the Tonbridge player. Just real naked strength on display. Now it's Guildford's chance to get some points on the board. Oh, another knock on. getting tired, as you said. There's mistakes starting to creep in.
Compound errors, and those are the real killers in the game of sevens. You'll have coaches screaming that from the touchline, and is what's happened here. And as I've mentioned, it's just going to be a game of whoever makes the least amount of errors. I mean, it's Mistake City at the moment, really.
Not quite the momentum and the flow to this match that the coaches might have hoped for.
Not to the fault of the players, though, because I mean they've played so much rugby over the past 48 hours, and not only is it that, but it's the gap in between and the start stop 14 minutes of full-on 100% energy, dropping yourself back down to that 0% and then trying to build up for the next game in an hour and a half time. Doing that for 2 days can have such sort of mental and physical toll on these players. So it's admirable that they're able to even sort of put on any form of sort of physical strength and mental resilience.
Definitely rather them than me. I think it's four games a day, sometimes a minimum in these tournaments.
Exactly.
It's really
so much rugby.
Very tiring indeed. And as we approach the end of this first half, can Guildford restore the balance? Almighty kind of maul going on here. Can he make it to the try line? No, it's stolen, and now Tonbridge's, well, as I say, that possession's transferred again.
I think he's going to get, into the bin there. That was cynical.
Deliberate knock-on. Always going to be punished in that area of the field. And there's a man advantage for Guildford. Can they make it count? No, they've lost it. Oh, that felt like a big moment.
Holding on.
And brilliant defensive work from Tonbridge. That 2-minute period of an extra player can be so pivotal, and that was a really crucial intervention. I think Tonbridge will happily see this first half out. Oh, that's a brilliant run, and dragged back from his shirt. A real display of physicality.
Tonbridge have got to manage this well. They're on their own 5-metre line. Not sure if they know if the clock's in the red or not, but they're certainly going to have to try and see this out to the half, especially with the man disadvantages that they have currently.
Yeah, I might have expected to see them kick it out, but as you say, they might not have awareness of quite how much has elapsed.
No clock visible. They're going to be going off the referee, and may just be unaware about asking him. It could be the benefit of a 7-point score, though, either way.
Well, even with one player down, Tonbridge racking up the points. That's a brilliant work, and it's going to send them in to the half-time interval with a 14-0 lead. Really impressive display from the red and whites.
Great work from Tonbridge, who have been there and done that when it comes to this competition. Let's have a look at this last little bit of play. Just keeping the ball alive, attracting those defenders. Look, 3 Guildford players you could throw a blanket over, and just meant that space was there on the outside, and pace to burn from Tonbridge. So they managed to get over the whitewash, a score crucially just before half-time to see us into the oranges. But still very much all to play for, with Tonbridge still will have the man disadvantage heading into the second half. Half-time score is RGS Guildford 0, Tonbridge School 14.
We seem to be lacking a match ball at the moment. Fairly important component. But here we go, ready to get underway. Tonbridge lead by 14 points. Guildford with lots to do, but certainly not an insurmountable lead. And away we go, Guildford to kick off.
Tackle!
Strong hands from Tonbridge. And that energy they've shown in the first half.
Backwards.
Certainly drawing on it now. Trying to work their way through that Guildford defensive line. Oh, offload straight to the Guildford player. It's unfortunate. Guildford still yet to get the points on the board. Let's see what they can do here. It's turned over once again.
Good work in transition from both sides there.
Fixtures here at RE14-20
Oh, brilliant offload.
in the Cup Under-18 tournament on RE1 Gosport Academy.
Tonbridge just trying to work their way through as they did with such success in the first half.
Versus Harrogate Grammar
Referee
School.
says ball went backwards.
And then in the Colts Under-16
You
Cup
can see on that wide shot just the sheer number of
RE3
pitches
Harrow versus Dulwich.
here at ROSSLYN Park National Sevens.
Brighton versus Sedbergh.
Here Tonbridge in for the corner.
Versus Whitgift.
Just pulled back by the shorts, but they have a second bite of the cherry.
Bromsgrove. Those matches due to kick off at 14-20.
Now just 5 metres out, but they held on for it for too long. And a reprieve for Guildford.
Simbin on. Let's go.
And Tonbridge are going to get their man back as well, so they're replenished to the full complement, and Tonbridge just held out there by Guildford, but certainly knocking on the door.
Very impressive of Tonbridge to go through that period of one-man deficit without losing a single point.
Not even just not losing a point, but scored 7 of their own.
Really, really impressive. Well, you've been out and about. Any come across anything interesting on your travels?
Ooh, yeah, well, there's a lot of sides that are proving to look extremely exciting at the moment. One team that I did manage to get a good look at on RE1 was Clifton College in the under-18s. They won against Newport High School 49-0. They could be a team to look out for.
That's a huge deficit, and Guildford about to get some points on the boards. Brilliant. Pacey run.
Is that the match ball there?
And that celebration, the finger in the air, we saw that earlier today. That same player, little bit of showboating.
Is it the match ball?
Seen some interesting celebrations today, just as we've seen some interesting scores. Part of what makes this such a lively, interesting tournament.
Just finding that outside edge really well, and the support play, that little hitch kick, just that further injection of pace.
Time off. Interchanges. Can you make sure they are not in front of the kicker, please? Time on.
Referee just reminding
That's better.
Guildford not to stray offside at the kick. Be a unfortunate penalty, a fortunate infringement to give away. And that pass just strayed forward.
Forward.
Just 4 minutes left, at least, of the second half.
Just looking ahead, Danny, and the next game we've got on here, Wellington College versus Harrogate Grammar School, and I'm having a look at this Wellington team sheet, and despite not having the likes of Rory Taylor, the usual outside half, I mean, it's littered with talent. Tyler Afire, Lloyd McEwen, Peters, Luke Anfield, Ben Frampton, Ralph Hawker. That is going to be an absolutely mouth-watering affair heading into the next game.
Can't wait for that one. So even if you're with us,
playing it on the ground.
with Guildford or Tonbridge allegiances, do stick with our coverage here. There's many, many great games to come. And this RE2 pitch One of many pitches here,
Going.
ROSSLYN Park National Sevens.
Can't reward it, you didn't roll away quick enough. Yes.
Been host to some
Cannot
real
reward it, not rolling away
talent
quick
and
enough.
real drama today.
Not just today as well, but throughout the weekend, throughout the last few years. I mean, the amount of teams and stars that we're now seeing on the international stage that have graced these exact same fields, it just shows the progression and key contributor that the ROSSLYN Park National Schools Sevens tournament is to these players' development.
Certainly, I think we have one of those players popping into the commentary box a bit later on, so something else to look forward
And away
to.
tackle, go now! Same issue, not rolling away quick enough.
Tonbridge penalised, not
This man
rolling
cannot
away.
Reward, didn't roll away quick enough. Let's go. Go 10, go 10.
Guildford will need to find some points quickly if they're to have a chance of progressing from this semi-final. Oh, brilliant little feint and dummy.
Oh, he's
just lost possession and then knocked on.
First by Guildford.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Such a good run, but thanks to some strong defensive work, just dislodged in the tackle.
Great cover tackle there. Not only targeting the legs to chop him down early, but just getting that little tap on the ball just before and really disrupting play. And it's, could be a real game changer, that.
Time off, we can't wait that
60
long.
seconds
Time
left.
off.
Time's been called off. 60 seconds left on the clock. Guildford need 2 scores if they want to have any chance of getting through to the final. So Tonbridge in the ultimate position here, and we'll just want to wind down the clock.
Oh, it's been turned over.
Backwards, play
Tonbridge losing possession on their own scrum, but they've regained it once again, and they've lost it once again.
Oh.
And then I think, did they think that player behind the line was?
22 or scrum here.
I'm not quite sure what happened there.
He's kicked. Oh, I don't know why he's kicked that. He had open pasture in front of him, and he decided to put boot to ball. Even if he did think that Tonbridge player who's just walked off was on his team, he'd still be in an offside position. Would have been a null and void sort of kick. I mean, as I said, the mental fatigue is a key factor, and it just might have just come down to that. But potentially one that he'll look back on with anguish.
Play on.
Indeed, and in the final seconds of this second half, Tonbridge in pole position. Just need to run down the clock and send it out of play. Under pressure though, and they've lost.
Backwards, let's play it.
Lost the
and away
ball.
tackle. No, it's a ruck.
Ruck formed, and eventually Guildford gather. They've got time and space here, and he just dots it down in the corner. Consolation for Guildford in what surely will be the final play of the match.
14-12. And time is up, time is up.
Time is up. There you go. But
Could you,
well, we've still got the conversion.
I'll go under the post, make sure. Okay.
Well, no, because I think that we had our scoreboard wrong, and I think that the score is 14-12 before this conversion, and therefore this conversion could tie the game. Oh no.
Well, a real close fought encounter, and it ends with just the smallest of margins, 2 points. And a really enthralling plate semi-final. But it's Tonbridge who prevail. Final score, RGS 12, Tonbridge 14. Thanks for rejoining us. Group A of the under-18 boys competition. We got Harrogate Grammar against Wellington. It's the black and red of Harrogate Grammar that get us underway, and well swallowed up by Wellington. And what an early opportunity here for Wellington, with literally their first possession of the game.
It's Luke Anfield who's got the score, and well, what an impact he's been making. He's been deputising in places for Rory Taylor this season at 10, so hasn't had too much of an opportunity to shine himself. He obviously had an excellent St Joe's tournament actually back in October, and now with Taylor away with England, Luke Anfield is strutting his stuff once more on the ROSSLYN Park stage. The fly half, who's wearing 9 today, dotting down underneath the posts, an ultimate start for Wellington.
So impressive. Wellington's first touch of the ball, and they turned it into a converted try.
They'll be hurting at the moment. That loss to Finborough at the start of the day will really be ringing in their ears, even after those victories against Mount Kelly and Gosforth Academy. They're still going to be aching after that initial loss to probably the contenders for top of the group. So they're going to want to try and provide that little bit of vengeance up against Harrogate Grammar, who themselves have put forward a good account so far this tournament.
Was that pass slightly forward? No, it's called as legal. And so, brilliant chance to respond from Harrogate Grammar, but it's held on to it for too long.
Not 10.
And they're going to have a second go.
Not 10.
Harrogate not 10 metres.
About 10. Knock on.
The knock on. We talked in the previous game about some slight tiredness, mistakes starting to creep in at this stage of the day and this stage of the competition. Just a little knock on there, giving Harrogate Grammar their chance to get some points on the board. Yeah. Interchange. Someone took a little knock.
Scrum, red ball. Wait for my calls. Two-handed put-in, please. Scrum half. Two-handed put-in. Two-handed put-in. Okay. You start same side, please. Crouch! Bind!
It's a scrum full of players that don't necessarily play in the front row. So interesting to see how that works out.
I think the pass was called as forward. And once again, slight error, just giving chance for a reprieve.
Gents, I don't need players appealing for every decision, please.
Wellington just been told to keep some of their comments to themselves.
Crouch!
Talking to Finn Walder and
set!
Lloyd McEwen-Peters.
One-handed put-in.
Always a bit of chat going on in the scrum, and now it's Harrogate Grammar. Was that slightly high, that tackle? No.
Complete. 12.
Well, yellow card. Sent away for that little bit of gamesmanship, which we've seen been penalised for a lot of times. Obviously something that the referees in unison are trying to clamp down on. And well, yeah, this is potentially now a moment for a very famous name.
Tyler Afire heading under the sticks. And real pace and real composure with the execution. Tyler Afire takes Wellington to 12 against Harrogate 0.
Afire is certainly a name that people will want to be keeping an eye on. So his dad Martin, an extremely successful rugby player in his own right, but Tyler has been superb when given the opportunity. Still only lower sixth as well, and this is the sort of pace that he can administer. Blistering down the blind side.
Yep. His father had some pace on him as well.
And the rest.
Cross code family, League and Union. And yeah, very famous name. And definitely one for the future.
Gold on the line, please. Ready,
Keeping that fire rugby generation going.
Someone in the hook, please. Thank you.
Harrogate shortly back to full strength. And they keep possession from their line out.
Hands away!
Waldo was in with the tackle, but just warned to keep his hands away. Good tackle from Ralph Hawker. Harrogate still a man down, coming to the end of that period of one-man deficit.
Away tackler!
And they're looking to break out of their own 22 and try and get some points on the board.
Holding on.
Oh, but
Release the ball.
they've been penalised. Just holding on too long for the referee's liking.
They're all set.
And Wellington have another chance. It's Noah Elrington. Out to Ben Frampton. Ooh. Slightly dubious tackle off the ball, but it doesn't matter because Ben Frampton just coming in under the posts. And that's Wellington's third try of this first half.
Another star player coming through the Wellington ranks. Frampton plays his trade with London Irish, and it's a good bit of play here. Anfield just straightening up nicely and using Finn Walder, and Frampton on the end of it, as any good outside back should, scampering in.
Just seconds left of the first half. Good take from Harrogate Grammar, but they'll need to do a bit of regrouping at half-time. Some nice handiwork, though, as they chase their kick. Oh, well, it's spilt by number 9, Luke Anfield, and Harrogate take full advantage. Oh, it's called the knock-on. And that's half-time.
It's a great bit of defensive work there from Wellington to keep Harrogate at nil points, and they're going to go into this half-time break with all the momentum. It's George Staveley who just manages to dislodge the ball. Superb work from him.
It's brilliant defensive work from George Staveley. Real last gasp try-saver of a tackle. And thanks to that intervention, Wellington go into the break 21 points to 0.
Those games do get underway at 14:40.
welcome back. Second half underway. We've got our own battle with the conditions here in the commentary tent. It's various bits of falling furniture, but we're all good now. How will the conditions affect these players on the pitch?
Release, tackler, hands away.
Wellington with a commanding lead. Certainly everyone's favourite to triumph today, but we've seen deficits closed in similar circumstances, so no time to rest easy, and Wellington have the penalty. Quick take from Ralph Hawker, but he's called back.
Scrum. It's not left your hands. It's not left your hands. Scrum,
It's called as a illegal tap.
You kick it, it's got to leave your hands.
Ralph Hawker didn't allow the ball to leave his hands, and so it will be a scrum to Harrogate. That's a shame. It was a really gilt-edged opportunity, but just couldn't quite make it count. Bit of over-exuberance. Now it's Harrogate possession.
Ball is out.
Harrogate still yet to score, and it's a stray pass that could easily be picked up, and it is. And it's another try from Wellington, courtesy of George Staveley. You saw what he could do in the first half, and it's a really good piece of execution from him. It's a great kick from a fairly difficult angle. And Wellington firing on all cylinders at the moment. It was Harrogate who had the scrum, but it's just a stray pass that played right into Wellington's hands, literally.
I spoke in the first half about appealing. We have more appealing now, so the next one's going to be a penalty against. Okay.
One of the interesting things we can pick up on the ref mic. Wellington just warned about over-appealing. Can result in a penalty. Oh, that was a nasty collision. We're going to see a card here. It's a yellow card.
Just wait.
Contact in the air
You okay?
is always liable to sanction. That's exactly what happened there.
Yes, yeah.
So, in a match where Harrogate haven't had many chances, they have one now, just 2 minutes of advantage. Oh, but they couldn't quite make it count. What will they do with this period of numerical supremacy? It's well held by Henry Busby.
Ruck.
And we know that Harrogate have the numbers, but do they have the composure? Oh, it's an opportunity gone begging, knock on. Don't think Harrogate going to get many better opportunities than that. We saw at the end of the first half, Harrogate within inches of the line, but thanks to some great covering work, it was dislodged, and they're within sight of the try line once again. It's a knock on. Really doesn't feel like their day at the moment, but some dogged and determined play from them.
Bind. Set.
Oh, audacious little grubber click, and it's perfectly timed and executed.
Offload was forwards there.
Unfortunately for Wellington, that offload just strayed forward.
Forwards, scrum, red ball.
I'm sure Wellington will happily eat up the seconds. Just 20 seconds left of the sin bin period.
There you go. Okay, 5 metres. 5 metres. Thank you. Crouch. Bind. Set. Stay.
And Wellington shortly back to full strength.
No, leave it. Gold.
They've managed to escape without any significant dent in their lead. Oh, that's a lovely, lovely run from the Harrogate number 10. And Harrogate's first points of the match. Very well deserved they are too.
I'll check you off this.
as the Wellington players wave back onto the field. $28 points to 7, just under 2 minutes left.
28-7. Who's the player to come back on from the bit? Has he come back on? Thank you.
Oh, the last throws of the man advantage, and Harrogate make it count. But they've got a lot to do if they're to triumph against a brilliant Wellington side.
Release 7, red!
They recovered from their early loss against Finborough. 2 wins on the bounce and looks set to be a third today. And after a messy exchange, it will be Wellington, no, sorry, it'll be Harrogate who have possession.
Red ball.
And with just 1 minute left,
You need to be alongside him, then you can move back.
looks like Harrogate,
Backs away
looks like
5.
Wellington's day today.
Crouch! Bind! Set!
Harrogate had some good chances, but just couldn't quite make it pay.
Walking round, gold loose. Walking round.
It's always difficult against sides like Wellington that are just so used to winning, so used to everything going their way, which means that sort of confidence grows and grows as the weather turns and it starts to get a bit nasty out there.
A real torrential downpour.
Not held.
And that's a brilliant bit of agility. As the referee said, not held. He was allowed to have a second go at it, and he certainly did. And great to see Harrogate ending this match on the front foot. And that's it. A really great display of youth rugby. And after a real enthralling encounter, the final score, Wellington 28, Harrogate 14. Thanks for joining us. Slight international flavour to proceedings here. ROSSLYN Park National Sevens, Dulwich against Valenciana of Spain. One of a handful of international teams who are here to brighten up this competition. Lucky enough to be joined by Charles of Team Brunel.
Yes, we're over here, and we are currently watching the game in RE2, Dulwich vs Valencia, so it should be an interesting game.
What would you expect based on, I suspect you've played Dulwich a bit more than you have Valenciana, what would you expect from the game today?
Dulwich always a strong side, they're always putting out strong 7 sides, so I'll expect quite a bit from Dulwich, but never seen Valenciana play, so we'll see today.
Not very Valencian weather, it's really pouring down here, so it'll be interesting to see how they handle those conditions.
It is indeed looking slippery out there.
And I expect to see a few handling errors, and especially as legs get tired at this stage of the day and the competition. What does it mean as someone who's probably played more than me? When you get towards the end of a day, you must be tiring mentally, physically.
Oh yeah, 100%. Sevens tournaments are always like that. You start off strong, you know, legs are feeling all good. By the end of your 3rd game, you're feeling the cramps come in, and it can really be a game changer for some. Some people don't feel the soreness, but some people do.
Valencia has turned over in the scrum. Real physical battle in the centre of the field. Dulwich just trying to break out their own 22 under a fair bit of pressure. Great to see some representation outside the UK. Have you encountered many international teams as part of ROSSLYN Park?
In ROSSLYN Park, no, I haven't, but me being international student, I do encounter a lot of international teams. So
it's great to see.
I've played in Spain a couple times.
Great to see representation from far and wide, and Valenciana trying to get in the corner, but they just ruled an infringement. Now Dulwich's turn to try and attack. They've struggled to get out their own half at this stage, Dulwich.
Yeah, Valencia really pinning them back in their 22.
What can they do here? They head towards the wing. A real sea of orange. Dulwich struggling to break through. Bit of space on the outside, but again, Valencia quick to peg them back, and they've got possession.
Yeah, the Spanish team are looking really strong.
Nice handiwork there, and number 27 twisting and turning, and he's got the offload.
Oh.
Can he make it to the line? He does.
Lovely finish.
That really is a brilliant score from the Spaniards. We'll get to see it again in a second, but really powered his way over the line. Can they make it count with the conversion? Not quite.
It's a windy day, let's just say that.
Yeah, it doesn't quite have the legs on it, but difficult time for kickers. What do you make of this try?
This try here?
Yeah.
Really quick tap.
Brilliant footwork, right?
Yeah, great offload. Just finish there. Bumps the player off and straight in.
Real strength. Do you look like quite a physical team, this Valenciana side?
Indeed. Don't know what to expect out of them, but seeing a lot now.
And the kick, I think, just landed in field, so be a line out.
Boys, Dulwich.
Do you have much experience playing in conditions like this when ball starts to get slippy? And
not really. I come from tropical places.
Where are you from?
Philippines.
Ah.
Yeah. So doesn't normally rain, especially when playing rugby. But
certainly adds an extra dimension, and Valenciana have a chance to make it 2, but just dotted down by the Dulwich player. They really are under pressure here, Dulwich.
Yeah, indeed.
Stay behind him, stay behind him. Gotta stay behind him.
And Dulwich finally have a chance to clear their lines. Strong boost on that one. Tell me a bit about Brunel and your involvement, Charles. How long have you been playing there?
Well, I've just started, so I'm a fresher. But at Brunel, honestly, they give you a great rugby program. It's all full time. you know, and you get to do your education at the same time, which is a win-win for a lot of people, you know. A lot of things, if rugby doesn't work out, then you have something to fall back on, that degree, you know. So it's always important to get you a degree and also enjoy playing a high standard rugby. So it's definitely one of those places that a lot of kids should be looking at, and I think it's a lot more popular now. But yeah.
Fantastic, and yeah, it's sounds like a place that's produced a few fantastic players.
Oh, definitely.
I'm sure you'll be one of them.
Oh, we hope so. We hope so.
And growing up in the Philippines, how did your kind of interest in rugby establish?
I'm mostly a sevens player, so I didn't actually grow up in the Philippines. I was born there, you know. I bounced back from Philippines and Hong Kong quite a bit. I did my schooling in Hong Kong, so.
Hong Kong famous for its sevens.
Indeed, I'm going there next week to go watch the sevens.
Oh, lucky you. Better weather than ROSSLYN Park, and just held up, I think, short of the line.
Yeah, he was just trying to power through there.
They've got the space, and once again, Valenciana make it count. Oh no, is it? Oh, he's lost it forward. It's been ruled out. Oh, that is tough. Looked like he got it down, but the referee just ruled that he'd lost it in possession.
Oh, unfortunate there. Probably should have gone for a dive, make it secure.
Yeah, the conditions.
It's one of those things that could be the make or break of this game, you know?
Absolutely. Seen some tight margins in this competition so far.
Stay up.
Yeah.
As we approach the end of this first half, can Dulwich get some points on the board? Some good pace on there.
Tackle.
Once again, Valenciana quick to pounce. I don't think we've seen Dulwich leave their own half yet. It's been a bit of a struggle. There's plenty more left in this match.
Tackle.
Time up, this will be the last play. What can Dulwich do with the opportunity? Number 11 on the wing. Oh, he does well to find the gap, but just a few metres short. Dulwich have an advantage coming. Very short advantages in sevens, and it's pulled back, I think, for offside.
If Dulwich could get some points here, it would be great to close up the half.
They end the first half with the momentum, and see an opportunity here.
Oh.
Number 11 powers his way through, just a few metres short.
Just stop there.
It's a penalty coming.
Not releasing tackler.
Dulwich will have a penalty, just metres out. Oh, and they've lost possession, it's turned over.
Great by Valencia to stop that momentum. Dulwich really looking dangerous there.
And it looks like Dulwich will head in at half-time without a point on the board. And Valenciana understandably hoof it into touch and get a little breather at half-time. Well, an interesting international flavour despite the weather, and it's a really commanding performance from a strong Valenciana team. Half-time score, Valenciana 5, Dulwich 0.
Last one. Into the contact, right lads, grab your partners. Give yourself a little bit of space and start it. Let's go now lads, let's start ramping it up. We're on in about 2 minutes. Here we go. Start wrestling.
Welcome back for the second half. Slight change of personnel in the commentary box as well. It's great to is it Sam?
Yeah,
great
Sam.
to have you, Sam. From Team Brunel, tell us a bit about Brunel and your experience.
To be honest, well, it's been a fantastic experience. I got scouted actually here last year around the same time, and the weather was a lot better. So obviously we could have played some better rug, but yeah, no, it's been really, really good and allowed me to really push on my rugby, and I'm sure I can speak on behalf of everyone who has played over this first year that our level has really, really improved, and we've all kind of become better people and better rugby players, I'd say.
Fantastic, and we've heard from Charles. Brunel sounds like a good place to develop your rugby.
Oh yeah, definitely,
skill.
And a lot of opportunity as well. Really, really good for opportunity.
Fantastic. We might see some Brunel players of the future.
Oh yeah, I think there's a few
across
on the
these
way,
pitches.
definitely. Yeah.
Really interesting seeing teams here, not just from the UK, but I saw a team from Sweden earlier, and
yeah, we had a couple of those boys in the Ealing tent actually, and they look really nice, and I think a couple of the coaches had a look at them and said they look good prospects, to be fair.
It's great to see rugby, and specifically sevens, kind of growing in popularity across the world.
Yeah, hitting the international stage has been really, really pushing on. And I think some of the international sevens tournaments we have around the world are really kind of getting advertised well, which is really good for the game and the sport.
Fantastic. And you said you'd had a bit of experience of Dulwich.
Well, yeah, I'm ex-Whitgift and ex-Shiplake, so I've come up against Dulwich a few times in my day, and always a good team to play against, and really nice boys. But yeah, they've been a bit lacklustre so far, but hopefully they can push on and get a point on the board here.
Yeah,
backwards.
Not seen the scoreboard ticking over quite as much as earlier today, but brilliant start from Valenciana.
Number 27 again.
Yeah, he's physical, he's quick, ultimate sevens player, and
fantastic finish as well. Just the swan dive there.
Yeah, just as Valenciana started the first half in style, the early score in the second.
Lovely break down that right-hand side there.
And even as the conditions look distinctly un-Spanish, the Spanish have been brightening up the pitch. That kick just a bit stray, perhaps the conditions.
Just a tad, yeah.
Yeah, it's a tough environment to be a kicker.
Very tough, yes. Great pick up there.
Brilliant pickup, and never looked for a second.
Yeah,
like he was,
exactly.
They were going to catch him.
Knew where he was going. Knows where the try line is.
Little point as well. A bit of showboating. Brilliant. Yeah, certainly one to watch, this Valenciana team.
Spanish rugby's really pushed on over the past year or two, to be fair.
Fantastic, and the more countries we get producing great sevens players, the better.
Exactly. I mean, you spoke to Charles earlier. Charles is going to play for Hong Kong pretty soon, I'm pretty sure, in their sevens team. So
sevens now in the Olympics, so
yeah, exactly.
Global stage. Fantastic.
Oh, here we go, Dulwich breaking through now.
Now Dulwich on the attack. They struggled to leave their own half in the first half, but great to see them breaking through.
No, leave it.
Valenciana quick over the ball there.
Dulwich trying to find a way through, but that Valenciana defence has been so strong all match.
Just a bit of
penalty
holding
given.
on there.
Bit of holding at the contest, and Dulwich still yet to get a point. Oh, nice offload. And a good take from the number 11.
So he's probably been Dulwich's most exciting player so far, this number 11 here for Dulwich.
No.
As we approach the end of the day, some tired legs, some tired brains as well. And
I remember I've played in a few of these, and as I said, Whitgift and Shiplake before. You get to the third game on, and you're really pushing your limits at the end. Especially if you've got a kind of a shorter squad team, you're really pushing on, and obviously as injuries come in and stuff like that. Great tackle there. Dulwich number 4.
Real strength.
Valenciana trying to escape their own 22 here.
Yeah, ball goes for the grubber kick. Bit of a contest
Good
off the
pickup.
ball, but it's a great pickup off his own kick. He's a bit isolated now, and I think he lost it forward. That's a great bit of ingenuity.
Yeah. To be honest, I've watched a lot of games today. I haven't seen much of the kicking game, although it's becoming massively implemented in 15s and in 7s. But I suppose at schoolboy level, it's a bit more for you to think about.
Yeah, it's a bit more risky, perhaps.
Yeah, I'd say so. But then high risk, high reward if you kind of go that way.
Yeah, well, chance for a little breather. Dulwich is put into the scrum, and if you're Dulwich, you're 2 scores behind, but it's still within grasp.
It's still on the cards, I'd say. Yeah, but I mean, obviously everyone's looking a bit tired today, and you get, as I said before, you get to the 3rd game, and it's tough. Oh, good little feet there, massive hit there.
It's a big old tackle.
Yeah,
seen some great hits today.
No ruck.
No ruck was formed, so
You're on the floor.
there's no infringement until
You've got to get up before you can play.
Dulwich off their feet. Valenciana, just 3 minutes left, looking in a commanding position.
Okay. Scrum called.
And they're taking the scrum option. What's the thinking there, do you think?
well, it gives a good option for a set piece, and you get all these switch moves and dummies and stuff like that. And yeah, to be honest, rather than a free kick, it gives a bit more space for the attacking team. But I mean, either way, good opportunity for Valenciana to score here. Here we go.
Yeah, it means there's certainly lots of space they can exploit.
Bit of footwork there.
Number 20s look so agile on the ball. There's a real tussle for it on the ground. Valenciana emerge. Oh, lovely play, and it's out on the wing. They've looked so comfortable on the ball despite the difficult conditions. They've really looked so comfortable. Can't wait to see more of them in this tournament. Number 11 stopped by the Dulwich defence, and number 20 again.
Yeah.
He's got that nice running style, kind of feinting and never quite know where he's going to go. It's a high tackle.
Yeah, they're on.
Valenciana looking so comfortable, just 90 seconds left, and
could be in to score again here.
Looks like they've got it in the bag.
Good line there.
Tackle, release, release.
Yeah, meters from the Dulwich line.
Here we go, Valenciana again. Good bit of footwork there. Just can't manage to get the offload
Spilled,
off.
but I think it's gone backwards, so it's still alive.
Tackle. Counter's good.
Oh, he just feints his way inside, and here it is, Valenciana for the line. Try number 3.
Brilliant score there, brilliant score.
And a real masterclass in composure and execution from Valenciana today.
I think they've really looked at the conditions here and gone, right, we need to start passing down, let's get it to the hands, and they've really kind of worked with the conditions today here, Valenciana. And I think Dulwich have really struggled to kind of cope with that. And I think, to be honest, the irony of that is quite funny as well, Dulwich being the English team.
Yeah, it's would have thought Valenciana might struggle with
the
unfamiliar
English conditions.
But yeah, it's been, they've really stuck to their game plan, and very impressive from them. There's that try again. Brilliant dive for the line.
Nice bit of footwork before that play came up as well.
And this probably the last play of a really interesting Anglo-Spanish encounter, and just knock forward, and that could be that. Wow, brilliant game. A real masterclass from the men in orange. And a gutsy display from Dulwich, but Valenciana the better side throughout. Final score, Valenciana 17, Dulwich 0. Hello, good afternoon. Thanks for joining us for this brilliant day of sevens action. You're watching Canford in the blue and white, and what a start from Canford, cantering through and getting the early points on the board. Well, they couldn't have asked, even in their wildest dreams in their hotel last night, they couldn't have asked for a better start than that. Almost straight for the kick, powering through. Brilliant offload from the ground. And they just found the gap at number 12. Bisected the two Gordon's players. And a brilliant start to the match for the blue and white. So how can Gordon's respond? Remind you, if you are here at the ROSSLYN Park National Sevens, do drop us a team sheet. Not just does it make our lives easier, but we can credit the fantastic play. And talking of fantastic play, Gordon's in for the line. Oh, just spilled it. Oh, that's a real shame. Brilliant opportunity created by a really darting run, but now Gordon's back in possession, looking to equalise the scoreline, and he gets it down. And a really well-finished try under quite a lot of pressure. And should this conversion be successful, not an easy ask given the conditions and the location, then we'll be back all square once again. See the orange of Valenciana on the sidelines. Really impressive in the previous match on court, on the pitch. In some quite challenging conditions, especially for a side not from these shores. Really impressed, putting in 3 tries against Dulwich. And here's another chance to see. Canford not quite successful in clearing their lines. And a really skillful offload on the ground. Made it easy for his teammate. So here we go again. What a start to this first half. Score after score. Just the kind of high-scoring, end-to-end action that we like to see, and that ROSSLYN Park National Sevens is so renowned and so recognised for. Biggest schools competition in the world. And that was a bit of a messy exchange. First knock on by White. It's going to be Canford with the... Sorry, Gordon's with the scrum.
Crouch. Bind. Sit. Steady. It's now. Block break. For win back, play on.
Just a loose ball, and Canford looking to capitalise. Really has been a mixed day of conditions here. We had the bit of sun a bit earlier, but it's quite challenging at the moment. It's quite high winds, and there's been some sporadic rain as well. Not necessarily conducive to free-flowing rugby. Brilliant, that wide shot. You can see all the array of pitches here. It's my first day at ROSSLYN Park National Sevens, and I couldn't believe the sheer volume of matches and teams and players and coaches and all the paraphernalia that comes with it. It really is a fantastic festival of rugby. Thank you for sharing it with us today.
And RE2 Harrow versus Sedbergh.
Now it's Gordon's chance to attack. A real big collision up by the touchline, and he squirms through, sees off the Canford defender, and dots it down to give Gordon's the lead. Some real physical tussles in this one. can hear some of the collisions from our commentary position. It reminds you, don't have to be quick to excel at sevens, but there's a real physical strength conditioning element as well. They really are all-round athletes in every sense. Look at some of these tackles coming in. Whew. Feel that one from here. But somehow Gordon's player just found his way through, and as soon as he was out of that grapple,
Stay behind the kicker, boys.
you knew it was going to be more points on the board for Gordon's. Rain really starting to come down now, and not surprising that we're seeing a handling error or two.
Scrum. Yellow one.
It's tough playing sevens at the best of times, let alone when the wind's in your face and your hands are slipping. And not least when you've come to the end of a day of it's third, fourth game for most of these teams.
Fine.
Many of them playing yesterday as well.
Advantage.
In the final stages of this first half.
Gonna do that.
Penalty. Another chance for Gordons to extend their lead. Oh, brilliant hands. And they do well to get it down under some real pressure from the Canford boys. And it means Gordons will go into the half-time break with a commanding lead. Brilliant display of attacking rugby. After a good start from Canford, they've really been under the cosh. And the kick.
Yeah, shoot. That's why I give a penalty just now.
Falling short of the sticks.
That's
It's
the last warning. After this,
tough time to be a kicker.
so yellow. Okay. All right.
It's the award of the penalty, and Gordon's made good work of it. Brilliant offload from the number 3, and number 8 doing well to squeeze in and make that one count. And that, the final action of the first half. Brilliant start from Canford, but Gordon's right back in it. And they've made it count and extended their lead, and they go in at half-time leading by 17 points to 7. And we're back underway. Early infringement, knock on, and Canford will have possession. If you fancy a refuge from the rain, do come and see us in the commentary tent, and while you're at it, do bring us a team sheet. Makes our life a lot easier if we can credit the fantastic talent on display, and yeah, plus it might get you out of the rain as well. It really is. You can see from the sea of umbrellas kind of decorating the touchline. Difficult conditions for spectators and for players too. And amazing, the good hands and the clean passes that we can see even in these conditions. But we are seeing some errors creeping into. At number 11, who's so excellent in the first half with a good offload. Oh, and the ball just knocked on.
Unlucky White. Knock on. Scrum.
Unlucky indeed for Canford. finding it difficult to establish momentum, get their rhythm going.
I think it's broke. Okay.
Some kind of technological malfunction afflicting the referee. So we've got a brief stoppage. Might be the comms, might be his watch, not sure.
Come on. Okay, boys.
Either way, we're back underway.
Crouch. Bind. Just bind. Just bind. Sit. No push, boys. No push. Steady. Steady. Thank you. Guys, pull out. Break.
Lovely hands. And Gordon's under pressure. They've
That's fine. Backward.
really made their chances count in the first half, and they've got another chance here. We've got numbers on the outside. Number 14. Oh, lovely handiwork.
Advantage. High tackle. Number 3.
There's a penalty coming. High tackle from Canford, number 3.
Advantage over.
So the advantage over. So Gordons will have to do what they can with this possession. And they'll be happy. They've got a reasonably comfortable lead. They've got possession, and meanwhile the clock is slowly ticking down. Oh, fantastic. Number 9 finding his way through 3 Canford players. And he will take his time in putting down that 3rd try for Gordon School. And Gordon's quality just starting to show. They've really been one to watch all day, and definitely one who will be featuring in the later stages of this tournament, I'm sure. Brilliant to have another chance to see this excellent score. Number 9. Didn't look like there was a way through, but he found it. Just a nice bit of footwork, turning inside. Left the Canford players in his wake.
Not 10. On the line, please.
Gordon's penalised, not.
Come off.
Kick didn't go full 10 metres. Oh, see from the fashion sported by those on the sideline, lots of waterproofs, lots of anoraks. It's that kind of day. Oh, it's a good effort, but pass was just forward.
Forward pass.
Canford thought that could be their chance. Instead, it'll be Gordon's who chance to eat away a few more seconds.
Crouch.
Consolidate their impressive lead.
Bind. No push, no push. Set. Steady. Thank you. Break.
Oh, lovely ball, and Gordon's once again looking threatening.
Release.
Oh, strong defence to take down a attack with real momentum, but not much respite as the number 10 once again tries to battle his way through. Had a bit of a breather for Canford.
From here.
Gordon's penalised, going off their feet. And with 2 minutes left, it's
Advantage. Knock on.
hard to see a way back. Canford here, and slight error under pressure there.
Come off.
Well, even though Canford are trailing the pool competition, every point counts. Could go down to points difference, and so everything to play for. Even though it looks like Gordons have got it in the bag.
You need sub? Yeah, need sub.
Look at that, rugby pitches
Okay, what's out, please?
as far as you can see, and that's only a fraction of the pitches that make up ROSSLYN Park National Sevens.
On by black. Scrum. Black ball. Oh, sorry. Yeah, here's a mark. Yes, up, okay. Ready, boys?
Do stay with us.
Crouch.
Lots of rugby to come, including some semi-finals, some finals, so we'll see some medals, trophies being distributed today. And I'm sure Gordon to be right up there. Was that a deliberate knock-on? Well, it's called as offside. We might potentially see a yellow card, but play continues.
That's fine, because the rug is good.
Some scrabbling on the floor, but it's ruled as legal, and Canford emerge with possession. Slight knock forward. Just 1 minute left of this Group F match. And this under-18s competition in which we've seen some great matchups today. And Gordon's school really look like one to watch, as Canford try and fight their way out of their own 22. Oh, it's real strength from number 11.
That's fine. That's good.
Oh, brilliant handiwork. And we're going to see a foot race to the line. Fantastic tackle to slow down that attack, but here's number 11 once again. Brilliant offload on the floor. And a consolation try for Canford.
You're going to need it first, okay?
That shows the real talent that they have on offer. Gordon's just too strong for them today, but we've seen some real glimpses of promise if you're a Canford coach.
Sorry. How long? Last play, right?
Last play.
Yeah, you win.
So the final exchanges of a brilliant Group F match. It's been a real pleasure to watch it, and thank you for joining us wherever you're watching, in the UK or beyond.
I don't know. Later.
This week, Next Gen, the place to be
Behind the kicker, boys.
for the best, highest quality schoolboy sevens and schoolgirl sevens, I should say. Fantastic women's competition as well. And now Canford, the results beyond them, but can they close the gap yet further?
Release and roll away, tackle. Yeah, advantage.
Canford have an advantage coming. Penalty, not rolling away. Gordon's player just lingering on the floor.
Advantage, knock on.
Oh, it's spilled, and that should be that.
Unlucky white, knock on.
Knock forward, and that brings to the end a fantastic Group F game in the Under-18s Cup competition. A brilliant start from Canford, but a flurry of tries from Gordon. The difference between these two sides. Final score, Gordon's 24, Canford 14.
Well, yes, welcome back, everyone. Ladies, gentlemen, everybody else, for a fantastic game we have for you here. Two of the titans of school grade rugby. It's Harrow School against Sedbergh. Sedbergh, of course, the winners of the under-16 competition at Warwick just a few short weeks ago. Harrow came out of an incredible group, including Caterham, King's College Taunton and St George's Weybridge to get here. That's a lovely kickoff right from the beginning from Sedbergh. But look at the ferocious tackling from Harrow. What a lightning start. Well, this is fantastic stuff from Sedbergh to get the game underway.
Back, Sedbergh. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Yeah, good now.
And immediately there's a turnover and Harrow tap. I'd like to bring in my co-commentator as soon as I can. It's England rugby legend Rachel Burford. Thank you so much for being with us today, Rachel.
Oh, good afternoon. Very much looking forward to being part of the commentary for these final games this afternoon. Really good start from Harrow, wasn't it? Lots of pressure in defence and then forced the turnover. But there, the slippery conditions coming into it.
Well, it's been a beautiful day here at ROSSLYN Park, but it's all fairness, the weather is terrible as we've come into these final closing stages.
Yeah, it's not quite what you want for a sevens tournament, is it? You're obviously normally following the sun for the sevens, but the boys will be well equipped to play in these conditions.
Well, we saw Harrow escape that incredible group, including Caterham and King's College Taunton, who'd had on the live stream. They then went on to beat Dulwich 33-19, so very impressive from them. Sedbergh, of course, are favourites in every tournament they take part in, it seems. That is the way with the brown and gold. And with the dancing feet, number 5, it's Sedbergh still driving on here. I had the joy of watching Sedbergh compete at the Warwick Sevens 2 weeks ago. They absolutely dominated the competition. They weren't challenged. And now here we are on the biggest stage, and they've made it to a semi-final again. They're such an incredible sporting institution, Sedbergh.
Tackle now!
Yeah, there's plenty of great stories that come out of Sedbergh. The amount of talent that they've got there, the programmes that they've got on. But they are under a lot of pressure at the moment, but they're doing really well. Staying patient, looking after the ball, which is so key when you're playing sevens.
Knock on!
Well, there's a knock on in this wet weather, and Harrow will come away with it. Bit of the commentator's curse as Harrow go darting for the corner. And that is the opening score. Well, disappointing really, but as you mentioned, Rachel, Harrow piling all of the pressure onto Sedbergh, and when you're trying to play out from your own 5-metre line in these conditions, mistakes like that are bound to happen.
Yeah, you've got to be pretty brave to play under your sticks with the rain coming down. But the pressure from Harrow is what's been so impressive right from the restart, and absolutely nails that conversions from out wide as well.
That's a beautiful conversion, really.
They've had a really strong start, but it's just the effort in the go forward defensively, just put them under pressure. And here, the slippery ball. The defender actually gets his hand to the outside of the ball, which actually then dislodges it from Sedbergh. But it's been a really positive start from Harrow.
What a top start for Harrow. We will be hoping to repeat the success that Harrow have had here over the years. The largest sevens tournament in the world now, and one of the key features that we've spoken about often here in RE2 is the fact that there are now more women and girls competing in this competition than there ever have been before, and that's great to see that progression in the game of sevens overall.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember coming along to ROSSLYN Park, and the women and girls, it wasn't existent. So to see it absolutely flourishing at the moment, and the great talent and the opportunities it gives, you know, the boys and girls within this tournament is just something that is really, really good to see.
Well, it was Samson Hughes, number 5, trying to slip the tackle there. He was the first try scorer in Warwick. He's got wonderful dancing feet. Lovely little hitch kick as well through the contact. And it's handed off there to number 13, Jack Buller. He's a very impressive physical player. Well, there's a bit of there's a player out of the game for Sedbergh, so they're currently playing with 6 really with that injured player, but Hughes spreads it into the wide channel. What a huge physical collision that is. Still driving there is Will Bennett in number 3.
Again, you've got to credit Harrow's defence, just always going forward. Sedbergh just waiting for an opportunity for the defence to kind of break up in the midfield and maybe get round on the edge, but it's really well oiled at the moment from Harrow in their defensive sets.
Well, a tight contest, as we were expecting, of course. The other semi-final on RE1, the Lees School from Cambridge, who have done fantastically well to make it here, up against that famous old name of Bromsgrove, who made it all the way to day 2 without conceding a single point. We did see them concede first, of course, here on RE2, but they've made it to the semi-final now. And this is a really powerful progressive run from Harrow, well gathered in the wet weather. They still take it to an edge and then put the hammer down and take it to the line. And Harrow is still going, leaves part of the shirt behind. Talk about determination, what a finish that is.
Well, you talk about desperation and fight defensively, and they've just flipped that into attack. Leg drive and power, just not giving up, not giving in and going down and taking the contact, staying on his feet and just brushing players off. That was a superb individual try.
Well, the power there, it
White, get a ball.
Went and touched down without part of his shirt, the young Harrow player. That is really impressive.
White, it's on you to collect this ball.
Yeah, he's deep into the first half. The legs are tired, the lungs are burning, but managing to find the energy to keep driving while he's got 3 players on his back and also taking his own shirt away from him. Not sure Nike will be pleased with that.
It's been 2 very long days of sevens for these two sides, and
timing on the compete.
There's still so much more to come tomorrow with the conclusion of the under-18 competition. And right away, the ferocious defending of Harrow may have opened them up for another scoring opportunity here. It's complete physical domination in this game from Harrow, something that you can rarely say about Sedbergh in a game. Huge tackle from Hughes, but to the blind side, and another try. And this first half is going all the way of the blue and white.
But it just all comes from the dominance in defence, the big shot from the restart, and then the ball spills out, and Harrow are first to pounce onto the ball.
A wonderful score and a wonderful way to end this first half. 21-0.
Quick turnaround, please, gents.
Harrow leads Sedbergh at the break, and what a perfect first half this is for Harrow. Over on pitch 1, Bromsgrove are currently 10 points to the good against the Lees of Cambridge. But this is a bit of textbook sevens, really. They turned over the breakdown, and then it only took them 2 or 3 phases to get here. And this is smart play to take it back down the blind side.
Yeah, he just sees the player bounce out of the ruck and then go open. Just sees a big space, and you're not going to run into there. Easy running for him in the end, but all came from the hard work right from the start of the restart. And Harrow have just completely caught Sedbergh on the back foot. They've been really dominant defensively, and then every time they've had the ball, they've been really strong in the contact area, looked after their ball, recycled really well, and they've taken a really healthy lead.
Well, this semi-final may well be over. Sedbergh still have time to turn it around, but at the moment, Harrow lead by a great margin of 21 points to 0 here at half-time, live with Next Gen on RE2. Now, Rachel, I wanted to mention, of course, there's so much rugby left to come, including the under-18 competitions. And for the first time this year, the under-18 women's competition will mirror the men's in its entirety.
Yeah, it's wonderful to see, you know, the progression that ROSSLYN Park Sevens has had with the women's being introduced and now how it's grown. And it's just wonderful to see the same model for both boys and girls on a par. You know, they're the sort of things that you want schools and young girls to be aspiring to be part of.
Well, it's fantastic that ROSSLYN Park has become this great opportunity for so many young women to be involved in the game we all love, as Harrow get us back underway from the kickoff, taking it down this right-hand side from our position here in the commentary box. Huge contact in midfield once more, but Sedbergh still managing to play out from this position with Hughes. Lovely footwork into the wide channel. And it's such a fight in the contact there. Still battling. Hughes chucks it back inside. Could be a bit of space here for Sedbergh. Through the first contact they go.
Yeah, there was no ruck.
No ruck form, so no offside. And here's Buller just slowing down the play. Excellent leg drive through the contact, great offload. There's the change of pace, the little hitch kick there, and just spilled. Well, a great attacking set, but I can sense the frustration coming from Rachel, given the weather and the impact it's had on Sedbergh's ability to attack.
Yeah, they've just been quite hesitant, haven't they? Whether they want to take the contact, don't take the contact. But when you've got a defence coming on full pressure, constantly moving forward, you've got to be direct, you've got to be decisive. And then just there, just losing the ball. Initially, some lovely little offloading off the floor, nice step on his left foot to get on the outside, but just couldn't keep hold of the ball, which is how we saw the first half start. But hopefully Sedbergh can come back into this game and apply some pressure defensively now.
Lovely play overall from Harrow, however. Another knock on. So Sedbergh will have the scrum advantage to play with. It's lovely handling. Hughes is scragged down inside his own half. 2-on-1 on the short side here. Away goes Sedbergh. Lovely footwork to get round the first player. Oh, and the cut inside as well. All the way goes Sedbergh. A wonderful finish by Jack Buller. Number 13 at Warwick 2 weeks ago, and keeps that shirt today. A huge performance from the young under-16 Sedbergh player.
Yeah, what a lovely run out, lovely balance, left and right step in, vision and the speed to finish. But that's the game of sevens. One error in the midfield, quickly turnover, good ball retention. And just watch him here, he just gets a bit more whip, just so that he has a bit of an outside break to get across. He knows he's got work to do. Big step on the inside. You can see that that defender there was over chasing. Same here, hips turned, fancy footwork on, and I'm gone. Lovely, lovely response from Sedbergh.
Something to notice as well is that all 4 of the tries scored so far have been converted. That's something that's decided games in this competition. But Harrow still lead 3 tries to 1. This would be a huge result for Harrow, and they fancy themselves against Bromsgrove in the final. As things stand, that's who they'll play. So much yet still to be decided here on RE2. Lovely lofted ball. Such physicality in the contact. That's what led to the first try. Still playing Harrow now. They're up to the 15. They cut back to the short side where the numbers are. And there's so much blue and white flooding towards the line. And now down the short side again they go. The offloads are in. Great 2-man tackle in that wide channel. Harrow have driven themselves up to the 22. This could be a turnover here for Sedbergh. The ball was out. Referee waves play on. Turnover ball. Not long left now for Sedbergh to play, but this is a lovely winding run. Ashfirth throws the ball back inside. Still playing Sedbergh in these wide channels. Lovely ball, and here's Hughes. Hughes will use the pass once more. There's a 2-on-1 if it can be used there, but no. It's a knock on. What a massive tackle that is by the Harrow player.
Oh, you could see a lot of tired bodies out there. Long ball in play time. Sedbergh being really patient. Initially did so well. Just simple draw and pass. But then just the step back inside. Just went straight into the defender, which just dislodges the ball. It's a lot of energy expended out there in those last few minutes.
Crouch.
Be interesting to see what Sedbergh can come up with defensively now.
Scrum Harrow's way. Sedbergh get the shove on. The ball is loose. Who will gather it first? It is a Harrow player. Great counter drive by Sedbergh. But Harrow get the ball away. They have it now in midfield, in between their 22 and 15. But every time they run with ball in hand, they make yards, and they're in behind the Sedbergh defence once again. There's quick ball if Harrow can use it. 2 minutes to go here. They lead by 2 tries to 1. Harrow looking to free the arms once more. Spots a bit of pace down the ruck. Great tackle by Samson Hughes to shut down that attack. But now they go hard into the line. They put the hammer down. Huge tackle by Firth, and Sedbergh come away with it. What a massive defensive intervention by the number 11. And here is Hughes skipping away, showing and going, putting in the fend. One man to beat in the backfield. Great physical collisions by Sedbergh all over the field, and there's numbers up if they can use them. Instead, they cut back to the short side through the first 2 defensive interventions.
No hands, wait, hands. No hands, the ruck's full.
Hughes has the ball at the base of the ruck. And Sedbergh can feel the momentum swinging their way. Little show and go, and they will go over. There's a minute left, and they trail by 1 try. What an exciting game we have in front of us.
Yeah, big lifeline there for them. Big tackle down on the right-hand side to get the turnover. Then just patience, moving the ball to the space. Harrow pulled all over the place defensively. Plenty of gaps and holes available, but such good work rate to get to the support, to look after the ball. And then it just comes down to a bit of footwork, a bit of show and go with the ball. And in the end, he's got too much pace to be caught. But they've got an opportunity here. This kickoff is going to be huge. Look to see them go short to try and get the ball back.
Well, confirmation that Bromsgrove await the winners of this fixture. Huge competition in the air there for the possession of the ball off the kickoff. It comes Harrow's way, and this could be heartbreak for Sedbergh as Harrow go darting for the corner. Buller puts the chase on, but Harrow will score. It's game over, the under-16 semi-final here on RE2. Harrow have done it. An outstanding performance from them. They were in control from the off. They've come through Dulwich and a difficult group, including King's College, Taunton and Caterham.
Let's go.
To make it to the final. What a lovely finish and a perfect time to score.
Yeah, it was a brilliant finish. Under pressure, minute to play. Sedbergh did so well to try and come back into that game, but in a game of sevens, you can't go down 21 points in the first half and then try and bring it back. And Harrow got everything that they deserved. The defence was relentless. Every time they had the ball, they looked after it, working so hard in their frees, getting the support over, linking up really well, and then strong finishes in the end.
A Goliath encounter between two of the very famous old names in British rugby. But a massive win in the end for Harrow. A huge victory that will take them through to the Under-16 Cup final after 2 long days of rugby. That will be live on RE1 later this afternoon. Thank you very much for joining with us, Rachel. Don't go anywhere, of course, ladies and gentlemen, because we return for the final round of fixtures in the initial groups for the Under-18 competition. And it's a local derby. It's Newport High School against SGS Filton. Just over the bridge, those two sides await each other here on RE2 Live with Next Gen. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's a huge game here in the Under-18 competition. It's the end of the first day of rugby. This is where each group will be decided. Over on RE1, it's currently St Benedict's School up against Coleg Cigar. But right here, right now, it's South Gloucestershire and Stroud College, Filton College, up against Newport High School. Newport hunting for their first win of the day, while SGS Filton will go second in this group on 9 points. Clifton College have just gone undefeated, unfortunately, so they've run away with it all. But a big win here for South Gloucestershire and Stroud College could see them going through as one of the best runners-up. That's what's on the line here. St Benedict's School looking to restore some pride. Their points difference will lead them below whatever takes place. But over on the other pitch, it's currently St Benedict's who lead. Against Coleg Cigar. So line out time will start on the 15 through Newport High School. From Wales up against the Bristol side. Short trip over the bridge, of course, for these two sides to face off against each other. Lovely hands into the wide channel will get us started. Ooh, a little miss pass, but well taken by Max Coughlin. Coughlin to ground. Good meters made, another loose pass. A big physical Filton side, and Renico gets the shove on. Great tackle from Renico as they look to go once more to the far side, searching for options. Offload into the wide channel, bit of space perhaps for Jack Griffin to run into.
Let it go!
Held up by Foster.
Good afternoon. We now have confirmation about...
Taken right up to the line by the Clifton High School player. In goes Dan Wall to try and disrupt the Newport High School player, but scrum time for Filton following that holding up, something you don't see too often in the game of sevens.
Final, RE1 at 16:40.
Crouch! Bind! Set!
So here is the first opportunity of the game for SGS Filton to attack. Little loop around play from Renico back to Will Cook, and now into the wide channels they go. Big fend to see off the first two players. Zach Tomlin does well, but now they'll recycle. Davis takes it hard to the line. Tomlin's caught. And back come SGS Filton to halfway. Lovely fizzed across the face to Davis now, who can go take it hard to the line and beat the first player. Looks to find Renico out the back, but just behind the player. Lovely footwork from Renico to see off the first player, and then they go hard to the line. Turnover at the base for Newport High School. Fantastic work for them in their fourth game. They've had a really hard afternoon in this tough group, but they're still fighting. Smith, Meredith. Great word from Reese Lewis. Meredith.
Careful! Tackle now, let it go!
And carried into touch is Jack Griffin. Yeah, so speaking of Newport High School, a tough 24-14 loss to Coleg Cigar. Began their afternoon at 12 o'clock. And then Clifton College really put them to the sword. 49-0 that final score was. I watched that game myself over on RE1. And then this is it, really their final game here. Oh, and taken to the line well by SGS Filton. Darting away could be Will Cook, and Cook will go all the way. And in the blink of an eye, SGS Filton have taken the lead here. Well, in these final games, the tired legs can so often have an impact on the fixture, and that was what took place there. Some lovely footwork by Will Cook, and then his surrounding defenders just didn't have the yards to put in the hard chase. It was a clean enough line out. Well executed. Just a little show and go. Great step inside to beat Dylan Roberts, and away goes Cook. Toby Thomas fighting to the last, but just doesn't have the yards to catch up with Will Cook. SGS Filton get us underway with one of their very impressive kickoffs, which we've seen all day. There's a great contest in the air. Played away by Jack Griffin, but we'll come back for a knock-on, unfortunate first receiver. And that's a
Scrum lads, let's go. There's your mark.
rather disappointing end to what could have been a promising Newport High School attacking set. Must give thanks, of course, as the weather has descended upon us, to have Ealing Trailfinders.
Wait for the ball.
To house us here with Next Gen, very comfortable and warm away from the rain, unlike these players. And it will be a penalty for SGS Filton.
Not down, not down.
Offside, I believe, at the set piece is the call there as Tomlin switches inside. Harris will go all the way. And once again, out of nothing really, SGS Filton have created another scoring opportunity, and they've taken it well.
Come on, let's just win the ball. In line with me.
It was really slow from that penalty. Harris took the ball on the inside switch. And then just a lovely little step, lovely bit of skill. And that's a great conversion as well.
Yeah.
A great score from Caden Harris. We've seen him all day. He's been very impressive. His pickup, that I won't forget in a hurry, in the opening SGS game of the day. And this is just a little gap. 2 hands on the ball shows the dummy. And again, those tired legs of the defenders being exploited, really, after a long, hard day of rugby. But SGS Filton still have something to play for as they hunt for that best runners-up spot. They're doing all they can at the moment. Half-time here on RE2 in the final round of fixtures in the pool stage of the under-18 competition. Newport High School trail 12 points to 0 against South Gloucestershire and Shroud College, Filton College, of course. We'll be back very shortly for the second half here on RE2 live with Next Gen at the ROSSLYN Park National School Sevens. Well, we're back, ladies and gentlemen, for another half of rugby here at the under-18 competition at ROSSLYN Park.
Hands out now!
On RE2, Bishop Burton College versus Berkhamsted School.
And it's SGS Filton who get us underway first. They reclaimed their excellent kickoff as they do so often. Tomlin in possession now, finds Cook, the try scorer. Round the corner, fine Harris, but it's loose. Swept up well by Tomlin though, who'll go through and score. Will Stace, welcome back to commentary.
Thank you very much, and what a way to be back. A brilliant score from SGS Filton. We watched them earlier today, they were absolutely incredible, and what a way to get back into the second half. It's been walking over this Newport side, and that's the third of the game.
Well, the thing that defines this group really, despite how very impressive SGS Filton have been, is Clifton College. Here are some stats for you. Clifton College played for, won 4. Points for, 151. Points against, 22.
Well,
so
that's dominant.
129 points difference will not be caught. And that is so rare in this competition to have a group just where one team just runs away from it. But that is unfortunately the case here. As Newport High School, what a lovely offload that is, all around the back corner as well from Dan Wall. That was great from Wall and Jack Griffin, but unfortunately just spilled at the last.
Advantage over for
And
the
SGS
knock-on.
Filton will come down the short side this time.
Tackle and release now. Thank you.
Well, still they play wide.
Touch.
They let's go to the boot, but it was touched in the air by Newport High School, but away they come with it still. Showing and going and carrying hard. Love a pump once more. Renico over one player.
No, yes, yes, yes. Play on.
It was out, so Cardiff High School and Newport High School, sorry, come away from it. They'd hate to be confused with that lot. And still Newport High School come away from it. Those fierce rivalries in Wales. Newport, of course, playing in the town's colours.
Hand.
But a penalty for hands in the ruck there, unfortunately, caused a turnover.
Just seems to be going Filton's way, doesn't it?
Advantage.
Oh no, it has actually gone Newport's way. The referee's hand was the wrong side. That's what may have confused SGS Filton.
And both me and you.
For not being 10, so yes. Newport High School will play away from it. And it's been nudged through as well. A great option with space in behind. How's the pickup? Lovely footballing skills to carry it on here. Well, we're still going with Finn Jones. Shoved off the ball. I believe this will be a penalty try and a card for Renico. Yeah, penalty try for Newport High School because Finn Jones was away. I think it actually is Harris who's been sent off for SGS Filton.
It would have been a bit of a slight mishap moment. I don't think he actually had the pace. I think SGS Filton would have got there, but unnecessary, and it puts him in a position of real trouble as Newport High School are once again through, and they will go over. Well, this game just got a whole lot more interesting. 2 minutes with 6 men for SGS Filton. It's taken only 10 seconds of it for Newport High School to take some advantage of the deficit of one man.
One of you drop. Thanks, 14.
Go over, but wow.
Just sorting out some technical issues here. Well, Cardiff, Newport High School certainly have the wind in their sails now. Sorry, I had a long day of commentating with Cardiff High School in the week. It was great to have their under-14 side here. But now we're with Newport High School. And Ryan Leonard has scored a great try. This would be a wonderful turnaround for Newport High School and a reward for all their hard work today at the ROSSLYN Park Sevens. And that's gone backwards, but it will be picked up by Newport, and they were away. And in these closing stages, I myself am certainly rooting for the Welsh side, who have had a really difficult day here in a very tough group. SGS Filton fighting for that best runners-up place at the moment, but the Welsh side look to be coming back into their stride. It's been nudged through. A great option by the number 14, Zach Foster, but Newport High School have it in possession.
Well, they've been unlucky, Newport High School today. They'll want to get something from this game. Yeah, yellow has given them a great platform to go for. 2 minutes now on the clock. 3 might have less. 1 try, it would do it.
Well, the chase in the kickoff just isn't strong enough, really, for Newport High School, and SGS Filton have possession once more. Renico going down this left-hand side. Renico will not be stopped. A lovely finish for him. He scored some great tries today, and that will perhaps see off the game as SGS Filton return to a full company.
Well, that's the way to finish a game off. Feels like Newport High School, the fitness is just dying down. Tough day of rugby. 4 games of 7s is criminal in terms of effect on the body. So a lot of these lads will feel really tired in these last few group games. But SGS Filton, they aren't struggling. Yellow. They go over once again.
Yeah, they'll be desperate for the rugby to continue. But we'll find out, of course, at the close of play what all the results are of our many games. There's more Under 18 Cup Rugby up next. It's Bishop Burton College against Berkhamsted. And then Cranleigh versus Canford ends our coverage of the under 18 competition before 5 o'clock. The boys under 16 plate final. After 2 long days of rugby, the plate will be decided at under 16 level here on RE2. Huge shot out of the line from Pruitt. Very impressive tackling from the number 8, but what a wonderful run this is. Oh, and Newport High School could be away here, still going. That was just wonderful rugby to make it up to the 15. Penalty for offside, I believe is the call.
This will be interesting. Clock has gone red for us. Now down to 6 men as well. This is crucial for Newport High School to get something back into the game.
Ash Foster off the field. They've got another advantage being not 10. So Newport put the hammer down. What determination, what running. Evan Appleby will go under the sticks for the perfect end to Newport High School's game. It may have not been the perfect day, may have not been the perfect fixture, but this is the perfect end for the side from Newport.
Illegal attempt at a conversion, which the referee dismisses, and that will be the game. But well done to Newport High School, showing a lot of heart there to continue towards the final seconds.
Against a very talented South Gloucestershire and Stroud College side who will finish this game and this pool on 9 points. So they will hope that's enough to see them through to the next day as Clifton College top the group with ease. But a really strong, powerful finish to see off this fixture. Appleby just puts their head down and scores. So up next, of course, it's Bishop Burton College against Berkhamsted here on RE2.
Well, welcome back. It's Will Roberts alongside what I must say looks like a very warm Rachel Burford. You look nice and toasty in that limitless coat.
Yes, I am very proud to be wearing this coat because you often get so cold at these events, but I am snug, so I am feeling pretty smug.
And we have some nice hot and fast rugby to accompany it as well. It's Bishop Burton College against Berkhamsted School, 2 sides that don't normally rack each other up in the schoolboy rugby calendar, but on this occasion coming up against each other. It's Bishop Burton in the green and Berkhamsted in the navy to white gradient. Already it is Berkhamsted who are getting that bit of front foot. Alex O'Driscoll, an England representative. There's Boylan as well, who has his credentials about him. The Saracen racing in. And already that's Berkhamsted with the first score, showing their power through the forwards, Rachel Burford.
Yeah, well, you can see they're really trained well, aren't they, by James Rodwell. Playing the ball to one side of the pitch, being patient, recycle it, and then the big man finishes the job in the opposite corner. Really solid start from them.
There is the try scorer, Boylan. He was successful that try, that conversion not as successful. This is how it came about. I mean, Rachel, talk us through this.
Yeah, well, they've just realigned. They've allowed the boys to do the work on the right-hand side, recycled, looked after the ball. See their defence coming up really hard and just putting the ball into the right areas. Now here, big carry, retaining the ball, so key in defence. And then all the defenders all looking at the ball on the floor, and then the big man just finishes power into the corner. Number 4 and number 4. A really strong start.
Bishop Burton will be looking for that response here.
Penalty advantage,
The
13
Yorkshiremen
offside.
get the advantage and can have a free dice to roll with. It's Oliver Pearson wrapped up in the tackle. The referee says that seen enough, so we'll go back for this advantage. And spread it here potentially. Bishop Burton pump those legs on the outside. There's Henry de Boulay. He's lost possession. Rachel, the conditions certainly not lending itself towards running sevens rugby at the moment.
No, they're really challenging. You can't quite see it on the screen, but we've had lots of downpour, so the ball's greasy, the floor's greasy, the bodies are greasy. See there, the nine just trying to dry his hands off, and it's really hard to take, especially when you've got pressure coming on at you defensively. Hopefully we won't see too many errors within the game, but you can probably just see that teams will tighten up a little bit, so there's less ball travelling in the air time, so that doesn't give the defenders more opportunity to come and get a shot on.
Yes, also both sides' fourth and final game of the day, so played a lot of rugby this afternoon as well as this morning. Strong challenge and run from Heatham.
Tackle there.
Gets up towards the 22. A try scorer Boylan in tandem with fellow Berkhamsted boys. That's Bustamante. Stripped of possession well. It's a good turnover. Bishop Burton will be keen to get their skates on and head down the other end of the pitch where they have seen not a lot of ball.
Release tackler.
You can see there's a few tired bodies out there now. Need a bit of energy, a bit of go forward, try and draw in defenders. They're just waiting for defender to either come out the line, make a decision, create a space, or force an error.
They do. There's
Blue line out.
an out the back pass that didn't really stick, so it will be a line out for Berkhamsted. Now, I must ask, Rachel, you obviously a very proficient 15s player, but did sevens ever tickle your fancy?
Yeah, I spent a lot of time playing in the England 7 setup.
Thought so, yeah.
Went to a couple of the Rugby World Cups. I absolutely love sevens.
Yeah.
It's such an exciting concept. It's a brilliant game, and the tightness that you get as a group travelling on the circuit is one of the best.
And from a school's perspective as well, obviously both these teams have had a long and hard 15 season as Berkhamsted coast in for their second. That's Josh Heatham who's on the end of that one. Superb score for Berko to double their advantage, but the tightness and team spirit all culminating in this big National Schools Festival at the end of the season. It really is sort of the perfect place to provide that finished product for a lot of these schools.
Oh, absolutely. You know, as soon as this tournament will be over, people will be already talking about next year and the excitement around it. And, you know, these moments and memories for young men and women who are playing in them, they'll all live on forever. You know, it'll be a time that they'll talk about these stories, and that's what's so great about our game, isn't it? It creates these opportunities for young players to have great experiences whilst enjoying playing the game that they love with the team around them. You know, some of these boys might not play together again post these tournaments, so to create some final memories together, it's really special. And I love how advanced now the girls section is as well within the ROSSLYN Park Sevens.
Absolutely, and we'll be able to see even more of that tomorrow on the live stream, just by the way that things have played out today on RE2. We haven't been able to see too much girls rugby, but tomorrow the culmination of the Women's Cup will be a fascinating one to see. At the moment it's Bishop Burton and Henry de Boulay that are trying to lead from the front. Former skipper of the 15 season, of course. De Boulay dipped his hand in England selection as well when it comes to it. It was Oliver Vining who was wrapped up in the challenge. Dawkins wasting little time, as is Ferguson, and it's Freddie Fawcett in the unmistakable scrum cap. He's been pickpocketed by James Boylan, and away here through McDonald. You can just see the ground sort of giving way underneath the studs of these players at the moment, Rachel. Tricky conditions.
Yeah, it really is, and it's also energy sapping when you're playing wet, soggy pitches. it does take it out of your legs.
Good break from Connor Peters. He was ragged down, but away goes Bustamante. He will get Burko's third just before the half. A really crucial time to score, and arguably could provide a nail in the coffin sort of mentality towards Bishop Burton and their comeback.
It was really intelligent defence to get the ball back. Turned it over, and then it's all about the reaction skills. Get into the breakdown, get into the ball carrier. A couple of the players, whether they're carrying into contact, they're looking around at who's supporting them. Can they go down yet? Can they present, or do they need to fight a little bit more? And they've been able to retain possession. And here's a great run up the middle, but then look at the support. He's completely isolated, fights on his feet a little bit, keeps fighting, doesn't go down easily. Bang, his support's there, and then it's a simple pick and go right for the middle of two defenders, because they're and ahhing where to mark. And that's been the difference. It's been all about that urgency to be around the ball.
Berkhamsted putting themselves in the driving seat. They have forward momentum heading into the second half. Score at the break is Bishop Burton College 0, Berkhamsted School 17. We're running slightly behind schedule, so the referee is ever so keen to get us kicked off and underway before, well, things might get dark around southwest London very soon. But we're still here, still kicking. A few games left on our schedule before the day is done. Myself, Will Roberts, alongside Rachel Burford, in fine company for this Under-18s Cup group stage game. It's Berkhamsted versus Bishop Burton, and now, Rachel, I must have to ask you further about the coat that you're wearing and Limitless, and how you've come to be at ROSSLYN Park this week.
Yeah, well, just joining the Limitless team, you know, looking at Berkhamsted, the kit that's out there, look good, play good, we always talk about. Just talking, you know, we've been speaking today about women's fit and making sure how important that is. And yeah, just kind of looking around, watching some games and being in the tent, saying hello to people and getting excited about the sevens that's on display.
Exactly, and it is fine sevens at that, as Berkhamsted try to stretch their legs through. Finn McDonald almost up towards the halfway line. Boylan, there are large pieces of furniture now in play for Berkhamsted at the moment, and they're going to utilise them at full force.
Now two, leave it! You're off your feet.
Fawcett was told to leave it, didn't listen.
Yeah, you can't come off your feet when you're going for the ball. You've got to be able to maintain your body over the breakdown. But it just feels Berkhamsted's got all control in this game. Really decisive. They go forward, shifting the ball. They know when to take into contact, when to pull out of contact, and their support play again has started off really good.
Time is off.
Alex Nagel more than happy to thump that ball into touch and create the line out. You talk about your stereotypical sevens players. You normally think of fast, fleet-footed sort of light players on their feet. You look at this Berkhamsted squad, and well, I mean, there are some big players out there for Berkhamsted at the moment that definitely decided to go a bit more Route 1 with their sevens playing.
Yeah, I think, you know, some of the best seven squads out there have a balance of pace, power.
Knock on advantage.
And I think Berkhamsted have got plenty of variety in their game. You know, we've seen the power plays through the middle, we've seen the line breaks on the outside, and having that means that you're multiple threats, and it makes it really challenging defensively to understand how they're going to play.
Let's get out.
Relatively all-court game being put on display for Berkhamsted. Bishop Burton, though, will not roll over. Again, I think it is just that little bit of mental fatigue now, isn't it, Rachel, that's creeping in?
Yeah, and also, you know, they'll be thinking time's nearly up. They'll be chasing this game. They'll be thinking we've got to make something happen. And so often when that happens, you could just slightly take your eye off the ball, or you just lack of concentration, or you might try too hard, and that's where errors can creep in. So it's all about still trying to manage how you're trying to approach the game. You've still got plenty of time to try and turn it around. We know how quickly the fate of a sevens game can turn from one mistake.
Tackle and release.
Berkhamsted back in possession.
Penalty advantage. 6
They've got the
offside.
advantage as well. Something that Bishop Burton will be scratching their heads at. Again, it's James Boylan who sets on his travels, linking up with the other try scorer.
Advantage over.
Was Heason. Advantage was just called over as the rain starts to pour down. Dare I say that might even be tipping towards hail. I think we're getting to that sort of time in the afternoon.
Yeah, it's so challenging. But Boylan, he's been good, hasn't he? The number 4. Really strong carries. And just, again, we talked in the first half about their ability in the contact area, just not going down easily. Keeping their leg drive going forward, which then makes it really difficult defensively because everyone's got to get back on side.
Okay, boot to ball do Bishop Burton through Vining, and it's a large stump that takes up a lot of ROSSLYN Park space, and they could be onto it here. Oh no, it's just spilt at the last moment by Oliver Pearson, but good ingenuity from Bishop Burton there.
Yeah, definitely. In their own 22, just put boot to ball. Pearson's clearly got pace about him. Just here, just when you know that it's a wet, bubbling ball, just give it the little nudge and dive on top of it. Would have been a wonderful try.
Yeah, it's Berkhamsted who now have possession. I can imagine that this ball may go in a similar direction to that of Bishop Burton on their line. Might see a bit more kicking implemented into this game.
Hold in front!
There it is.
Good, thanks.
Down the middle. Going to be picked up by Finley Hobson, who's being wrapped up in the challenge by Connor Peters.
Good work.
Fawcett and
thank you.
Gilbert. Advantage was
4
coming
offside.
offside. Boylan, that is, who's been penalised. 2 minutes left to go. Bishop Burton will need a form of minor miracle if they're to try and get themselves back into contention here. Berkhamsted will be more than happy just to grind this game out.
Yeah, you probably see there the intention to kick it downfield and put the pressure on, but he might have just overcooked this. Really good option. Try and turn Berkhamsted, put the pace on. We just saw Pearson moments ago almost score from that tactic.
But instead it's wound down a further 30 seconds, which Berkhamsted will be happy to take as well.
Yeah, I think they've called a scrum, knowing that can take a bit more time out of the clock, look after their bodies a little bit.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
2 more games left on RE2 after this one here. Which will be under the watchful eye of Wolf Kemsley.
That was great pressure at the scrum. You know, minute to play, still being competitive at every element of the game, just hassling the 9. It's one of the, I played 9, and it's one of the challenging positions to try and get the ball out when you've got a great 9 defensively around you. And that's what can often happen if you get a player defending you on the right-hand side. They leave the open side nice and open.
Matt Ferguson sees the door slightly ajar and says thank you very much, and will take the consolation score for Bishop Burton.
But he was the one who got the turnover, forced the error at the scrum time, and then he's just taking it into his own hands. It's like, boys, let me do this. I'll get us on the scoreboard.
He does just that. It will just remain as the 5 points. Version missed, but Rachel, you were talking here about just his awareness to go down that blind side.
Yeah, so watching the 14 there, he's looking to try and get onto him, but he's too smart, too quick, gets on the outside, knowing that the 10's going to be on the other side of the scrum, and then it's just a foot race to the end. Really smart, intelligent player.
Clock's in the red. Berkhamsted will have this victory, and don't thump it out, instead just down the gullet of Bishop Burton. As Metcalf. Relatively famous name.
Release now, release, his legs are off the floor.
Bishop Burton potentially going to try and get that last score to reduce the deficit. And they won't. Bishop Burton concede the penalty. Berkhamsted.
That's good character though, isn't it? They know that they're not going to be able to win the game. They know that time's up, but they still want to keep playing. They still want to keep pushing. And that's a good sign of character amongst young men.
Cheers, guys.
Alex Nagel wraps up this game. Big thanks to Rachel for joining us. And it will look like Berkhamsted will canter through into day 2. Bishop Burton College giving good accounts of themselves, but it's not enough to see them through. Final score here on RE2. Bishop Burton College 5, Berkhamsted School 17.
Good afternoon and welcome back to a slightly rainy and blustery ROSSLYN Park National School Sevens. The penultimate game of the day here on pitch RE2. Cranleigh against Canford in an all-important Group F matchup. Final round of group games. Just meters away on RE1 we have Kirkham against Colfe, which will determine, together with this game, the winners of the group. So very much to play for. 2 games happening simultaneously. This group very much in the balance.
Down! No hands now, no hands!
Cranleigh in the black and white. Canford in the blue and white.
Pushing it back, on the line! That's over there, it's over there.
2 evenly matched teams based on previous results. It's Canford that's had the better of the early exchanges. It's an early try. Canford forcing their way over the black and white defensive line. And a try right under the sticks. Oh, conversion didn't quite go the way they might have wanted. Just going under the bar. They'll still be happy with that early 5 points on the board. Sheer brute force from number 3, just forcing his way through the gap, and then his teammate just
knocked on the ground.
Completed the move.
Canford ball.
And a knock on with some tired legs and arms, and these teams, it's 4th game of the day, and
Gents, let's go, please, let's go.
No surprise we're seeing a bit of fatigue creeping in.
Their ball. Guys, a clear gap between the bind and the set. Please don't come together on the bind.
Referee giving some early instructions.
Bind, set.
To the both sets of forwards.
Balls out, guys.
Making sure the scrum is sturdy and secure. Oh, it's a penalty. I think it's crossing.
Get back 10, 10.
And a good opportunity for Canford. It's turned over.
Never 10, guys.
And to compound the misery,
Yeah, yep.
they weren't back 10.
Good afternoon, Wycombe now.
So Cranleigh will get another go.
In the Colfe under-16 Plate Final. That match will be played on pitch RE2 at 1700. That will be Epsom versus Tonbridge. The Colfe under-16 Plate
It's a
Final
foot in touch.
will be Epsom versus Tonbridge, and that match will take place on pitch RE2.
Hard to emphasise how difficult conditions are here. Pitch
Go on, gents. Cranleigh.
full of mud.
Left. Canford.
And it's quite blustery and
No,
rainy,
no,
really
gents.
difficult
The mark's there.
and not conducive
across.
to free-flowing sevens.
Get back. Get back. Option. Throw or scrum. Scrum here, Cranleigh ball.
Infringement in the line out, and Cranleigh
On the
choose the
15,
scrum.
gents, on the 15. Yep.
We'll give them options out wide. We've seen they've got some real speed.
Crouch. No. Bind. You've come together, gents. I'll ask for a gap between the bind and the set, okay? Do not come together.
Having a bit of trouble getting
Crouch.
scrummaging right today.
Bind.
Quite a few resets.
Set. Balls out.
Oh, it's turned over at the scrum. That was a strong run from that number 7, but the ball just a bit wayward. It's turned over to Cranleigh. Oh, it's a brilliant tackle from number 7.
Oh, sorry.
Ref getting in the way there, but play continues. And number 13, Cranleigh, is going to level the scores here, right under the posts. And just spotting that gap
Field, please.
on the touchline. And despite a valiant effort from Canford, that try always looked inevitable. And now Cranleigh's chance to take the lead. It's a good kick. Might look easy, but we've seen a few from that proximity miss today, just conditions and lapses in concentration. Lovely offload. And despite a despairing, valiant tackle, able to ride it with ease and with skill.
When you're ready.
And Cranleigh with a well-deserved lead. That touched.
Their ball, no one touched.
Nobody touched, so it went
Mark,
straight
down,
into the touch without any interference, so
There.
be Canford possession.
Gents, who's in the chat? Oh, there we go.
Just over a minute left of the first half. Can Cranleigh make it count? Another really good tackle from that Canford player.
Offsides.
Really great tackling technique.
On me. Go 10.
Second time he's stopped a Cranleigh opponent in their tracks.
Yep.
Once again, Canford defensive line holding firm.
No.
Been a mixed competition for Cranleigh so far. 2 wins to start the day. Just a loss against Kirkham, who are currently topping the group and are playing on adjacent pitch right now. And it's Cranleigh who extend their lead just seconds before the half-time whistle. And they'll come into the half-time break with real sense of momentum and confidence. That second try from that pacey player. He's looked like a real asset. And although the kick goes wide, Cranleigh will be very happy with their first half's work.
That's half time, yeah.
Despite going behind early on, they've looked the stronger of the two sides, and they've given themselves a good chance of progressing into the later phases. That half-time score, Cranleigh 12, Canford 5.
Good afternoon. At 16:40 on pitch RE1, we'll have our Colt under-16 Cup final. That will be contested between Harrow and Bromsgrove. That's the Colt under-16 Cup final. 16:40 on pitch RE1. Harrow versus Bromsgrove.
And it's the second half. Will this be the final half of these sides? ROSSLYN Park National School Sevens. It's the final pool match, and both sides' fate very much rests on what's happening just meters away over on RE1. Meanwhile, all either side can do is control what's in their hands, and thus far it's been Cranleigh, better of the two sides, and they've started brightly again. Despite a despairing dive, ball ends up in touch. Canford will get us back underway.
Let's go, let's go!
Canford also had a mixed day. They started with a loss at Kirkham, who are currently topping the group, and a win against Colfe before a loss against Gordon's, a game which I had the pleasure of seeing, and a really brilliant encounter. Canford started really well, but game just ran away from them at the end.
It's over here, it's over here.
Penalty to Cranleigh.
Someone calling me? No.
As the rain continues to lash down. Not ideal seven conditions, but both sides making good work of it and putting on a real show for us.
Offside and not rolling.
Double infringement for Cranleigh.
Not rolling and offside.
Not rolling away and offside.
Just on the 5, on the 5.
Cranleigh will be the beneficiaries. Go for the tap.
Oh,
just
Advantage is
Slippy
over.
fingers. Knocks on. Cranleigh having another pop. Well, they've got options out wide, should they use them? Oh, and he doesn't need them. Brilliant little feint and dummy, and Cranleigh able to take their time and put it under the posts. Every second counts, and
No!
happily eating up.
No, you can't charge down. You can't charge down. Okay, got it, okay.
Bit of confusion there with the conversion. Camphor wanted to charge it down, but not allowed. But Cranleigh converted it nonetheless. And their lead grows yet wider as the seconds tick down on this Group F encounter.
Yeah.
Brilliant run and good tactical awareness, just slowing things down. They know there's not long left on the clock, and as long as they win Cranleigh, they just need to wait and see what happens with Kirkham. And they know that a win here could be enough should results go their way. Oh, knock on from Canford. There's been a few handling errors, but really is difficult in these conditions. Interestingly, the side we've seen best handle the conditions today, Valenciana from Spain.
Crouch!
Really dominant in their match earlier on RE2. Distinctly un-Mediterranean conditions, but
crouch!
They really made it count. Brilliant handling.
Set!
Some really clever tactical play. Well, Cranleigh have the numbers, they have the pace, and they've got the time, and they will take every second possible before they put yet another try on the score sheet. And converted. Try number 4 for Cranleigh. And it's sadly looking like definitely the end of Canford's tournament. Look at this run. Opponents never stood a chance. Real composure, real confidence on the ball. Offside at the kickoff.
Your winger was offside. In front, sorry.
You heard straight from the referee. One of the benefits of the ref mic.
You tackled him from the ground.
It's another penalty. Bit of indiscipline here from Cranleigh. Was that a deliberate knock-on? I think it was, and it will be a yellow card.
Intentional slap. No, wait. Wait for him to get off.
Whenever you
10, please.
Lunge at it with one hand, there's always the risk.
Not 10.
Oh, it's really not going well for Cranleigh. Not even if they lost a man there.
Thank you.
Weren't the requisite 10 yards, so we really need to regroup.
Sorry, 6.
And these final minutes of the second half will be spent with a one-player deficit, and
2 knocks. First Cranleigh.
Canford couldn't quite make good use of it there. But the first knock on was from Cranleigh.
There was a knock and then an attempt to tackle, yeah?
And so Canford will have another opportunity to take advantage of their extra man.
Last play.
Last play. Might be the last minutes of competition for some of these players. Let's see what kind of treat they can put on for us.
5 meters, please. Crouch. Bind. Set. It's out. And advantage for offside.
It's another penalty.
Coming up too early on the try line. On the try line. On the 5, on the 5.
Can Canford finish with a flourish? Another penalty for offside. Lots of infringements.
You've hit him high.
And we're seeing another yellow card. So Cranleigh going to finish this game with just 5 players. Might not count for anything in terms of the result, but surely you'd expect Canford to score. Keep the ball alive. Number 11. And number 6 over the line. Canford, 2-player advantage. And they finish their ROSSLYN Park Schools National Sevens campaign with a very impressive try. Well, brilliant end to a brilliant match. It was Cranleigh just too strong for Canford, but Canford made them work for every second, and some ill discipline at the end made it a really enthralling finale. But final score here in this Group F match, Cranleigh 26, Canford 12.
scheduled at 1700 on pitch RE1. It's the final of the girls' AD competition, and that's Hartbury College versus Exeter College. And on pitch RE2, the Colts under 16 plate final, which is Epsom versus Tonbridge. Those two finals taking place at 1700.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and everybody else. It is the final game for you here from the 4th day of a very long ROSSLYN Park National School Sevens tournament. The under-16s competition has come down to this. It is the plate iteration here. Epsom College up against Tonbridge School. Both sides with a wonderful story that we'll tell you as the game progresses, but it's Epsom who'll get us underway. A fantastic testing kickoff into the wide channels. And a knock on there, so what a start this is for Epsom. Well, knock on there, so Tonbridge will have possession. This is a Tonbridge school group who came out of their plate group. So they're only through the 3 phases. Phase 1, under-16 group, there were hundreds of them. They whittled them down to some cup groups via some elimination games. And then from there, they had a plate groups and a cup knockout round. So in the plate groups, Tonbridge had Guildford and Woodhouse Grove and saw both of them off convincingly. Just 2 points they beat RGS Guildford by, but then 12-0 against Woodhouse Grove. I say convincing because this stage of the competition, the games are very tight. Epsom College came through a group with Wellington College and King's College Taunton, so a real testament to the quality of this plate competition. Tonbridge will have another restart from the scrum. Tonbridge, of course, who had not lost a single game of sevens all season until 11 today, when they lost to Dulwich. That is the reason why they are in the plate and not the cup, as they look to spread the ball wide off first phase, and now they put the hammer down. Tonbridge through the gap here. Tonbridge School will saunter to the line in these horrid conditions. Free-flowing rugby is not a gift to be taken lightly, but that's a wonderful finish. Speaking of Tonbridge's wonderful season, they won the Queen Elizabeth Barnet Sevens just very recently. Again, they'd not lost a single game of sevens until 11 today, when they were beaten by Dulwich. Yes. That's a group that Dulwich College topped. Tonbridge School finished second above St Peter's, York and the Oratory. The real story, though, is of Epsom's morning, where they drew with the very talented Bedford School. They beat Eton College, so all they needed to do was beat King Edward's Bath to progress. And they drew with King Edward's Bath in a wonderful game that we had for you here on RE2, taken clean off the kickoff. What a moment this will be for Epsom. Just a slip in the wet weather by Ben Templey and knocked on, but what a take by Templey in that first kickoff, and he's so disappointed in himself, but a great bit of attacking rugby there. Such a clean take, straight through the hole, and so unlucky not to go all the way. But in this really wet weather, just slipped right outside of Tonbridge's 22. Well, we'll keep playing here as I run you through in that dramatic late stage. King Edward's Bath managed to draw with Epsom, and Elton turned it around and beat Bedford. So they went through to the cup. Bedford went home, and Epsom were dumped out into the plate, but they've done amazingly well to reach the final of this plate competition. Huge on the floor from Luke Lawson-Smith, and away goes Garfield. They were part of an absolutely thrilling game earlier, perhaps the best game we've seen on RE2. War to the line, still War, what a try. Ollie War has equalised for Epsom. They have looked frightening with ball in hand so far. And it will be Arthur Garfield to add the extras and tie this game up 7 apiece. Easily enough for the very talented Arthur Garfield. So yeah, so Elton through to the cup. And they didn't make it to the final, however. That was Harrow, who I believe have just beaten Bromsgrove in the final of the under-16 cup competition, but we'll get clarifications on those scorelines as they come. Really clever nudge from Garfield from the kickoff, and now it's Springett. Springett takes on his outside man. Tonbridge go fishing at the base. No clear release, however, so Garfield taps and goes.
He's 10 now.
Back inside to Tay Thomas. Well, look at this darting run once more. This time it's Freddie Carty.
No clear release again.
No clear release for a second time. Garfield with a tap, but just spilled. Well, Freddie Carty and Arthur Garfield, I've been confusing the two of them all day. Both very talented, skillful players with the ball in hand. But this will be a scrum down for Tonbridge. And I don't know if you can hear the roars in the background.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
From games occurring elsewhere. But that's been nudged by Tonbridge. This is their exit, and they go herring after it. Look at the pace from Tonbridge. It's Tonbridge one-on-one with Ollie Waugh. Who can gather it here in these terrible conditions? Touchdown by Tonbridge. Try given. What an outstanding finish. Star-studded stuff from this mighty Tonbridge side, who have only lost a single game in their entire two-day outing at the ROSSLYN Park National School Sevens, but that is the ruthlessness of this competition. That only a single slip-up, and it was barely a slip-up, it was a 28-21 firecracker between Dulwich and Tonbridge that we saw here on RE2 that eventually allowed Dulwich to come out on top, and that was a wonderful clearance. Tonbridge went herring after it. This is great play to keep it alive. Do not underestimate how difficult this is as a skill in these horrid conditions. The pitches, we must say, have stood up fantastically well through 4 long days of treatment from opposition players. But that's a great finish. Ollie Waugh thinks he's stopped the try, but given by our match official. Tonbridge will get us underway. There are 2 assistant referees also helping out today, so they'll be secure in their decision. And here is the blue scrum hat of Ben Pemberley off to Springett. Springett takes it to the line. Lovely offload into the wide channels, but Tonbridge have cover there. Almost intercepted. That's a loose offload. There's no offside line. And it was flicked through the legs cleverly by Tonbridge, and now they'll look to break. Dragged down by Waugh. The ball is still loose, finally gathered inside the Tonbridge 15.
Okay, leave it now, gents.
And they might have numbers on the far side. Great coverage by Freddie Carty. Now Tonbridge come down the right-hand side. Another great tackle by Tay Thomas. But on the loop around, Tonbridge have space. Great offload. Epsom go high in their contacts, but they're doing enough at the moment to disrupt this Tonbridge attack. Still going Tonbridge School. And now there's a missed tackle. They switch the ball inside, and these tired legs of Tonbridge continue to drive, and they have another score. And that is how the first half will end, with a 3rd Tonbridge try. Well, that was really patient build-up play from this very talented side. And you can feel the fatigue coming from both sides. These conditions not helping at all. And it seemed as though the Epsom players were just stuck in the mud there as Tonbridge used the ball excellently well. Well, at half-time here, Tonbridge lead 21-7 as we look at this try, which separate the sides. They had possession for a long old time. It was 1 missed tackle, the switch inside, and then just a few tired legs. Ben Templey once again shows his frustration, unhappy with his defensive setup of his Epsom teammates, but at the end of the day, it was really good, patient attacking play from Tonbridge. And Tonbridge School look like they are in the best position to take on the plate competition for their own. But Epsom will still have plenty in the tank. 7 minutes to go here on RE2 live with Next Gen, sponsored by the Ealing Trailfinders, who continue to house us through the rough weather. We are very grateful for their coverage, especially as the rain continues to pile down on us. Ealing Trailfinders will be here again tomorrow. If any of you are returning for the second day of ROSSLYN Park, the business end of the under-18 competition. And next gen will have so much rugby to bring you here from RE2. The lineup as it stands for Friday's coverage includes action from the under-18 girls semi-final pools, because there's more pool rugby to be played. There's a bit of juniors with Dulwich College and Warwick taking part. A cup semi-final apiece for the under-18 girls and boys will also be there. And just loads of rugby from the cup pool stage, the second phase of groups here at ROSSLYN Park. So Epsom College are trailing to this very impressive Tonbridge school side. Joining me for the second half is Will Roberts.
Yeah,
welcome, Will.
Thank you, Wolf. It's the epitome of a long, hard day of rugby. I've just travelled back from one of the M pitches, and I have to say it's taken me about 25 minutes because the mud trails, I mean, it's like a swamp round here at the moment. The conditions are probably as far from Rugby 7's ideal as we could probably have them at the moment, and it looks like Tonbridge are sort of the ones making the most of that.
Well, that was an excellent kickoff as well. The Epsom couldn't keep in place, so Tonbridge will start from the line out. Clean line out ball for Tonbridge. They go wide off first phase. Backwards only, but spilled off the kickoff. Great pressure from Epsom, who pushed Tonbridge back to their 15. Still hunting for the ball is Epsom. Roberts is flying up out of the line. Roberts may have affected a turnover here. Huge from Flynn Roberts.
Just great defensive work from Epsom there, just swallowing up all that space, and Taunton were, well, Tonbridge in fact were left with little to do.
Well, it's all the way in the wide channels through Freddie Carty, who's brought down almost a turnover there for Tonbridge. Lawson Smith puts the hammer down. Lovely offload. Still they keep the ball alive, and Garfield takes it back to the short side. Carty darting for the corner. Freddie Carty has scored for Epsom, and the mud is just streaming down his face. What an image that is. You can barely see the young Epsom player, but a lovely finish in the corner. And Ben Templey will look to add the extras from out wide. What a great score, and what a great time to score.
Yeah, exactly. We now have a game on our hands. This conversion extremely tough, but if made, then we've got a 7-point game. A good go at it, but it's just shy. So it will be a 9-point deficit, but certainly one that Epsom can now work with, especially after this momentum. Great defensive work to put them into this position. And then it's just using that forward momentum to drive themselves forward. Great offloading game. Down the blind side they go. That little turn of pace. Sliding into the corner. The mud spraying in his face. It's, as you said, Wolf, it's a strong image, that's for sure.
Well, it was a great kickoff from Epsom. So close from gathering it was Flynn Roberts, whose defensive acumen created that chance for Epsom. Tonbridge line out, however, from just outside their 22.
Stay 10.
These are the crucial intervals in this game. We're deep into the second half now. Tonbridge lead by a try. Free kick for the dummy throw. Well, that's the first time I've seen that given all week. But Garfield will get us underway.
Silly place to give it away as well. Gives Epsom the advantage.
Well, they'll go wide off first phase. And then back across the grain comes Templey. Templey with the fend and the leg drive. Who's there for the offload? Oh, it was Luke Springett, but under loads of pressure from Tonbridge, they've managed to affect a knock-on there. But they're not out of the woods yet with a scrum on the 5 metre. What a big moment that is in this game, Will Roberts.
Absolutely massive. and it means that Tonbridge are really going to have their wits about them. They were certainly in the driving seat over the first half, but that has changed dramatically in the second, and that spillage there also crucial right underneath the post. So Epsom will have a scrum on the 5.
Well, it's absolutely game on now, isn't it, for this very talented Epsom side. They looked in great form against a very impressive King Edward School Bath. Here is a scrum, and it's a big scrum for Epsom, a large scrum, as well as a huge moment in the game. Garfield will feed it in these torrid conditions at ROSSLYN Park, where the pitches are holding together well. And it's a penalty. Surely now it must come for Epsom. Garfield with the tap. Lawson Smith.
Has he got there? He'll check with his assistant referee. This could be a crucial decision.
It's going to be a card for Tonbridge.
Oh, wow.
Not 10 off that penalty. So surely now Epsom must score, and they will play 2 minutes of this game with a man to the good. Garfield will tap. They'll go back to the short side. Here's Springett. Roberts for the corner. And that's the try. The converted score was not enough for Epsom anyway. They know they need another score. They trail now by 4. Garfield with the strike. Oh, what an effort. But not given by the officials. A great drop kick. And they're 4 points behind now with a man advantage, but they set that up very well and very cleverly, did Epsom.
Well, what a grandstand finish we have here. Real good temperament to not waste that crucial chance. And now they, with a half-decent restart here, could get themselves back into the mix.
Well, we've seen plenty of half-decent restarts from Epsom and from Arthur Garfield. And that is contestable.
Backwards off
just claimed by Tonbridge. Very impressive from them. They just need to look after the ball for the next 2.5 minutes. Or less than that now, 1.5. Tonbridge still in possession. You can hear the mud squelching underneath the feet of these young players. Almost free there with Tonbridge. Up comes Carty to make the hit. But now they go to the backs. Once more, little show and go. It could be on for Tonbridge in these wide channels now. Epsom are backpedaling. That's a huge shot and a huge turnover, but not releasing. Penalty Tonbridge. There's a minute to go, 30 seconds with a man advantage. And Tonbridge will be looking for the corner right in front of us here in the Ealing Trailfinders tent.
They're just going to try and wind down the clock as much as possible, get a good nudge in. It's all about the time on the clock, and that is certainly what's not on Epsom's side at the moment.
Well, you're not. Okay.
40 seconds to go.
All right, time off. Come on.
Tonbridge are in no rush to get this game underway.
Just step for me, please. Just step for me. That's yours.
They lead by 4.
Come on now.
They have 6 players on the field.
You're all coming in.
They must win this line out. It's spilled in the air, turned over, away come Epsom. Roberts. They have the man advantage. Carty, Springett. Cuts back on the inside. Carty's on the loop around. Off the leg. So Springett can still play. They could be driven to touch here. It's messy.
Backwards off blue.
Garfield's over the ball. Turnover. Penalty. Garfield taps. Still not returned to a full complement, I believe. All the way wide go Epsom. War, who scored that wonderful driving try. Driven back. Great counter drive. Penalty Tonbridge.
Counter-attack is good. You then played the ball on the floor.
That's it. I think that's the moment. What a bit of defensive character and showing from Tonbridge there. When Epsom looked like they were really building momentum, Tonbridge will seal it.
Game over. Tonbridge walk away with the plate. It's not the competition that either of these sides were destined for two of the top 7 sides at the under-16 level, but in a wonderful final, Tonbridge School will come away with silverware. They've lost just 1 game of sevens all tournament, Tonbridge School, and that's led them to the plate. Epsom fought valiantly, as they have every minute they've been on our screens here on RE2. But in the final game of the 4th day of the ROSSLYN Park National School Sevens, Tonbridge School have won the plate against Epsom College. Well, we'll leave you here with the scenes of both commisery and celebration. After a very hard-fought day, neither side really have the energy to express true emotions, really, but a hard game for both these two. The under-16s competition is over, and all that's left is under-18s rugby. Will, how excited are you for tomorrow for both the women's and the men's competition?
Absolutely, there is so much rugby all coming to a head tomorrow, starting in the morning early at 10 a.m, all the way through until same time on Friday. So it's an action-packed day of girls' cup and plate, as well as boys' cup and plate coming to a head as well. So absolutely not one to miss over here on RE2 Next Gen 15. You can have a check on the website to see when the games are and when your affiliated school or team are playing, so that you can tune in at the appropriate times. Make sure you check the website for full details. But it's going to be a really, really exciting day of National School Sevens rugby.
Well, thank you very much for Ealing Trailfinders once again, today's stream sponsors, for housing us here in their wonderful tent. Thank you for everyone for taking part in the National Sevens here at ROSSLYN Park. From everyone here at Next Gen, we'll be back 10 o'clock sharp tomorrow morning for some under-18s rugby, the highest level of sevens rugby anywhere in the world at schoolboy level.
Introducing Next Gen 15, the new home of school rugby.
Well, where does this come from?
Covering everything the school game has to offer in both the north and southern hemispheres.
What a great tackle! It's not good enough.
1-2, skip a few and with the wheels.
Highlighting tomorrow's stars, Next Gen 15 will be bringing you live games and a regular update of all the news and in-depth views on the global game.
What a kick! Where did he come from and how did that happen?
All your school rugby, all in one place. This is Next Gen 15. Bye.